What's up, y'all? Let's do a few these little share things. Next would be... Oh, hello. I still need to get the cable to plug this thing in so the battery doesn't die, because it's going to do it. And then get my drink. Do a spell. Someone appears to think I'm a wizard. Oh. I should go get some spell materials. Charging my dying battery. Let's see. No one asking to pop up yet. Someone asked me to cast a spell, so let's see. Let's see if I can find a ceasefire spell in here. Ooh, let's see. Well, so cut these. What's up? What are you doing? No one was talking to you. I suppose I can turn off the other half of the lights. Well. There we are. It's Friday again, which means it's office hours. So hello to all new and old people. Let's see. Okay, there's a couple of questions on the ICJ. Yep, oh, there's another one. Yeah, that looks like it's going to be a popular question today. Gosh, I don't even know where to start with that one. There's so many interesting elements to it. Oh, look, people asking to pop up. Let me do that before we get any farther. Uh,
Hello, how are you today?
Good.
Hi, Dr. Liam.
Hello.
Hi, Dr. Lee. I missed you so much. How you doing?
Oh, aw, thanks.
Do you have
Did,
your
did, anyone, did anyone miss
cacao?
Socrates?
We.
Do you have your cacao and everything ready? Your drink and puppy
Uh,
taken care of? Everybody ready?
May the forest be with you.
Of course, it's perfect. We have missed you so much. I mean, I've been talking about you. Your ears must have been ringing.
Oh, I know, me too. I've been talking about him for the last week. I'm like, if you guys want information, good information, this is who you got to go to.
You
And then
know
a lot
what?
of people were talking about the ICJ earlier today, and I'm like, listen, Dr. Liam's going to be on. When he comes on, I'll send it to you so that we can get clarification on what's happening, where it's going to go from here, and so on. So definitely, I'm very eager to hear your input on everything.
Also, the I don't know if anybody's seen the Biden, Blinken, Austin, the lawsuit
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
So,
Yes,
and
we
then
did.
at the end, the last witness that they had was a historian, and he like a professor. I think he's in California. I'm not 100% sure, but he's like a professor of the Holocaust. He's also Jewish, and forgot his name now. Oh my goodness! And then everybody was like talking, and everybody kept saying, "Oh, there's this amazing PhD that I know on here." I'm like, Dr. Liam, Dr. Liam. That's what I kept saying. That
So there,
everybody was talking about you because after watching that,
there's
they're
got
like,
to be lots of them.
"Yeah,
Come on,
no,
it
you're
can't
the
be that
only one. Nobody can replace the wizard of the ceasefire spells. The only one."
Seriously, you're like the king of TikTok history fame. Like, you are the pinnacle. My husband swears I'm in a cult.
I, I can't be that uncommon. There's come
And you
on.
know,
There's got to be lots of people who do this sort of thing.
no, you're the only one. And listen, you know how bad it is
You
when you
know
come
what?
on.
None that are as clear in their information
Precise.
as you
Oh,
in
absolutely.
describing things the way that you do.
But you know how bad it is? Like, just to make you laugh. Okay. I actually have a battery pack in my pocket just in case, so that my phone doesn't put like on a live itself while while I'm watching you.
Jocks, no. I thought I was bad, but you're just the pits. What?
I am. So listen, that everybody's here right now before we go into anything, because I'm going to mute. I'm just going to be excited. I'm telling you
There's
the truth.
oh
Hey, listen, you
there's
gotta love the honesty. Everybody, if you could just tap the screen, join the team. You can actually see me walking around with a battery pack. My husband's like, "What are you doing?" I got wires everywhere. I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Liam's on. I
there
got
was a
business to do."
there was a comment from someone a few days ago. I'm almost blanking on how to say the name, but it starts with Epi or something, and has the little red triangle, and there's like made a. I didn't really understand the context of the whole comment, but it said something about Dr. Liam and your harem, and now I'm assuming it means you.
Probably me.
I'm
That's
gonna drop.
this is
I'm gonna
all,
drop. Oh
of
no.
this like
Yeah,
all
it's
this fluffing me up here. Like, come on, really?
absolutely,
Come on,
absolutely. It's
come
me
on.
and Kobe,
No,
to be honest with
it's
you. So
Dr.
Kobe and I are a
Liam.
little team when it comes to that.
Doc,
Kobe and I are like, purr, we're gonna bring him around. But everybody, while you're in here, please do me a favor. On top, you'll see Liam's username, and there's a little yellow heart right there. Please tap on that and join Dr. Liam's team, because every time you comment, engage, and watch, it boosts up his algorithm, and you level up on your team. And on top of that, he also has subscriptions, and he has them on the top if you care to, because this is absolutely an amazing education. I could only just imagine how perfect that library is. But enjoy. I'm gonna go plug in my phone in my pocket, and I'll be
Jack,
here. Anybody
Jax,
that
you're not leaving me. You're not leaving me alone
I'm not
here on this
leaving. No,
panel.
I'm gonna go on mute for a second. If there's any questions, please tag me in the comments. I'll jot it down, and in between every when I have a chance, I'll ask Dr. Liam for you. Hi, Minerva. Okay, I'll be quiet now.
It's for you.
Dr. Liam, this is really bad. It's like 1:30 in the morning, and every time I'm like, when's Doc gonna come on? When's Doc? It's like 1:30 in the morning in Cape Town, South Africa, and I'm like, gosh, when are we gonna go live? I can't wait anymore. And here we are.
Well, I'm here. I this time is a lot earlier than I used to go on, at least. So it's got to be better that way. I used to start
Yes.
much later in the day.
I love it. It
Well,
doesn't matter. 24 hours a day. It's good for me. I'd be quiet.
Jax, don't you leave me alone on this bed. Okay, and Annie's here. Okay, fine, fine. I don't want to be alone. Hi, Annie.
Alone. I always try to do like try to get in like the autism stuff before like the serious stuff kicks in.
Like you have a question on something?
No, I like the nerd off before like the serious stuff kicks in.
No, no.
So, like, I should bring my spell book back, right?
Yes, the ceasefire spell book. That was perfect. That was perfect. That's why we're here. The spell book and the cats. That's it.
My only question was the one that I sent you in the chat earlier was and that was from the neurospicy side was how is it that you decide with all the information that it is that you have in your head how you're going to start a lesson plan?
Uh the the term I'm always blanking on what people mean by lesson plan, because I I've heard people use that to mean like the lectures or the course plan overall. I mean, I never use the terminology.
No,
So
really,
you mean lectures, right?
where do you decide like you said you're going to be starting spring classes and my question to you earlier was well with everything that you know and what it is that you're doing where do you decide is the starting how do you decide where the starting point is?
Well, with any individual course that I'm going to write, I have a certain idea of what I want to try and do with it. So the first thing, I mean, okay, obviously you start with like a basic subject. Oh, I want to be a course sort of on that. But then there has to be some kind of overarching purpose. What is it that I'm going to try and help people to see in this? Because in a class that just walks through a bunch of data is boring as hell. You want it to tell a certain story, to help people to put things together themselves without necessarily, I don't know, beating it into people's heads. You're kind of like, how do I lay this stuff out so people can find their way through it? So there's a certain plan that I'll have in mind in any given class. And the material that I'm going to choose for any individual lecture in that has a lot to do with how well it'll fit that overall plan. If that makes sense as a starting point. So it just depends on, because obviously in any given class, even on a relatively short amount of time or a single place or whatever, you still would have so much material to work with. And in bigger classes, like, when you're covering hundreds or thousands of years, you're obviously being very selective and picking certain things that you're going to deal with, right? So the material that comes up has to fit the right kind of overall themes. Like, there are certain themes or ideas that are going to be present throughout the class that will help people to weave the material together in their own heads and see the connections. And I love finding a way for people to make not only sense of the past, but use it in order to help them understand their present. Like, how did we get here? So tons of material. And this is true whether I'm talking about the modern world, the medieval world, the ancient world, doesn't really matter. I'm still trying to do something very similar. I'm always trying to pull up certain things that people can see, that is relevant to me. That somehow does affect something still in this world. So it's a matter of like things that are relevant, that I can make relatable to people, and then that weave together the various themes.
Thank you.
Am I making any sense?
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. So I told you from the very beginning when you first started doing these lives that you've been kind of helping me learn how to learn in a different way. And so that's why I was asking that, was trying to find your process so I can kind of take the education that you're giving here freely to us that I'm not paying for, and kind of stack it in a way that I can learn it and apply it in my goldfish brain, which is why I was asking how it is that you decide how you're going to teach what you teach, so that I can kind of apply that to the information that you're giving us freely, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I have a ton of pet peeves about the way that history is taught in general. I think that, especially if you're looking at the high school level or before, it's generally garbage. By the time they get to me, they need to unlearn pretty much everything they picked up to that point, because what little sticks isn't really useful. It's generally just random bits of information. When they're teaching people a bunch of names and dates and shit, it's things you have to memorize for a little bubble test. It's not useful. It doesn't help you actually make the connections between things. History is about analysis. It's about understanding the hows and whys of things, not just a list of data. So keeping that in mind, obviously all classes, history is an empirical discipline. It still has to, it's still based in data. It's still based in the facts, but, the way you present them has to focus much more on teaching people the right kind of analytical skills so that they can piece it together and actually make sense of it. Because if you just memorize a bunch of shit and you don't know how the pieces fit together, you're going to forget it immediately. Even a well-done class, people are still going to forget 3/4 of what comes up in the class. It's not all going to stick. But if you make some of it really work for people and help them to put the pieces together, then a lot more of it sticks than not. Oh, a little hard already. Cool. And on top of that, I do also try to build in there are certain skills that everyone focuses on in classes. Some people care a lot more about writing or reading or, the formatting of things, getting things in on time. I'm pretty mellow about, the way people format stuff or getting things in on time, crap like that. I'm much more focused on the analytical aspect of it. So people being able to look at something without any real context and make some sense of it, and then once they get some context, how to then reinterpret it and do better at that. I'm trying to teach certain analytical skills along the way. And by having that paired emphasis in my classes, there's a lot of things that I think people can take out of them, even in the absence of a lot of the material, because a lot of the skills translate very easily into other parts of your life, where I think a lot of people want to teach history in a way that doesn't really help in that way. So rather than spending all my time trying to make sure, people know how to adult or whatever, I focus a lot more on teaching certain analytical or critical reasoning skills, because I don't think that stuff is well taught earlier in life anyway, so it's kind of helpful.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah. All that. I'm going to drop down now. Thank you. I'll let the more serious adults kick in.
Don't leave me with a bunch of serious adults. I won't know what to do with
I'll hang out up here for color commentary. That's cool.
Yeah, hang out.
I don't know how to deal with serious stuff.
Well, you get too goofy.
I'm a ridiculous person.
But this is like so cute, right? Like everybody gets nervous, obviously, when they come onto a live. But one of them, a new panelist, I would love to introduce you. She's amazing. Her name's Seven. She's a Seven Ventures right on the top, right underneath Annie. How everything goes on the panel is you can ask, there's usually a topic, but right now we just started. And, once it's your turn, you can ask regarding the topic. But since there's really nothing right now going on, you had asked a question, to ask me. You could easily ask Liam. He is a fun, goofy nerd. We all are. So this is not that kind of space where you have to be like, it's not, it's like if we're all just sitting down and like or I don't know if anybody plays Dungeons and Dragons, but I did. Like you were all just like hanging out and doing that kind of stuff. Yeah. If like you could picture that with like a bunch of brainy idiots, yeah, it's us. So anytime you wanted to ask a question, you could go right ahead. But Liam, this is Seven, this is Liam.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much, Jack.
Oh, good to meet you. This is Minerva, or Minerva if you prefer the anglicized.
Minerva. Okay.
Minerva. Yeah,
Cool.
Minerva, or I mean, it's spelled the same way, but the Latin pronunciation is Minerva, and she speaks Latin. So.
Minerva. Okay.
Hello.
Now I have to go hug my cat now. Um, so my question is, I've been just very confused by Jewish Zionists versus Christian Zionists because
Ooh.
it it feels like some Christians believe that there are sects. For instance, the Mormons believe that there's some lost children of Israel there, but I would think that there's no. I mean, I would think that the Jewish people don't believe the same, but it seems like they're all on one accord for some reason, and I'm just very confused by it.
Yeah, sure. That's actually a fun place to start before we get into some of the complexities of the ICJ stuff that I know a lot of people are asking in the chat. So we'll definitely have to get to it. There are a lot of different forms of Zionism on both the Christian and Jewish side. This is one of the things that's most complex about it. I don't know. I can just give you a fun side point on there. There are so many ways to understand the word Zionist. It's one of the reasons that, I try to push back a little bit when people use the very broad terms like, all Zios or trash kind of thing. Because if the word wasn't used so commonly the way it is, I'd be able to use it still. I mean, Noam Chomsky was a Zionist earlier on. He doesn't use the term anymore for the same reason that I wouldn't, because for us, it meant something very different. For a lot of people over time in the Jewish world, there was always a sense of a hope of return and redemption. So there was largely a religious sense for a lot of people that at some point the Jewish people will go home. So that's just kind of there in the background, always present. Then there are different strains that will develop in the Christian world separate from that. Some of them start off with the Protestant Reformation. They diverge a bit from the standard Catholic and Orthodox interpretation that the Jews are a cast out people and they're no longer God's chosen people, and the church is, because, well, the Protestants have rejected the idea that the Catholic Church is the one true church. So obviously the church can't be the new Israel. And it's a lot harder for them to argue all Christians themselves are if Christians are disagreeing with themselves in tons of ways. So they go back to the Bible a bit more literally. Bible says Jews are God's chosen people. They must still be God's chosen people. And they're like, well, they should kind of go back and that should be their homeland. Coincidentally for them, also it would get them out of Europe because a lot of Protestants were still super anti-Jewish. But there's this idea that they should be able to go home and live there. But that's just kind of like sitting around for a long time and doesn't become really significant into the 19th century. There's a growing movement in the 19th century, pardon me, in a few corners, particularly the Anglo-American world. And in those areas, there are some radical reinterpretations of end times prophecies that start saying, well, Jews have to be there and have to have a temple and a monarchy and all the rest of that shit for the end of the world to happen because Revelation seems to describe a war there. But if they're not even there, that shit can't happen. So maybe we should try to shoo the Jews to there and get them there so that the end of the world can happen, because Christians kind of want the world to end and Jesus to come back and all that stuff. Obviously, Jews don't agree with any of that stuff because they're not expecting Jesus to come back, or, and the end of the world thing has a completely different meaning in Jewish and Christian thought. Secular Zionism starting in the middle of the 19th century starts thinking of a Jewish homeland there, i.e. a safe place for Jews to live that isn't necessarily religious. So it creates a new dimension to the old Jewish understanding of Zionism. So you could want to live there and want to live in the traditional homeland, but not necessarily do it because you're expecting the Messiah to come anytime soon, and or not wait for that. But that doesn't necessarily tie into the idea of a state at all. Many early Zionists actually expected it to stay Palestine, and to be a Palestine, whether it's part of larger empires or a separate Palestine, wouldn't matter. It was expected to be Palestine, not a Jewish ethno-state. And that kind of stays the case in at least a minority of Zionist movements through the 1930s and 40s. It's really only at some conferences in the early 1940s that it becomes more broadly accepted by the Zionist movement as a whole that the goal should be an exclusively Jewish state and Jewish control over the area, where tons of earlier discussions were binational. They were like, I want, Jews to be able to live here, but also Palestinians are cool. So, let's live together in Palestine. But it becomes much more centered on an exclusively Jewish state. And that's the one that creates the state of Israel, that ideal there. So Israel is created as an ethno-state, and that's why the term gets kind of problematic for the Noam Chomskys of the world to still use anymore, where he was a Zionist in his first 20 years or whatever, and can't say it anymore because he doesn't support the ethno-state. He would be for binationalism. So would I, incidentally. The ethno-state idea is very, very different from anything to do with the Christian interpretation because it's about a secular Jewish homeland and it's based in 19th century European nationalism. Hello. Which means there's a lot more in common with European nationalist movements and to some degree with the fascist and reactionary movements in Europe, and not really anything to do with the traditional religiosity. The founders of the State of Israel and secular Zionism were largely atheists. More recently, there are more religious strains of Zionism that blend together traditional Orthodox beliefs with the ethno-national Zionism, and their idea at that point is by taking control of the land and kicking off Palestinians, they're encouraging God to send the Messiah. So it's a distinctly modern ideal. It's not like traditional Zionism, which says you can go back when God says it's okay. And it's not like secular Zionism, which leaves God out of the equation entirely. It's trying to force God's hand in a sense. So it's somewhere in between them in terms of their perspectives. But that's at least the three main forms of modern Zionism. And you can add a fourth when you include, I guess historically, people like, me or Noam Chomsky that would say, hey, Jews should be able to live in Palestine and it should be a Jewish homeland, but also a country where Palestinians live. So it's also Palestine. Which, again, that wouldn't have involved dispossession in any way. But it's a lot harder to use the term in that context these days. And then the two main forms of Christian Zionism, like the original just restorationism, which is what the Protestants were calling it. The Jews should be able to go home. Mm-hmm. And then the apocalyptic form, which is the dominant current one. So is that a really big-ass confusing answer to it? Because it's a lot more complicated than people think.
No, I understood a couple of those already, a couple of those forms, but it just kept baffling me that some people call themselves the lost tribes, just like I think the Tutsis in Uganda consider themselves the lost tribes of Israel as well. And
people in Ethiopia do as well, and Mormons do. And yeah, all of that is mythology. They're just modern mythologies. Realistically, there are no lost tribes. It's just a nonsensical ideal. Mm-hmm. It's kind of pardon me. Allergies bother me. It's kind of like an ex post facto myth, kind of describing how you can understand the relationship between Judah and Yisrael to its north. Their understandings of God were similar, but a little bit different. But Yisrael was destroyed by the Assyrians and its population dispersed. The Assyrians, as an empire, had this habit of doing deportations of populations. They would move people out and some other people in to kind of water down people's identity so they wouldn't rebel. And then you could assimilate them into the common language of the empire. So when Judah later sought to take the territory of the former state of Israel to its north and expand there, it had to create this whole complex mythology of a single earlier united kingdom, and it was settled by these different tribes that were all originally one people, but the tribes in the much larger state of Israel to the north, they were all lost by the Assyrians. Okay. Realistically, all of that even in the Jewish context, it was made up later. It's it's a myth then. And then a whole bunch of different Christian groups have invented their own myths around that by connecting themselves to this idea of lostness that had been invented earlier.
Perfect. Thank you so much. This has been confusing me for weeks now. I'm I don't understand why you guys. It was so confusing. Thank you so much.
Right. Anybody can say. That's one really fascinating thing about human beings is the way that we evolved to tell stories. Our social units are largely structured around fiction, and our beliefs are largely formed by those social groups. We tend to hold to particular beliefs because other people do, and there are significant consequences to letting go of certain beliefs. You can lose your family, friends, social environment, whatever here, so people tend to hold to them. So those social units largely shape our reality. And the way you brought people together in the first place, gave them a common identity, was, well, to use a kind of a literal term there, through fiction, through coming up with a symbolic set of stories that gave people a sense of meaning and purpose and brought them together. A lot of the stuff earlier on wasn't taken as literally as things are today. We tend to try to read into the distant past, into our identities, a much closer adherence to the real world than our ancient ancestors would have. But we've always used these stories to give ourselves a sense of identity. So people can always riff off of other cultures. You can hear some, oh, that's cool, I like that idea, and you kind of run with it, and you create a myth that works for your people, and gives you a sense of identity. Anyway, that's where a lot of the Lost Tribe discourses come from. They're just people riffing on another culture's earlier fictions to create their own new fictions to kind of give themselves a common purpose.
Okay, that makes so much sense.
Oh, thanks. Glad it helps. I do tend to ramble a bit, so I mean.
No, we love the rambling. It's not. It's fine with us. Rogue, did you want to ask a question before on this, or did you want to wait? Because I always mess up her name. The Hello Kitty, Hello Kitty, Hello Kitty is about to ask about the ICJ. That's what we're about to speak of. Did you want to jump in before? Or
Yeah, just
okay.
quick, 30 seconds. So doctor, hypothetically speaking, if America was able to get other NATO nations on board for an international healthcare petition to our government with a walkout if they do not abide by providing humanitarian aid, do you think that could do something?
I'm not quite sure I know what you mean. Are you suggesting that the U.S. and its NATO allies try to provide humanitarian relief to the people in Gaza?
Yes, and if not, us healthcare workers from the bottom of the chain all the way to the top would walk out if they did not meet that directive.
Oh, now that's interesting. Okay, if you're connecting it to a kind of if you're connecting it to healthcare worker actions, so you create a petition among like healthcare unions, whatnot, get them all to commit to, walkouts if the states don't sign on with something like this. That I think really would work.
Medication and medical manufacturing people involved as well.
Yeah, it'd be a lot harder to get manufacturing because there are a lot of laws, especially in places like the U.S., but also in a number of European countries that make things like that kind of, I don't know, strategic public health shit where they will intervene and force people to go to work. Okay. In the same way Biden can force railroad workers to stay at work, which is fucked up and stupid because, hey, I can afford to pay an extra $5 a month for something if they get good benefits because they get to strike for a few days, but they still intervene because they have the right. They would do that with any medical equipment, any emergency services, medical equipment, things like that, pharmaceuticals. They wouldn't allow that. But healthcare workers in general. So most physicians or nurses that aren't involved in emergency care could strike. And that I think could have a huge effect. And healthcare strikes in a number of European countries have actually had a significant effect in a lot of areas before. If you can get enough unions to commit to something like that, absolutely, I think that would work. But right now, there's no push in these countries to do it at all. I mean, the U.S. we cut our we cut our funding for UNRWA already, so we don't want to fund relief at all right now.
Yes, I'm just working on something and we are drafting a plan to see if it will work because all the NATO nations have national and regional healthcare worker shortages as well.
Right.
But that was my question. You can drop me now. like.
Okay, yeah, no, that's I honestly I think it's a great idea. So if you want to sketch, if you start sketching something like that in terms of like petitions or whatever, I'd love to see what you're doing as you're putting it together, because something like that where you can, if you can actually reach out to and get a bunch of unions to commit to it, I think that could have a massive effect on this.
Yeah, I have experience in humanitarian aid, past FEMA contractor, medic, and my degree that I refused to use was in Homeland Security and Domestic and Foreign Tea. So.
Right on. Yeah. So good luck with it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Doc.
You could stay if you'd like, Kevin. I mean, Rogue. You could stay up here if you
Okay.
ask additional questions. Because trust me, Liam's stemming. We would love to bounce back and forth. He loves topics like this.
Yeah, because I know Chip also Doctor and Chip kind of touched on this with protest about blocking ambulances and stuff like that could have a small impact, but I think if we can get it on a international level, I think we would have quite a great impact.
Absolutely. And even if you it's like even if you don't get something massive or coordinated, or whole countries just don't bother with it, there's what you can get with things like that is if you do think internationally, it may happen in some places. Maybe UK healthcare workers will walk out, but American ones won't. But then that could be enough to pressure the UK to step up. So anything like that, if you think more internationally, it's actually quite clever. I really wish that more union actions in general were coordinated across industries and internationally. Solidarity strikes massively amplify the power of worker movements. If one union goes on strike and then 3 others join it, that strike's going to last a day. People aren't going to tolerate that kind of disruption. So just as a general point, taking that wider focus, I think, is a great idea.
Yes, and I don't know if you have ever seen an AMR ambulance, but they are a FEMA contractor, and they are the largest land and air emergency medical service in the world, and people do not like working for them because of the way they treat their employees. So I think that would have a good impact as well.
Yeah, for sure. Any union you can turn to that already has angry employees, this provides a good excuse for them. So, I'm trying to have something where I can at least pull things up while I've got the phone there and my computer's on the other side of the room, and this tablet is a piece of shit. I should never have bought this thing. It is so slow. Ugh. God. It's like it's like trying to use a 20-year-old computer, it just cannot keep up with you. Come on, go. Okay, so where are we now?
ICJUN. Where was I going? ICJ and Kitty Cat. Hello, Kitty. It's your turn. Don't mind me. I mean, come on. I've been up all day because I was watching ICJ from there, and then I ended up watching Biden, Blinken, and Austin. So it's like it's been an entire court day for me, and I'm not even a lawyer. All right, go ahead, lovely.
Who, me? Well, why don't you ask the other people? I'll wait. It's okay. I'm patient. I have something to say, but I'll be patient. I'll wait, if you don't mind. If somebody else wants, like Kobe always says lovely things.
Well, hold on, Kobe. Hold on.
Farmer, yes.
Mark was before Kobe. Mark, did you want to ask any questions?
Thanks for joining me. By the way, Professor, love you to death. Big fan. I feel like a teenage girl in early 2000s who just met Justin Timberlake. I feel right now.
You're joking.
So I just had to say that. I'm all blushing.
Sir, he's not lying. Wait, he's not lying, sir. He's not lying.
Hold on, are we going like New Kids on the Block? Like what type of level are we on?
I love that question that Seven asked earlier about Christian Zionism, and it struck with me because I used to be a Christian Zionist who came from that evangelical church background, and then I went to Israel to study when I was 18 at the Hebrew University. And then I went there as a Zionist, very pro-Israel, anti-Palestinian, and then anti-Muslim as well. And then when I, as fate would have it, they put me on a dorm floor that was filled with Palestinian Muslims, and we became best friends the first night. And I got to go visit their towns and their villages, and and then I, you know, getting to know Muslims very intimately. Helped me become a better Christian. So I attribute my walk with Jesus with the Muslims. They go hand in hand. So, but I wanted to.
Right, I love that story. I've heard things like that from so many people.
Yeah.
You know, we're just encountering people, because oftentimes prejudices circulate most effectively when we don't
Talk to them.
we don't know people.
Yeah.
When we don't interact with them, and then as soon as you actually meet somebody, oh shit, yeah, none of the crap I heard about you makes sense.
Yes, that's exactly, and that was exactly what you just said happened the first night when we're smoking hookah, eating hummus, and then yelling at each other in politics. It was all and the first thing I said when I walked in the dorm floor, I heard them talking. I just said the most rudest thing out of a joke. I said, "What's up, you tea mofos?" And and a third of the room was laughing. A third of the room wanted to kick my ass, and the other third was laughing and wanting to kick my ass at the same time, but also confused and wanted to know more about me. So at that first night, we became best friends.
Oh my God, Mark! I think you became our best friend too. You're awesome.
It was, and so
it's great, yeah.
And so I
you can be the cheerleader in our fangirl group.
It was such a spiritual time for me too, because I'm 18 years old. I just left high school. I'm young and full of hormones in a country of conflict, and so there's so much I can relate to what Seven's question was saying, and just to answer her, even though she's not on here anymore, is that the evangelical community would fetishize end times prophecy. That's the best way I can say it. And because of that fetishization, they look at Israel not as people, but as like a symbol of the times rather than actual people full of different things. Like they look at it in a very simple black and white way. It's just a checkbox on the whole prophecy card. And so that's what we're taught. That's what we were taught in the church. It was just this very it's just a the mythologization of Jewish people and the demonization of the Arabs, and putting Arabs in some type of evil villain context of the prophecies, which don't even fit. You have to really try. So I really appreciate Seven's questions with that. I hope that makes sense.
It's an important one, because a lot of those, they really do, they twist the ancient literature out of all possible context in order to say that all the populations that live in that area now are the ones who must then fight against Jews and try to kill them off or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. And it took a lot of deprogramming for me to get rid of that. And it took a lot of, I went through the depression after I saw how the Palestinians were treated. I had to change my whole outlook on the world. I went back to the United States, went into a deep depression. And then to fix the depression, I literally asked my parents if they could send me back. So I went back to Israel just to fix the depression and tell my Palestinian friends, look, everything you said about the United States it was true, and I need to deal with this internally. And it was so the Palestinians helped me out of a really dark depression. And I really, anyways, so that's my story. But I wanted to ask you a question about I have a hypothesis, because you corrected me on one of the lives, and he says it's not a theory, you have a hypothesis. So ever since you told me that, I've been using that word hypothesis. So thank you. So I have a hypothesis that anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are quantumly entangled, where one leads to the other and the other leads to, and vice versa. So the two are connected and they both lead to each other. And I just want to know if there's any merits to that hypothesis at all.
Fascinating. I would say an easy way to look at that is that all these forms of of racism that are tied into empire are similar, and they build on each other in similar ways. So yeah, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are actually quite similar. A lot of the people that you're talking about in those church contexts, when they're sort of fetishizing, mythologizing Jews, they're actually anti-Semitic in doing so. Not only because of the way that they're using the populations, but ultimately because their ideology is genocidal. It wants them all to be unalived in order for this apocalypse to happen. So it's a genuinely horrifying ideal.
Yes.
And it's still actually one of the reasons it happened. And this is one of the reasons that 19th century apocalyptic Christianity took on this, its own Zionist ideal, and why it's different from earlier Protestant forms is that it is explicitly based in imperialism. It's founded on that kind of manifest destiny, the West is the best, we're like, God's shining city on a hill kind of bullshit. And of course, Jews and Muslims are just in a way of that theologically. So its theology of apocalypse is a way of eliminating both of those populations. And even if you can't really think, well, even if it doesn't happen, it doesn't matter because it serves the same basic purpose for them. It helps to rationalize their prejudices. Even as you're waiting forever for the world to end, you can be a complete dick to people, and that's kind of the point. So the specifically the 19th century forms of because anti-Semitism is only a 19th century phenomenon. I mean, anti-Judaism has been around forever, but anti-Semitism is tied to empire. Life visibility. What is that? Your life. Life is restricted for. Oh, because FAMA may have shown risks connected to trading or using tobacco.
Oh, my pencil. My pencil. I guess.
Yeah. So
I'll drop you.
It's telling me even to remove you. I'm not going to do that, but like it's going to restrict this for 10 minutes.
I have to understand.
Yeah, I'll remove him and I'll raise you right back up, Fama.
Yeah. Either way, just
it's just safer for him. I don't want him to, I don't want his account to get hammered.
Yeah, it says it has like a consuming substances featured in this live could harm your health. It's interesting because I did hit the 18 plus age restriction on the live, and I guess
that's so smart. Good. I'm happy you did that because that actually does protect you more. So that I'm grateful for.
But apparently not enough from something like that.
This will disappear. This will disappear in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. So oh well. So our growth will slow for 10 minutes. Oh well.
No, that'll be fine.
Did that just happen because Farmer was smoking his pencil?
My pencil. I literally had my pencil around my mustache.
Whoops.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for I agree with you. It's a connection to imperialism. A sidebar question unrelated to anything.
It did it again. I'm restricted for another 10 minutes. If that is a pencil, it thinks pencils are, So yeah, apparently we can't show pencils. Which is weird because I hold pens all the time and I gotta be careful about that now.
I think because he placed it close to his face. You know what I mean? Like by his mouth area. We'll just hold it off for
on these lives before. So I guess,
but that's not near your, he was tapping his, by his nose. That's where he was tapping. But go ahead. Go on, guys. I'll take care of Fama. Don't worry about it.
That down. I was about to do it without even thinking about it. Yeah, that's
when you see him be like, put it down.
Wow. Yeah, these things are their algorithm is fussy about this stuff. But I guess you can't be too precise if it's trying to analyze video live. Anyway, so anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are both rooted in 19th century nationalism and racism. So they're tied to imperialist projects, to the whole manifest destiny, civilizing mission, all the rest of that shit. So they are intimately linked at their origins as modern ideals. And people who can hold either view in the contemporary world frequently hold the other, even if they don't want to admit to it. So they're always present. They're always entangled. So yeah, if you want to think about metaphorically as quantum entanglement, sure, that's a cool way of looking at it.
Thank you. Sidebar question real quick. Do you have access, this is completely unrelated to any academic thought. Do you have access to somebody who has a really good quality camera set up for you? Is that in your wheelhouse?
For what purpose?
For lives, or for just
This camera is good enough. It looks good.
no. I'm just talking about for like a
Did it again. The live visibility thing, and it's always saying something Fama's doing is bringing this thing up constantly.
I'm so sorry. I have no idea.
Cutting his camera off. Mama, you just have to sit there for a
Yeah,
second.
don't worry about it. Don't worry
Off
about
for
it.
now. Let's see if that does it. I mean, as much as I like seeing people, just leave the camera off because I have no idea what the fuck it's
Yeah.
doing.
We'll just leave Mama in the dark for a minute.
Oh,
And hey, I think is that? Can I see Athena? Look at that.
Maybe. Hi. Or
Never get to see.
maybe Fama is just so handsome that he's considered like a dangerous substance by TikTok.
Yeah. That's gonna feed my ego. Thank you.
You're an addictive substance. There you go.
He does have a handsome beard.
Great.
I-
Okay.
Oh my God.
I completely lose my train of thought. What was that last thing, Mark?
Just a future reference for something that I'll DM you on was just like you have access to somebody who can set up a good camera. Just as a student, somebody you know, or.
My understanding about how these things work is that it does have to work off of the mobile phone, and this is like the newest This is like the S23 Ultra, so I don't think I could get a better front-facing camera on the market.
I'm talking about like for something other than like just the like lives, like something like podcast stuff like that. Like
it's a few years old, but I do have a decent DSLR. You know.
Okay, perfect.
Ooh.
Just
It may be possible to connect that still to different systems. Where I used to use it I used to bring in a tripod and use it to record my classes, but I just gave up and started using like the little Logitech cameras that I could connect to my computer because it was lighter.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll DM you at some point offline. That's just a quick question, just to ask you.
Okay, yeah. When I'm doing like the zooms and everything else, I have a I have a high quality little Logitech camera that I use, but I also do have a much larger camera that I can use for something.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. All right. With that said, thank you so much for answering my question. It's an honor. I'll step off the live and be a guest or be a spectator. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jax.
Thank you, Mark. Okay.
Hey, go. Hey, Athena. How you doing today, lovely?
Hi, I'm good. What about you?
I'm good. Long day between the ICJ and then you had Biden, Blinken, and Austin. Too bad it wasn't like 3 Bs. That would have been perfect. Biden, Blinken, and like another Boston. Too bad, but so I think, I don't know, you both came on at the same time, Fama and you, so I guess you first.
Okay, thank you.
What I like to call Biden, to be honest with you, is Bloodbath Biden, but that's only me.
That's good. I was trying to think of other like swear words that use the letter B.
Letter B?
Oh, you're thinking of like 3 B's. Like
Are there names in B's in other languages that are swear words? Because if we say English,
Butcher.
You can rely on the Scottish to come up with ball swag or or ball bag or
Ew.
bollocks,
ball bag. There's so many.
Oh, ew.
Ball
Okay,
bag
this is not a fangirl moment.
Ball bag is something I did not want to be thinking about. So
No.
That's why I'm dangerous.
I'm literally going to be talking to my therapist about that word. So
I'm like fanning over the cat, and here I hear Faber in the corner, ball bag. No.
Literally, I'm gonna be talking to my therapist about that.
Cute moment just died on the altar.
That's literally how I felt. I was like, listen, listening to that term was my 13th reason. But anyways, I digress.
You sacrificed my good memories, Fama.
Exactly.
I'm having
Jesus on the cross.
I'm having a harmful effect on a lot of people apparently in this live.
You crucified my joy.
That
No,
was funny.
literally,
That was a good. That was
The AI sees it, Covey sees it,
the
everyone
little
sees it.
slither of hope and like joy that I had just
Oh my
died
god.
with
On the
hearing
cross.
that term. But anyways, I digress. Hi Liam. Hi Dr. Liam.
Hey.
Hope you're doing good. Minerva looks like. Is that Minerva?
Yep.
Oh, purr. Minerva looks really, really adorable. She looks really adorable. But yeah, I hope you've been doing very, very well. I was actually like waiting, like I could not wait for this live to happen because I had a couple of questions. And I hope I have them in my mind right now, and I hope like because I have the memory capacity of a potato, I was too dumb enough not to type them down or write them down, but I hope I don't forget them. But the first question, Black September or Black Sunday, the whole Jordanian thing that happened.
Okay.
I would love to understand what happened, why it happened, what caused it. And I know that the invasion of Lebanon had something to do with the attempted assassination of Shlomo, the Israeli ambassador to London, basically. And so what that has to do with it, and then Black September as well, that will be like the first question that I have, just the background. And then like people like to bring that up to kind of explain how, the Arab countries don't want to accept Palestinian refugees because Black September happened, and anywhere they go, they end up destabilizing the nation because they're just like horrible people. And so can you please explain like the background around it?
Yeah, there's a sliver of truth to that, but the context is important. The way this works is you have a very large Palestinian population. Realistically, Jordan's population was majority Palestinian, and when the different Palestinian groups are active there, so when the Popular Front, Fatah, the Democratic Front, when they're active on the ground in those countries, and they tend to organize in those communities. Fighters during the decades of secular resistance to Israel, because all the early resistance movements from the 50s through the 70s were all secular, generally leftist groups. They recruited almost entirely outside of historic Palestine. They recruited among exiles and refugee camps, which means they're recruiting in places like Jordan and Syria and Kuwait and Egypt, everywhere Palestinians had landed, right? So obviously Jordan has a lot of those. So the PLO is particularly active in those areas. By this point, the PLO is already kind of functioning as like an umbrella organization linking the parties together. So they're active in the area recruiting militants. Anytime militants would strike into Israel, Israel would retaliate against the country. It can't easily go after individual groups, like the fighters or whatever, so it would just bomb some Jordanian assets. So the Jordanians are always having to pay for that crap. The thing that helped to eventually push the factions apart, now again, the Hashemite monarchy always was comfortable colluding with the Zionists and working with them kind of like under the table while talking a good talk in public, but people tended not to take that seriously because of that history of interaction. But they got more and more upset at the PLO, specifically because of the retaliation in the country. And then that got worse when the Popular Front started hijacking jets. If you're of my generation and grew up, in a Western country, if you'd ever heard of Palestinians in the media, you probably heard of them as people wearing balaklavas and carrying Kalashnikovs and taking over jets, because that was the only time the media ever talked about them. Well, we were so lockstep with the Israelis in the 70s that it just didn't come up. The high-profile hijacking of jets was a problem because they would, divert them to another country, force them to land, and then hold the passengers for ransom. But the Israelis wouldn't pay those ransoms. They would force whatever Arab country they landed in to pay the ransom, and that was frequently Jordan. And Jordan's a poor country, and Jordan's having to pay all these ransoms out to Israel to get its populations and crews back. In the last straw for it was one particular set of hijackings where the Popular Front blew up the jets after the ransoms had been paid. So it was just kind of like an extra, fuck you, you know? So, of course, the king's going to have to pay for those jets as well now. So he sent the army into the Palestinian areas to rout out the PLO. That meant that, and this only happened because a deal had to be made. The Syrians were speaking up for the Palestinians and threatened actually to invade Jordan over this. So Jordan only actually activated its troops and sent them into the refugee camps after having made a secret deal with the Israelis. If Syria attacks us, will you protect us? And Israel said yes. Because again, they had a common enemy at that point, the PLO. So then the Jordanian military smashes the PLO, drives them into exile from there. They go to the next place that they can that actually still borders Israel. They go to Lebanon. And that in the long run does contribute to the rise of the Lebanese civil war, which is another long discussion, so I don't know if we want to get into that, but an already toxic brew politically inside Lebanon was complicated by the presence of PLO fighters and organizers. Because the short, and without going further into it, is that different Lebanese factions were trying to organize a broader national movement that wasn't sectarian to push back against their confessional democracy, because political representation was based on your religion. And they didn't like that. This is bullshit. We don't want to stick with this old census and this religious-based democracy. We just want a regular democracy. And they were organizing, and the Maronites were pissed. With the PLO present on the ground, if the Maronites were to end up trying to fight those other factions inside Lebanon, the PLO could arm and train them. And that worried the Maronites. Their presence scared the shit out of the Catholic minority because these are experienced fighters on the ground. So in both cases, they do destabilize both of these countries, but it's not because Palestinians are there, and it's not because Palestinians are terrible people. It's because of the political conflict. It's because the PLO is fighting against Israel, and it's because of the internal politics in both places. It's because of the fine line that the Hashemite monarchy was trying to walk, and because of the absolute powder keg of the confessional democracy inside Lebanon. I mean, it's kind of like blaming World War I on Franz Ferdinand's assassination. That's just a spark, but every single European power was shoveling black powder into that barrel. They were all waiting for it to explode. They all wanted a war. So it was just the spark that started it. The PLO was the spark that started the Lebanese civil war, but not because of anything that they did. Their existing was enough.
And they wanted to topple the Hashemite kingdom or the Hashemites because the Hashemites were allied with.
There was some discussion of that. It wasn't common. But the Popular Front did start musing openly, what if we were to topple the king and then create the germ of our Palestinian state here and use that to attack Israel? Mm-hmm. It wasn't official PLO policy. There was no plan for it, but people were saying it. So it's one more thing that worried the king. So it makes sense in that way. And again, given that the Jordanian population was majority Palestinian, you can see why that might worry the monarchy.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay. So they weren't necessarily, as you mentioned, destabilizing people because they're Palestinian or they're somehow extremists, but because they were trying to combat the Israeli occupation from the outside. And that in return basically destabilized the whole region that they were in as well because of those countries' either alliance or silence on that Israeli occupation.
And because of the reprisals, because the Israelis would always strike back into the country and that would cost them money and damage in their lives. So
and that was the Fedayeen, right? The Fedayeen were coming out of Jordan and like attacking and going back in.
Right. Well, yeah, and then later from Lebanon, so yeah, exactly. They're striking across the border, and then as they sneak back across, then the Israeli artillery or jets or whatever would hit some Jordanian or Lebanese target. So the countries are always kind of like dealing with the consequences of that. One other factor, it's not just the Israeli situation, it's also the fact that they literally were creating a state within a state. because the Palestinian majority areas were increasingly thinking of themselves, as organized by the PLO, as by Palestinians. So people were more likely to turn to the PLO to resolve their issues than the government. The government was losing legitimacy in those areas. And in Jordan in particular, that was terrifying because it was a majority of the population. So there was the real possibility that if that continued for a long time, they really could lose total control of the country. And, at the end of the day, Jordan was happy being, a British ally, wanted to maintain that connection, and it wanted to maintain its weird relationship with the Israelis as well. So it had to do something about the PLO situation.
And then also so basically they felt probably ignored by all the countries around them, and therefore they tried to take matters into their own hands and create their own Palestinian state, because the Palestinian question or problem was just left unanswered. And everybody was moving on, including the nations around them were basically just moving on without having helped the Palestinians, if I understand that correctly.
Country citizenship was Jordan. Others talked about it or proposed it. It was proposed in several potential peace deals that were turned down, but Jordan was the only one that outright gave Palestinian citizenship in the country. But it also had no interest in liberating all of Palestine. What it was interested in was holding on to whatever chunk of it it could hold or get back as part of Jordan, as part of that Hashemite monarchy. So it didn't think of itself as a Palestinian state, and it wasn't interested in liberating Palestine. So yeah, Palestinians did feel it's important that in these decades, between the 50s and the 70s, this is ultimately where a lot of the modern Palestinian political identity is really formed. It has earlier 20th century roots, but it's out of resistance that it ultimately gels as a significant part of people's personal identity. It gives you political institutions, organizations to join and fight with. So during that period, the Palestinian nationalist movement is growing in strength, and no one wants to work with them or support them in that way. So they did feel marginalized and silenced.
I have two more questions. The first question is, somebody said, and this is a question that they asked me, why couldn't the Palestinians establish their own state between 48 and 67? Why were they incapable of establishing a state between 1948 and 67? And to me, the logical answer was, well, I mean, they were refugees still reeling from the Nakba. They didn't have any political power. And I could imagine, because of the Cold War, the international community was probably more preoccupied with the escalating tensions between the US and the Soviet Union during the Cold War, in order to actually pay attention to the Palestinians. So what do you say to a person who says, well, why weren't the Palestinians able to establish a state before the 6-Day War?
Well, I'm honestly not sure where they even get that as a starting point, because it doesn't make... It's sort of like asking, why can't Texas establish a state today? Because there's some secessionist movements there, right? But they can't, because Texas is part of the United States, and the United States doesn't want it to become a separate country. So that's the reason. There was no... I mean, if you're talking about the occupied territories, so like the West Bank and Gaza, they were controlled by other countries. The Gaza Strip was literally militarily occupied by Egypt, and the West Bank was legally part of Jordan. It was part of another country with its troops on the ground. So it's no different from saying, why didn't the 1948 Arabs create a state inside Israel? Because you're still trying to create a country inside an existing country. No one's going to tolerate that. Black September is a good example of an attempt to do that. The civil war there is a response to Palestinians actually trying to organize on the ground and trying to build institutions inside another country. And what did that country do? You see the issue there? So the same thing would have happened before. If they'd tried to do that before 1967, I got a hat. Inside Jordanian territory, exactly the same thing would have happened. Black September would have just happened much sooner.
Yeah. Okay, and the third question, this was a gag, right? Because I've been kind of like honing my debate tactics when I do talk to Zionists. And one thing I like to ask them when they say that Palestinians never wanted peace and like we've offered peace plans and blah 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 blah. I just ask them to name me one Israeli prime minister or president who has offered a Palestinian state, like not an autonomous region, like an actual full militarized sovereign Palestinian state. And the funny thing is that a lot of people mention Yitzhak Rabin, which he said that he wanted to give them less than a state. And then they mentioned Ehud Barak, who literally said that he wanted an autonomous region that was still going to be dependent, like economically, to Israel and was not going to be militarized. And they also mentioned Ehud Olmert, who also did not want a full sovereign state, right? But recently, this was crazy to me. Somebody literally told me in my face, Ariel Sharon. I was like, the butcher? the guy whose name is the butcher or the bulldozer wanted like a peace deal, but they basically are saying
I remember that.
Yeah. So they basically are saying that he wanted a peace deal, which is why he withdrew the settlers from Gaza. And my question is, I'm pretty sure he withdrew the settlers from Gaza in order to annex the West Bank and focus on the West Bank.
Oh,
But
not just that, not just that. It was even more cynical than that. He was evil. He was sitting at the airport tarmac, waiting for a confirmation from
oh yeah, I know
Washington
that
that
from
part
George
of the
Bush.
deal would be that they would never ask them about the progress in Oslo, that they will never be
Exactly.
asked. So he was sitting on the tarmac, waiting for a confirmation from Washington, that
From
they
George
will never
Bush.
interfere. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, the withdrawal has nothing to do with peace. It was how they you could not turn the strip into a giant outdoor concentration camp without withdrawing the settlers. Because as long as there were settlers in there, then there was a military presence on the inside of it, and there were roads leading into it, and they had to allow more traffic in and out of it. They wanted to cut it off, and they wanted to isolate it from the West Bank. They wanted to cut it off completely and build walls around it. So that's why they did that. It was a way of saying, well, this is a pretty small area. It's pretty marginal overall. Why don't we just pen people in here? We're going to maintain permanent sovereignty over it, but we're going to like keep the Palestinians penned in here. It's literally intended as a prison. Because you're not going to, there was, at no point did they ever cede any sovereignty over it. This is where I get a lot of dishonest arguments about that. Well, they pulled out of it, so it's free. Like, no, it's literally the exact opposite of free. They don't allow any other country in it. They have no trade relations. It's not a country in any possible way. It's literally sovereign Israeli territory that they have decided to build a wall around and leave people locked inside.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem with the basic issue you're raising here, everyone always pulls the same kind of same ones though. I mean, there's commonly about 6 places they'll go to, and at 6 different times in history, let's say the Palestinians have turned down a state, and none of them were they ever offered one. In several of the ones that are commonly mentioned, they weren't even present. They weren't even involved. Like all the ones before 48, no one even asked them. But the ones afterwards, at no point are they a state, but they are peace, and that's the thing. The trick to this is some people just don't know that the deals were never really offered, and if you talk to them in the right way, you can help people see that they're hearing some dishonest propaganda, and that nothing was actually offered that could have been peace. There are plenty of people that have a completely honest misunderstanding here, but there's also plenty of other people that know full well that it could not have been a sovereign Palestinian state, and they're fine with that because it would have been peace, because they're fine with just autonomy and economic development within the context of Jewish control.
But that's peace.
It's peace if people stop fighting back, if people are willing to tolerate that. Think of it this way: the Sioux Nation is no longer fighting for formal independence from the United States. So peace exists because they accepted the reservations and the status quo. That's what they want. That is the kind of peace that they're talking about.
It's like peace with
But
injustice.
it's negative.
Exactly.
It's negative peace because it's in the absence of injustice. Like
Well,
peace can
So it's
exist
not
in the
without
peace
presence
in
of
the
injustice.
regulations.
Yeah.
but it's peace in the sense of the absence of direct violence.
And the
Because
absence of justice.
and the absence yes, exactly. But the Indian wars are over. So
Like,
that's what they mean. For them, it's using the word in a different context.
like they're
For
not
them,
seeking
But
liberation.
but the
They're
thing
seeking
is,
peace.
but wait, hold on. But the thing is like when we look at the Sioux Nation, though, they still are going through active violence. That violence is not being felt by the status quo, but
yes.
the Sioux Nation is still going through active violence, whether it is through MMIW, whether it is through no clean water and reservations, whether it is all of those different things. So those are violence. So that's why I'm saying it appears to be peaceful for the status quo because the people that are marginalized are just suffering and dying in silence in the corner without bothering the dominant society.
Right. Exactly. That's what we're talking about. They're sort of using peace in very different ways. It's the absence of direct military conflict. So the fact that Sioux are not rioting and shooting anymore, that's the peace that they're talking about. It's peace for the settler colonists. It's peace for the in sense of an absence of direct pew-pewing. But it's not peace in the sense of correcting the injustices. It's not peace in the sense of removing the racism. It's not peace in the sense of removing all the structural factors that cause tremendous violence against indigenous populations. I mean the high levels of graping and drug abuse and disappearances and all kinds of things that happen in these areas. There's tons of problems we have to deal with, but it's peace in the sense that there's no longer a military issue. What they want is for Palestinians to put the guns away and give up the military thing and simply surrender. They're asking for
To give up liberation, basically.
Necropolitics style being like this imminent like limbo where they're not live but they're also not dead. They're just suffering, slowly dying every day.
Which is the situation for Amerindians. It is the Native American situation. They're trapped in this liminal state where their nation is permanently subjugated to another. It's in an unjust relationship. There's massive power disparities, all kinds of systemic factors, tons of racism that exists. They're still living daily with the effects of that violence, but there's no pew-pewing, so the dominant society can ignore it.
And one last question I have, and I promise I'll mute. I have so many questions all the time, I know. But what do you think about the people who get uncomfortable? Because I know that people like Norman Finkelstein, and recently the South African lawyers at the ICJ as well, have referred to, I don't like referring to Gaza as an open air prison, because calling it an open air prison, because I work with language as well, and I know that calling it an open air prison makes it seem as if Palestinians have committed a crime, which is why they're in prison, they're prisoners, when in fact we know that the only crime that Palestinians have committed is being born as a Palestinian, technically, according to the Israelis, right? So, I know that people like Norman Finkelstein call it like a concentration camp sometimes, he has called it. And the South African lawyers have also called it a concentration camp. And my question is, there are a lot of people, though, especially Jewish people who might be descendants of Shoah survivors, who feel like that might be insensitive, or it might be, I don't know, some people have said it was anti-Semitic to compare it to like a concentration camp, or to call the Israelis Yazis. But in my opinion, I used to be of that opinion as well. But the more I just listen to the rhetoric, I don't know if you've listened to the rhetoric of, for example, the President Isaac Herzog, who literally a couple of years ago said that intermarrying is a plague because he wants Jewish purity. And recently he was on like an interview talking about like Israel protecting Western civilization because this is like a clash of civilizations. So this man like literally is using active Yahtzee verbiage. And so my question is, what do you say to people like that?
First off, Herzog has done permanent damage to Israeli institutions because the presidency is ceremonial and it's supposed to be non-political, and it generally has been. It's not a position with any real power. They're supposed to just like go cut ribbons and shit. You know, it's like the Queen. You know, the Queen is not supposed to make political statements, and Israeli presidents historically didn't either. He has been political since he got in there, and that it's going to be really hard to come back from that. The the terms about it are all problematic because realistically, it doesn't fit prison, it doesn't fit concentration camp, it doesn't fit Bantustan, it doesn't fit any of them perfectly. There's problems with every single comparison, but they all have different utility. The concentration camp one is rather easy to deal with because first off, you have to differentiate between concentration camps and death camps because they're completely different things in the Yahtzee context. And concentration camps long predate them. The British used them in the Boer War in the 19th century. So it's not anti-Semitic to say something is a concentration camp. I get in arguments with Americans about this shit all the time because we still talk about Japanese internment camps. And to me, that's a significant problem with language because internment is literally for prisoners of war. So you're saying that those Japanese citizens were literally enemy combatants. We're using the racist logic used at the time in the 40s whenever we used the term internment. We need to call them concentration camps. Those camps for the Japanese during World War II were concentration camps. Period. End of story. A concentration camp is just a place that you lock people up that are politically undesirable, right? There's some way that you want to control them, but they haven't actually committed crimes. The problem within in the context of Gaza is that you don't actually. It's not policed or prisoned on the, or it's not run on the inside. You know, it's not like there are soldiers inside the strip all the time. It's not like they're recruiting all kinds of capos to do things for them and work with those soldiers. They only control the fencing and keep people from going in and out. So it doesn't operate the way concentration camps work or prisons work. But it does concentrate people, and they are, technically speaking, imprisoned because they can't get out. So both terms, if used more loosely, do fit, but neither of them fit perfectly. And I think that both of them can be defended as applicable, you know, as useful parallels in the same way that some of the South Africa case can be used. You know, the Bantustan case can be used, but you know, in those cases, the Bantustans were actually better off than the West Bank or Gaza are. But there still are there are ways in which that makes sense in terms of the internal logic, like how they're trying to organize it. They all have different ways of being applied, but they all are problematic. I guess that's the only thing I can put. It's difficult because, again, I love nuance, so I can't give you a simple like. Here's one term that everyone should be able to use in all contexts. There's no good way around it. I use concentration camp, I use prison, I use Bantustan, I use them all in different contexts.
Kobe, you can call it a ghettoized population.
It is ghettoized as well. Yeah, ghetto also fits. Yeah, I've used that as well. So yeah, there's tons of terms you can use and make historical parallels to, and ghetto makes a lot of sense. You know, but that too. It brings up bad memories for Jews of the ghettoization in Europe and to some extent in portions of the Arab world. There were significant ghettos all over the place where Jews were kept, so it brings up those memories. But there were also tons of other ghettos used by other peoples in other contexts. So it's just like with concentration camp, it's like Jews don't have a monopoly on the term concentration camp. It has a literal meaning, you know, and I get that the show is distinctive, but you know, there's a difference between Yahtzee concentration camps and British concentration camps or American concentration camps. We can talk about them with that distinction, but the term has a general usage. Hi. Does that help at all? Because I know I can't give a simple answer on that one, other than to say like there's very easy ways to push.
It definitely helped. Thank you very much, because I know that the word H cost also has more of a general meaning, because I know that there are some history books, because I'm pretty sure there was a history book called Victorian H costs talking about the G-sides that the British committed globally.
H cost with a small h literally means a sacrificial pyre to God. It means a burnt offering.
Oh.
It's honestly a terrible word to use in reference to what the Yahtzees did, but we're stuck with it because somebody applied to it early on and it caught on. So we're just we're married to it now. I hate it because it literally suggests that God wanted all the
I
Jews to
agree with
die.
you.
But people have used it in similar ways by making a parallel to it. You know, by saying, "Hey, look, they killed a bunch of people. The British have killed a lot of people, so we'll use it in a general term there." Those are problematic because it also has the same basic failing in that it suggests that God wanted all those people to die. So why would you want to use the word in that context? And it also takes away from a word that does have a very specific meaning because of its early adoption after World War II in reference to this event. Again, I tend to prefer the Hebrew show-off for it, but there's no way getting around H-cost studies is the way that we talk about it in general. It makes more sense to do that. For some sensational titles or whatever, a Victorian H-cost, like people do things like that, it does get attention. But there's one of my books is called An American H Cost, about the Native American, G sides. It is used, but I don't think that trying to generalize that term as another word for a G side is helpful, because I don't like the fact that it's used in the Yahtzee context. I think that it's a terrible, terrible word. So trying to expand its usage to other contexts, it really bothers me. So that's just a pet peeve of mine. I don't think it's helpful.
Thank you very much for the questions. I will drop now for the other guests. I appreciate you. I'll be in the comments, but thank you as per usual, answering all my countless questions, Liam. Bye, everybody.
See you later, Athena. I dropped Cactus by accident before, but I don't know if you wanted to add on Cactus right now, or if you just wanted to let Fama get into this because the topic is this, or it's up to you guys.
The topic is what?
I have to go in
No.
a second. My
Go
girlfriend's
ahead.
coming
Of course.
over.
Go ahead.
But it is off
Go ahead.
topic, so if that's not really something, if you want to keep the ball rolling on this, I don't know.
I think the ball should be because like Fama, I think would add to what Kobe said, or do you want to speak of something else, Fama?
Oh no, I was actually basically adding to what Kobe said about. I think a lot of people don't know about the Kataib Party and how Israel funded basically neo-Yazidis in Lebanon, and the precursors of the SLA that were fighting the HZB and all, and the PLO as well. There were actually anti-Semitic neo-Yazidis that were being funded by Israel. I would just want to talk about that, but I think that would be a digression.
Well, you know what? Then I bet if Cactus wanted to jump because Cactus has to go. So if
Go
you
ahead.
wanted, go ahead.
Well, it's just like one question in two parts, and it is very off of what we've been talking about, but it's just something I've been learning about more recently. I was really curious about the structure of the economy in the Pax Romana period in Mesopotamia and the Levant, and how the competition and conflict with Partha impacted the Silk Road and the trade routes going through there, and just the economic and political intersection there.
Okay, so you said in Mesopotamia, and what was the other part?
In the Levant, I mean, just the eastern part of Rome and the competition, which I'm assuming was more impacted by the competition with Partha.
Mesopotamia was generally part of the Parthian and later Sassanid empires. It was only very briefly Roman for a few years, unless you mean the Roman Mesopotamia province is in the far, far north, in what is today like Syria and southern Turkey. What we
It was
tend to
just
call
under Titus or Trajan. So it was just under Trajan that it was.
Exactly, and it was immediately handed back. Like
Okay.
there was an immediate deal. Like, okay, we want peace. I don't want to fight to hold this stuff. So it's gone. So people often show it like, here's the height of the Roman Empire, and it'll appear on those maps. But it's held for a few years and traded back. And the several successive capitals for Persian empires were actually present in Mesopotamia. So it was always really more theirs. The economy in the area, though, is still impacted. There are a lot of important trade towns that exist in the area. One really remarkable one from the that's when was that destroyed? It's lost sometime early in the Sassanid period, and just never rebuilt. Dura Europos is a really interesting site because a lot of times ancient sites get rebuilt at some point. This one was not, so it was just buried. And inside it, we found inscriptions in like a dozen different languages. I mean, it was an extremely diverse community of traders that were moving around in the area. So Mesopotamia was still functioning all through the Parthian period and into the Sassanid period in the same way that it historically always did, as a crossroads. People passed through it. If you want to get from Egypt to the Caucasus, Egypt to Iran, anywhere, you're going to pass through northern Mesopotamia. You're going to pass through Iraq because you can't walk through the frickin' Syrian desert. So it's always had a very central role in human movement and good movement. The Levant is in a similar situation. You've got tons of ports along the coast, and then a bunch of cities that are quite stable. The Levant's basic, ecology. I mean, it's not like it's super wet, but it's not super dry either. It's not a desert. It's perfectly livable. You can farm there. You can live there. So cities have always been able to spring up, which means that it's perfectly situated to serve as a middleman where goods are going to pass through. So tons and tons of goods coming along from China, India, Iran, whatever. They're going to head toward the Mediterranean. They're all going to end in the Levant. They're all going to come through places like Antioch. They're going to end up along the coast there and then be distributed from that point. And tons of goods heading into the area are also going to pull into those ports. So they're going to pull into like Jaffa port, or further up into the old Phoenician ports and whatnot. People are still going to pull in there, unload the goods, and then carry them on to the overland trade routes. In the Roman period, the entire Levant was filthy rich and important. It was vital to the security of the empire. It was vital to its trade links in a lot of areas. And it had a significant military presence because of that. Mesopotamia overall was equally important for the Persians because it's the bordering province. The Romans have the Levant and Anatolia, so their western edge is Mesopotamia and then angling up toward the Caucasus. And it's an intensely urban area and had been for thousands of years. So the Persians, coming off of the much drier Iranian plateau, there's a bunch of cities in there, but a lot of their biggest urban developments were actually in areas that they were actually in Mesopotamia. Not even areas that were Persian majority culturally, but that's where they built their cities. The Sassanid capital was at Ctesiphon. One of the Achaemenid Persian capitals was Babylon. I mean, they've always had a presence there in all three Iranian empires in Mesopotamia. It said Liam froze. Is my picture frozen? Did I freeze for somebody else, or am I frozen?
I don't see it frozen.
If it is for you, exit out of Liam and come right back in, but it's not frozen for us.
Okay, cool. Yeah. It's still massively urban and massively important. So the entire Levant, tons and tons of cities. I mean, in the northern part of the Levant, the Romans had what they called the Decapolis, a series of 10 major cities that were all closely linked to each other, tons of goods moving around there. And then the southern part of the Levant, there's fewer cities because it's a little bit drier, but there are a handful of significant major cities, major garrisons, tons of trade links in there. And then on the Mesopotamian side and the Persian side, tons of major urban centers that have been around for thousands of years that are still built up and still important for them. And goods do move back and forth constantly between the two empires. They fought each other, but they also traded a lot because they're in close geographic proximity. Longer distance trade, that's much rarer in the ancient world. So when you bring in the question of like China and the Silk Roads, that's sort of a different matter. When you're relatively close, people will still engage in trade in a wide range of goods. But the longer the distance you're looking at, the more it's going to be highly expensive luxury goods because it's very expensive to move things along huge distances. People are going to carry it a few miles, sell it to somebody else. They're going to carry it a few miles. They're going to sell it to somebody else. So the price keeps going way the fuck up. So you could bring silks from China to the Roman Empire, and Romans literally had access to Chinese silk, but it was so expensive by the time it got to Rome that people usually separated the cloth and made like really, really thin sheets. So they basically sold it as lingerie. You couldn't wear it in the streets because it was so ungodly expensive. It was only luxury goods that could go distances that long. The conflict does impact that trade, but realistically, it's always a relatively small volume. It only starts up when the Greeks first get into Central Asia. They encounter the other populations. The beginnings of that kind of trade start up. But it always depends upon powerful empires at either side and peace in between. So at the time that the Han Empire was strong and the Roman Empire was strong, and there were peace deals with the Iranians, goods flowed through, but they were always the very expensive luxury goods, spices, silks, things like that. But any kind of conflict always disrupted that. But it didn't have the economic effect that I think you're asking about, because they're only luxury goods. Who the fuck cares if some, senator's wife doesn't get silk lingerie? It doesn't affect anything at all. Oh, one last thing I can tack on there, just as a broader economic point about the ancient world. Economies inside states tended to be pretty self-sufficient. The Romans actually did not depend on any external trade at all. No ancient empire did. So you could cut off all foreign trade links and they'd all still be fine.
That's really key from my understanding, just in the sense that, the modern type of warfare with, that started, I guess maybe with the Napoleonic War is the most significant. I don't know. But that type of trade warfare is new.
Yeah, warfare in the last 5 centuries has had significant economic aspects because since the rise of mercantile capitalism and the world system that integrates every continent, wars do have far more significant economic aspects, and most wars actually have an economic aspect to them. A lot of wars that we think of as like the War of the Spanish Succession, the War of the Austrian Succession. Oh, this is a war over who gets to be king. No, it's actually a war about colonies and trade. But they just dress it up and all that bullshit. It's just the economy was a significant part of most modern conflicts in the last 5 centuries, but it plays almost no part in wars in the ancient world because long-distance trade is just not that relevant. Ancient empires actually have extremely weak economies by modern standards. It's ultimately one of the reasons that states like the Romans couldn't really survive in the long run. They're less resilient. If there are significant problems, if there's a major crisis they have to deal with, they just don't have the resources that we would take for granted.
And the diseases too, like in the Byzantine, particularly the Justinian.
Diseases are always a problem. Yeah, I mean, people. We don't have it. We realistically, modern medicine isn't born until the 19th century, and it's still crap then. There's diseases are always a bit of a problem, but it's really just much more a matter of the fact that these states are extraordinarily fragile economically. So if anything goes wrong politically or socially, and this is where disease can be a problem, you don't have the resilience. You don't have the resources. You don't have the resources to deal with a large war or with a major outbreak of disease. The Romans were always terrified about having to fight at multiple wars at once because it took so long to move troops and it was so expensive to have enough troops and to move them that you just couldn't do it. And a lot of times their enemies waited for that too. So the Huns are sitting there waiting and waiting. Oh, look, the Romans are fighting the Persians again. And then they strike because they can.
So given that, what really drove the competition with Partha during the Pax Romana period?
A lot of it's just because the way empires themselves operate for most of history. They poke at each other because ultimately they are military states. That's all that props them up. It's not a common identity. It's not an economic aspect. It's just empires fight each other. And if you got one empire next to another empire, they're going to look for weaknesses in the other and carve territory away from them. It's just a matter of I want more. You're trying to go after territory and be like the biggest state or whatever. It's just competition. It's really problematic when people use a lot of modern terms when they think about competition between empires. But empires in the ancient world are entirely self-sufficient economically, and they're completely military states. They're ruled by a small military elite, and they really don't give a shit about the population. The people are just there for tax revenue. What language you speak, what religion you have. Ultimately, nobody cared in the ancient world.
Okay, I just have one more small question that's kind of related. Why did the kingdom or kind of city-state, whatever, of Syracuse align with Rome in the First Punic War?
The issue, they're in a tricky situation here because the Romans had already conquered most of the Greek states of southern Italy from old Magna Graecia, but Syracuse had been strong enough to hold out against that. But the Carthaginians had also colonized a lot of the same territory. So because the Carthaginians originally controlled Corsica, Sardinia, Sicily. They had all that. They had moved into that territory, and the Greeks had Sicily for a long time, and the Carthaginians took it from them, and they dominated most of it. So it's like Syracuse was trying to restore Greek independence, but then opened themselves up to conquest by Rome. So didn't really well.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go now, but thank you so much for answering the questions. And it really struck me, too, how the proxies in Sicily in the First Punic War, there's so many situations like that in the modern world where you can sort of see a similar thing. Would that be fair to say?
In some ways, yeah. And it's also, I think one parallel you can see there is the whole enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Mm-hmm.
If the Romans and Carthaginians don't like each other, then hell, Syracuse can hook its wagon to that because they've got a reason to hate the Carthaginians too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a matter of hooking up with somebody else and fighting along that way. Where you can better see the proxy sense is in Hispania.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The pretext, what ultimately led to the Second Punic War.
Yeah.
The Romans consciously making an alliance with a city that was entirely inside the Carthaginian orbit.
And Carthage went there to get the silver mostly to get revenge or pay them back.
No, it's more a matter of just expand. They lost valuable agricultural colonies in Sardinia and Sicily, and they needed new places to go. So they started settling in Spain and building agricultural colonies there.
So it wasn't really very driven by Hamilcar Barca as much as people say it was. It wasn't really just like his kind of thing.
Yeah, no, it's much more a broader realignment afterwards because, and it's oftentimes people confuse the way the states were structured. Carthage was not an empire the way Rome was. It wasn't a unitary state. It was actually a series of largely disconnected territories, all kind of roughly linked together. It was run largely by merchant houses and didn't even have a formal army of its own. Its army was almost entirely mercenaries in every conflict because it was a merchant republic essentially. They're after money. So losing the agricultural settlements on Sicily meant that they needed new places for farming to support a population for trade. So they go to Spain for that. While they're there, they're finding all these other Celtic populations that are living in the areas there. They're interacting with them, and they're finding different trade goods. Oh, look, there's some silver. There's different things like that. You can start building more trade because, again, that's what they like. So they established a handful of colonies, but they're largely leaving the population alone. Oh, look, my galaxy! That's my first galaxy of the night. They're interacting with the populations in the interior. They're moving the goods around and heading things. If anyone wants to know, the modern Spanish city of Cartagena is Carthage. It's New Carthage. That's what the name comes from. That was their main colony on functioning as a port for shipping goods out of that area that they picked up through different trade links and because of their interior agricultural colonies. But it was just making up for the loss of Sicily because Sicily hurt. Sicily was a major breadbasket for them because of the volcanic soil.
Well, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, the mercenary thing didn't work out too well for them But I'm sorry, I'll stop taking up so much time. I gotta head out.
Honestly, the structure of the military is a big part of the reason the Romans were successful in their early centuries at all. Because what the Romans did, their unique genius, was to extend citizenship to other peoples. And by making them Roman as well, it expanded the pool of people you could draft into the military that felt a kinship to the state. They felt it was part of their civic duty to fight.
Because they were propaganda.
And we also tend to forget that the Roman Republic wasn't actually ruled by the Senate. It was actually quite democratic in many ways. The Senate was always an advisory body, and it was only tradition that put them in charge. The actual laws all came out of the tribal assemblies, and for a law that came out of the Senate to actually be put in place, oh, another galaxy, the peoples had to vote for that. They had to accept that law in their own assemblies. And extending citizenship meant more people got to vote, more people got to participate in those assemblies, so they felt Roman. But all the Greek cities, they never extended citizenship, so they had a limited number of troops. So they could never match the Romans. The Romans could lose. I mean, I think how many wars the Romans just got their asses kicked. Not only with the Carthaginians and the Punic Wars, but like
The Second Punic Wars.
or like the wars with Epirus. The Pyrrhic Wars.
They just kept losing people, and they were like, "Well, surrender." No, we just need to draft a couple 100,000 more so they can get on the line.
Crunch all you want, we'll make more. It didn't matter. Yeah. They had the resources to fall back on. If they had been able to pair that with a more modern understanding of economics, they would have actually been in a much more successful state than they were.
No, so a lot of it was driven largely by propaganda and aesthetics in a lot of ways too. What do you say?
Yeah, it's a lot. But yeah, the conflict between empires is largely just because that's how empires think. It's a matter of like territory and prestige, and the ruling class being able to like assert control over a larger area. But it doesn't have any of the kind of more modern rationales we would use for war. It's a fundamentally different world.
Yeah, it was great talking to you. I've been learning more about the ancient and early medieval period, so I'll have some more questions hopefully later. But thank you so much, and sorry for it's taking up so much time.
It's a fun little tangent, and we were let's see, we were climbing a little bit high. We're still somewhere around like 140 something. I was hoping to see once the numbers go, maybe the numbers can get up before we really get into like the ICJ stuff, so it doesn't end up getting repeated multiple times. But I know people want to talk about that as well.
I agree because it's.
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, it's I don't know if you.
I just didn't want to do it when it was at 70 people earlier. When it was much smaller. So
yeah, I agree with you. Plus, everybody is like still reeling off of it, so you never know. You might have some people jumping in and out. Do you want to know the rabbit hole I fell down though? I fell down the Aaron Schwartz rabbit hole. Am I saying it right? The Reddit guy.
The actor?
No, oh my gosh, am I saying it right? Now I'm gonna lose my mind. The guy who created Reddit, the one that unalived himself.
Oh,
you don't know about it? Oh my gosh.
No, he's the guy who had the manifesto. He downloaded everything from research, from publications, from PubMed, and
wait, we know something Liam doesn't know.
He was being sued to, he was being,
the government was
all the things they had in their arsenal to sue him and his family. And
because they created a file. You don't know about this, Liam? You would love this. Oh, the rabbit hole I'm gonna send you down.
It's
I honestly know pretty much
it's important in privacy circles.
I created a Reddit once because somebody wanted me to do a couple of AMA forums.
No, he created.
I've never been back to it. I know nothing about Reddit. So if there's an article that comes up saying such and such connected to Reddit, I would just ignore it because I don't know.
He's the dude that made Reddit.
Yeah, but I wouldn't click on an article like that because I don't know what the hell it's about. I don't.
No, it's not about Reddit. The thing is about him. What he did. Forget about Reddit. I don't know why you're bringing up Reddit, Jax. Basically, it was about this guy who went to JSTOR databases and downloaded everything. And put him up for public view because it is publicly funded research, most of it, and he was being sued by the authorities, and he unalived himself.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, there's been tons of efforts to sort of free a lot of that stuff in the academy. I mean, a bunch of them have changed names tons of times and disappeared, but there's always been a whole bunch of like different pirate sites for academics where we
GitHub right now.
I have every now and then like scanned a book in and printed it for myself because I didn't have the money at the time.
Or
So a
you have
lot of,
no idea about how long I still use
but
my Columbia
but like
login.
tons of these tons of people take PDFs like that. They put them up on these sites for other academics. But then they disappear very quickly because it is highly illegal still to circulate that material. And people fight it because of the whole fair use, academic use, all that kind of crap. But the government doesn't care about that kind of crap. So yeah, the ethical argument about freeing research entirely, I totally get it. The problem with a lot of that stuff where you're looking at what is publicly funded or not funded, tons of universities, including most public universities at this point, are taking so much corporate cash that it's
That's
problematic
besides the
too.
point. That's besides the point. The point is that very little labor that actually these journals are offering when they put it behind paywalls. But even if it's not publicly funded, but most of it is publicly funded. I'm not
Yeah,
saying that.
there are it's got the different hosting costs and whatnot, but it's a matter of having different trusted systems where all the different journals themselves all connect to them and they subscribe to them. So some journal will be in JSTOR, but it's not going to be in Muse. So there's different searchable databases for these things, and it's all the different relationships all those different organizations have with each other. So it's a complex legal muddle, and because of the way our copyright laws, yeah, it allows them to go after that shit. I'm very much like all knowledge should be free. So
Yeah, he was.
I respect people who do things like that, but I understand where they're going to get themselves in trouble.
Yeah, he was facing a lot of felony charges. He was,
Yeah.
basically downloaded things from store. And I think you might have noticed at least I've noticed in the medical sciences, at least, there's been an active, they're been pursuing policies of open access, all most of these journals.
Oh,
So, like,
I have a
I remember there was a time you couldn't get into Nature or Cell. It was really hard. Now it's open access for anyone. You needed to have institutional access to get into Cell, for example. So it's changing quite a bit, and these were cases that started and kicked it off. This was in 2010. This was around 2011, I believe. Yeah.
well, I'm glad, and I have noticed a number of things have opened up more to the public. It has gotten easier because oftentimes before I had a much harder time sharing, research when things were behind paywalls. Now it seems more the newspapers are behind paywalls and fewer of the journals. But there's still tons of stuff that is a lot of stuff that still is behind that is still harder to access through JSTOR, and they're going to limit it and only give you a small preview or something, or with Project Muse only a small preview. Sometimes the individual journals where it's published, you can still get it directly from them, and sometimes those are more open too. So it's a very complex ecosystem for all that kind of shit. But it really does need to be freed up more somehow. So yeah, it's a cool story. I'm totally unaware of it. Oh, I saw
Yeah, and yeah,
fun
sorry.
recently that might kind of connect to it. Does anybody know the meme template with Anakin and Padme and there's the whole silent stare, where
Yeah.
so it's like Anakin says, "I support piracy," and Padme says, you mean for torrents, right?" And then he just stares and it's like, only torrents, right? So because he's supporting all kinds of piracy, so he's rob the corporations.
Yeah, but it always disgusts me how, for example, in my industry, because I was in biotech, how it was used as a line. We need all this profit to do all the research, but that's not true because all the high risk, low reward research is done in academia. That's publicly funded. We are just trying to see what is scalable, and we come in as vultures and we swoop in and we take up what is, you know, low risk and high reward, maybe do a little bit of scaling on that and just make money. That's what we are concerned about. We're concerned about
Yeah,
making money. So
yeah,
they use
true for a
that
lot of
line
corporations in general. It's
that,
not just the universities. Tons of the pharmaceutical industries,
yeah,
defense contractors, they take
yeah,
tons
yeah,
of
yeah.
public, anything that would be very expensive for them to invest in on their own. They still
Yeah,
depend.
because it is high risk. It's really high risk. You could not
Yep.
justify that to a shareholder if you were, which is why you could do things in academia that I'm not able to do in industry. And
Which, go figure, is one of the reasons capitalism is a really stupid way to organize economy.
yeah, exactly.
It actually discourages investment. People are always like, capitalism is so innovative. No, capitalism literally discourages innovation because you
And
want to
people,
milk
a
it
lot
for
of people
as
bring up
profit
all the,
as
yeah.
possible.
A lot of people bring up those Steven Pinker points about, oh, how we're doing so well because of our, increasing, lifespans and all that. All the Steven Pinker talking points. You know what I'm talking about. And they don't realize that the opposite narrative is what's actually true, that despite all of that, the humanity has made all this progress. Despite capitalism's
Yeah, for sure.
delusional
Hmm.
machinery to hold on to its structures. You know, Despite all of that, humanity has made so much progress. I mean, people don't realize that the opposite of that is what's
Right.
actually true. And
Yeah,
they just love Steven Pinker and they love his talking points.
it goes way beyond him. People always use the very. It's very easy to lie with statistics. You can look at,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
parts about like the declines in
You can
poverty or
make
whatever,
any narrative you want.
and then you're like, okay, cool. Capitalism has caused so many people to leave poverty, and I'm like, capitalism has not raised anybody out of poverty, like ever. It's just not how it works. It can't. It's just not
It
how it
literally
works.
needs an underclass. It literally needs an underclass.
But
Otherwise, it
the
won't function.
point about capitalism is like you invest capital to make money. So it's like you make money because you already had money. That's the basic principle of capitalism. So capitalism can only concentrate wealth. It cannot raise anyone out of poverty. What's raised people out of poverty are things like social democracy, where you tax the capitalists and reinvest that money in ordinary people. So that gives them better opportunities to get ahead. Or socialist policies. A lot of the fall in poverty over the last half century has been Chinese. So
Absolutely.
there's
Not just Chinese,
a ton of things
USSR
like that
too.
that we left out of that discussion entirely. It's like correlation does not equal
Yeah,
causation.
yeah,
Somebody
absolutely.
really should have taught Pinker that by this point, but
Yeah.
this isn't his
It's
area of expertise, so it's understandable in that way.
yeah.
He's kind of talking out of his ass in some ways.
Really quick.
But there are a lot of these finance bro types that come on TikTok, and I think they've read only one book. They've read the Steven Pinker book, and
Sure, yeah. I
But
mean,
really,
they really should, I don't know, read some real
yeah.
history. It's not,
really,
it's,
really quick before we go into anything, I shared it out. I let everybody know that we're going to be discussing the ICJ. But before we do that, did you want to take a break? Do you need to get more cacao or water? Do you need to take care of the puppy?
good.
What is
What's the
this,
Probably
matter?
should.
Max?
Um,
Do not
I'm
about to
just
be you. Cacao. Cacao is his drink, not cacao. Jack.
I know what you meant. I'm like, what are you doing?
No, I'm asking if he needs a break.
Yeah, I'm gonna see how dark it is and whether the dog wants to come in.
All right, because I'm
Um,
sharing it out
and
right now. I'm writing a DM to everybody if they wanted to come in to, and if anybody's here, because we're going to move on to the topic of the ICJ. And I know a lot of people might have questions. So in the meantime, I'm going to go mute because I'll be sharing it out. But yeah, you guys pretty much know. So you know how it's going to go.
Hey, Dharma.
Oh, and
Sama. Now we only need
if you are in the live right
then
now,
it's done.
if you are in the live right now, if you wouldn't mind tapping on the screen, getting up Liam's likes would be amazing because this is a free education. He actually has he has a subscription. If you are interested in it, it's on the top. Also, if you could just join his little team, is that little yellow heart, and it boosts up his algorithm. If there's any questions that you would like to be interjected during a conversation, please mention me in the comments or directly like one of the people that's actually engaging in the conversation, like Fama. Why am I? Kitty cat, Kitty. You could basically mention, and then we could always keep it going that way. But please share it out. And when you do, when you share it out, just say the ICJ because maybe somebody else might want to talk about it.
I just, you know what? I dropped because my battery just died on me. Just went dead. Dead. So,
I shared it with my my mentor in activist circles. I think he would.
Yes, what a day.
His business partner is an
Susan
international
is
lawyer.
saying
He would
hello,
help him
everyone.
set
What
up.
a day. So, Farma, you're still a med student, or when are you finishing?
No, I'm done. I graduated like 11 years ago.
11. Why am I thinking you're still studying?
Because I am studying, because I'm switching careers, so everyone thinks that I'm studying again.
Yes, Alhamdulillah, Mansoor is fine. Alhamdulillah. Just pray for him, inshallah.
Yeah, I saw Mansoor's videos just about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, he's okay. Bis Bisam, Basam or Bisan?
Bisan.
No. There's a commenter in the
Oh.
Bisam is well. Alhamdulillah, Bisam is well. Mansoor is well, and Bisan is also well. Alhamdulillah. Yes. Yes, Star. Alhamdulillah. So,
Hey,
yeah. So,
Jax.
Yes, love.
If
Jax, which
there's a brother Q that comes up on a request box and get him up, he would love to talk to Liam.
Q, just the letter Q.
Brother Q, I think.
Bro-
His name's Anthony Denise.
okay.
Hi, Anthony.
Oh, that's not. He
No,
does.
that's not him. If he comes up.
And if anybody's new here, basically you guys could either, Dharma, you could easily explain it also. You know what I mean? Like the muting and all that kind of stuff.
Oh,
If you don't know it, if you don't want to, you don't have to. But I would suggest like
about the muting when you're on the panel and waiting
yeah,
for
but
somebody else to speak and the decorum.
yes, exactly. If like, if somebody just happens to jump in, you do know like this is not like those
Yes.
wild debate forums, that type of thing. Because you never know if
No.
yeah.
This is like Chips Live. Very
Exactly.
orderly, very organized,
Exactly.
very dignified. Yes. Yes, we look after our professor because we are nerds. Sorry.
Tonight.
Oh, is she going to sleep? So, Farma, you're actually a medical doctor now, for years.
I have been ever since I graduated. What do you mean I wasn't already?
No, why did I think that you were like a final year student or something? I don't
Because
know.
you like
You know
to
why? Because he changed his profession. You're thinking he's going back to hospital.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come across like I'm underestimating. I'm so sorry.
I'm
No.
kidding. I'm joking. I'm teasing you.
Yeah, it's you know why?
I like to trip up people. So.
Yeah, he does. The way he is, that's just him. He's how do you call it? The way his humor is a very dark way. I can't explain.
Dark?
Dark.
I don't know if I'm dark, but
Silly.
I like to poke around.
Yeah.
Hi, Shuma. Zach. Zach is on the panel, actually.
Hi, how's it going?
Yes, hi. It's going very well. Thank you. And yourself?
Doing pretty good. Just doing a long country drive back home right now. So went to visit my parents.
Oh, country
Figured I'd jump on and see what's going on.
No, you're not.
Like where country?
In the U.S. and in South Carolina.
Oh, I'm in Cape Town. Hello.
I'm sorry, Dharma. Where did you say you're from?
Cape Town.
Cape Town. Nice. So you've got. I'm sure you've got a unique perspective on what's going on with the ruling, right?
Yes.
By the way, have you noticed like Zionists seem to think that they won? Has anyone noticed?
Sorry?
Has anyone noticed that Zionists are online bragging that they won the ICJ?
Oh, I think just because they didn't hear the word ceasefire, they thought that they won.
No, but I've been
This
seeing
was a
everywhere.
ceasefire in every
I'm like,
possible way, but without saying the words.
but like,
They're
did we?
happy they get to keep unaliving people. That's it.
But like, did we watch the same thing? I'm wondering, where did they get this? I've always wondered, how is it that people in history like were managed to get history wrong even though they were alive to see it? And I'm thinking, like, now it makes sense. Even with cameras, they're like in denial. I don't get it.
Be quiet, be quiet. This is a win for Israel. This is a win for Israel. Were we watching the same live?
Yeah. I'm really
They have a
confused.
tendency towards self-affirming beliefs, usually, anyway. So I guess I'm not shocked by it.
Humans do in general, yeah. We're not actually evolved to think of accuracy. We don't really care about it. We what matters is what our tribe believes.
Exactly. Just
I'm
self-affirming.
convinced that narcissism isn't just some like you need a personality disorder. I feel like they're very narcissistic. They seem to come off like that, and it's like
Well,
every detail of what a narcissist is, Zionists live up to it.
you can have narcissist tendencies. You don't have to be clinically defined
Yeah,
disorder
that's
as
what I mean.
narcissist. If it starts affecting you functionally as a person and your daily life, then you're a clinically, you have a clinical definition of narcissism. But you can have narcissist tendencies in anything.
But
I
isn't that
think
what
there's
Zionism really is?
No, I think there's a triumphalist sense that you get with any powerful country that allows people to do shit like this, though. I don't think there's anything distinct about Zionism or the Israelis in that context. Looking for a win. I mean, Americans do that constantly. I mean, the World Court will literally rule against us, and we're still like, yeah, we won! Like, this sense of entitlement that comes with power, and that blinds you to any other interpretation. It's pretty common.
Yeah, so sorry, I had to drop earlier. My battery just died. Dead.
I was talking to the dog and to Socrates, not you. What are you doing?
It's very Mussolini strong man declare everything victory. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but again, that's typical of powerful states, and also states that are trying to become powerful and are insecure, like Mussolini's.
Wounded politics and grievances.
It's often from a real recognition of
India
weakness
right
that
now.
you're better able to deal with reality. Power tends to blind us.
I've got two questions before I fall asleep because I feel like I'm accidentally snoozing off. I keep doing that.
Yes,
I've got two.
You may.
Because I want to understand this ethnicity thing, where it came. I don't understand how a religion can be an ethno state, and I don't understand ethnicity because from what I'm understanding, an ethnicity doesn't seem to have I don't think there's proven evidence that there's some sort of gene for a proven ethnic gene or whatever. How can a religion be an
ethnicity isn't biological in any way?
Yeah, so why is it that I don't understand how you can be born Jewish or what I don't get is if you are born Jewish, are they the same thing as the Hebrew people of Abraham? What happened to these people? Are they the same thing?
The latter question is more complex to answer, and it's a place where historians and religions are going to disagree. But the key, I think, to understanding the former part of your question is to recognize that for most of world history, Judaism wasn't really a religion. It didn't think of itself as a religion. It wasn't a religion that you just joined. It was always a peoplehood that had ritual focuses, and that's much more like the ancient world. One of the things that's interesting about things like Judaism and Zoroastrianism in the contemporary world is because as religions, they are so old, they have elements of a much earlier understanding of what religion was than in the contemporary world we have. Because religion is understood today as largely a complex of beliefs that you can adopt, right? So it's a part of our identity, these different beliefs that we have, and the beliefs about the universe and God and everything else, and and you're choosing this sense here, and it gives you it'll answer what happens when I die and things like that. But in the ancient world, religion was almost entirely ritual-based and had almost no beliefs at all. The belief was never relevant. Your relationship with the gods was transactional. I'm going to say a prayer to the god of door locks and give a small sacrifice so no thieves get into my house. I'm going to give him something and he's going to give me something by protecting my house. That's it. And if that god didn't protect my house, I can pray to another one and do the same thing and give him an offering instead, because it's a purely transactional relationship based in ritual. The ritual components that comprise a Jewish life do go back into this much earlier time, because our modern understanding of religions really only starts developing in the late classical period. So Christianity and Islam are very early adopters of this kind of perspective. And that makes them fundamentally different in some ways from Judaism, because Judaism has elements of that religious sensibility, but also elements that go back to an earlier polytheistic pragmatic time. So it has, because of that, it has the sense of the ritual basis of community that brings us together. That's the core of Judaism. Within any particular Jewish community, it never mattered what you believed. No one gave a shit. You still lived a Jewish life in a Jewish community and called yourself Jewish. That was all that mattered. It wasn't a set of beliefs people adopted.
Yeah, because when I was trying to study the ancient history of how people viewed themselves, it came off as like they looked at it as tribal, not like some ethnicity. So it confused me where this ethnicity thing rocked up.
Well, I mean, that works in the same way, because tribe, ethnicity, race, nation, culture, they're all flexible terms. They don't have a strict meaning. There's not something scientific to them. People often think that race or ethnicity are scientific terms about a specific type of descent. Oh, so like ethnicity will say, well, it's based in descent. They think, oh, that must mean biology. Well, no, because you can marry into the families. So it is obviously always mixing. It's not the biology that matters here. It's the community. It's what they mean by descent in terms of ethnicity is ideas passing from generation to generation. And that's what's true in Judaism. So people learn Judaism from their parents. People adopt it from their community. They grow up Jewish, and they have a Jewish ethnic identity that's based in that. People can also adopt that tribal or ethnic identity by marrying into or converting into. And in the same way, once that conversion is done, they're part of the tribe permanently. That's it. It's just, you're done. You've chosen that identity. So it's not even exclusively descent. But we should assume there's a biological component per se to it, because there never has been.
Yeah, I agree with that, but especially when I talk to like atheistic Zionists, or they say we're ethnically Jewish. I was like, what does that even mean? It's like, you're atheist. How can you be a ethnic? Like, there's no biology, bro. It does not make sense to me.
Yeah, because again, you're thinking of religion in a more modern term. Mm-hmm. Don't think of Judaism as a religion. I think that's the simplest way out of that. We only started doing that in the modern period. It's only very recently that people understood that. If you tried to discuss Judaism as in religious terms, in much of the ancient world, it wouldn't have made sense to people. Or even in the medieval world, it wouldn't have made sense to people, because you were a Jew, because you came from a Jewish community. Mm-hmm. And it didn't matter what you professed. You were a Jew because you grew up around Jews and had Jewish ideas and traditions and whatever. You come from a Jewish background. That's all that really mattered to people. It was always an ethnic and cultural identity based upon particular social rituals. In many ways, even in traditional terms. So even setting aside the atheist question and think just in terms of the religious themselves, like genuine believers, even believing Jews wouldn't have thought of it as a religion. They would have thought of Judaism as an ethical civilization based in laws. So their laws come from Torah. Those laws in Torah structure the community and give you a sense of purpose and identity and rituals that you live by. And that's what makes you Jewish, which is why there's so much disagreement on what it means to practice Judaism. There's so many ways to be Jewish. There's so many ways to interpret Torah. The beliefs have never really mattered a great deal. There have been atheist Jews for thousands of years. It's never really mattered. I mean, the early Christians were all Jews, and they were still to be Jews too. Like, it didn't matter. Like, their adopting Jesus as their Messiah didn't take away from their Judaism in any way, shape, or form. That split happened several centuries into the process. As the Christian community started focusing much more on the Gentile world and converting outside of the Jewish community. Then it split. But as long as it was a sect in Judaism, the specific beliefs of Christians weren't relevant.
Wow. I never actually thought about the Christians at the early time of, Paul. Because I kept hearing those debates like when were trying to split Christianity from Judaism. I was confused. Yeah, I didn't understand why they were doing that.
Who led the church in Jerusalem? James told people you had to stay Jewish, and all of his followers stayed Jewish. The church in Jerusalem were Jews. And their split with Paul was that he was focusing on preaching to Gentiles, and with Paul was like, when you're with Jews, keep the law. When you're with non-Jews, don't keep the law, because you're trying to save as many souls as possible. So he had a very that again, it's pragmatic, because in the ancient world, religion was more practical, right? It's like, I need to bring the message of Jesus to as many people as possible because the world is going to end now. Paul literally said, this generation will see the end of the world. So he needed to convert as many people as he could. But thinking in terms of the structure of the community, most of the early followers, they held to the belief that you had to be Jewish to be Christian. And there was a significant movement within the first 2 centuries of people still holding on to that, and a whole lot of later sects that hold on to it, like the Ebionites were still around in the 3rd and 4th centuries. They were Jews, right? Ebionite Christianity believed that to be Christian, you absolutely had to follow Torah law.
Wow, makes sense.
So
wow.
So again, Judaism is an ethnic identity first, and only tangentially kind of religious, but it's a problematic way of thinking about it, just because it really does go back into the ancient world. It's one of only a handful of religions that are truly ancient in the world. And because of that, it has a lot of very peculiar features. Hinduism is like this too. Hinduism isn't a single religion with a single set of beliefs. It's more a much broader cultural identity with a tremendous amount of diversity in it. And the variation very much goes back to the way religion was practiced at the time. And Zoroastrianism too has a lot of really old ideas to it that doesn't make sense. Like, you don't convert into Zoroastrianism the same. It's still very much an ethnic religion. But Buddhism and Christianity and Islam and a lot of later faiths are consciously conceived of in religious terms and as religions open to everybody. So they think of themselves as a set of beliefs to be shared and spread, first and foremost. Older religions don't. None of them did.
Okay, well, I understand. That makes sense. I've got 2 other questions. I noticed that, especially when I debate a lot of Zionists, they always seem to throw around democracy as if it's some sort of like measuring stick for how civilized you are. I don't understand what is it their obsession with trying to push democracy. Is it like somehow connected to white supremacy or being better than?
That's interesting. In some ways, yes, there is a kind of Orientalism that's present in a lot of Zionism that was there from the start, where they're contrasting their values with the values of other peoples in the Middle East. Because the early Zionists, even though they were kicked around in Europe and treated like shit there, they were still Europeans. So they still thought of themselves as like somehow culturally superior and bringing European enlightenment to the backward populations of the Middle East. And there are elements of that are still around. And they like to hold themselves up as the only democracy in the Middle East, which realistically is not true in any way. There's a lot of flawed democracies in the area. And Israel itself is a flawed democracy in many, many ways. So it's realistically not much more democratic than Iran or Turkey are. But they like to hold it up specifically because it ties them to the European norms. And if they can get you to think of it as just another normal democracy, then you will ignore the ethnocratic aspect of the state. You just won't notice it, because if you think, oh, we're a democracy, oh, so you're like France or the US, okay, cool, then, but it's an ethnic democracy, so it's not really a democracy.
Yeah, because I notice if I say anything 1% against democracy, everyone has a heart attack. Like, why would you even say that about like, especially when they talk about like what will happen to Palestine if it gets if it becomes like a one-state solution? Why it should be democracy? People aren't allowed to have decisions outside of democracy, this and that. And it's like, it's so overwhelming the way that they throw democracy at you.
It's a way of playing with that supremacy. There's another sound coming up. Democracies struggled in the area largely for structural reasons. Tons of issues related to colonialism, capital empire, all kinds of things that interfered with it, and then tended to leave in charge very corrupt institutions. People like to take the fact that democracies failed in so many places in the area and say, well, this is an example of how culturally backward the Middle East is. And here's how Israel is a vibrant democracy, just like Europe, and they've transplanted European values, and look how successful they are. They want to highlight the fact that they have regular contested elections as saying, look, this is a model of success. To do that means you're kind of ignoring, A, why did democracy fail in so many places, and it's very little to do with the people, and B, that Israel isn't really a democracy in the way that we want to think it is. It's a flawed democracy, and there's a lot of them like that. Like the U.S. is not terribly democratic either. The U.S. is actually classified as a flawed democracy. We're quite weak in a lot of our basic democratic values here.
So if Israel started to follow more, if they start doing what Iran did, just started to get rid of Western values a bit, wouldn't America just abandon them? Because I feel like the reason why Israel gets away with it, is because they hide behind Western values.
Oh no, because Western states could be absolutely undemocratic and we didn't care at all. And U.S. allies are frequently not democracies and we don't care. Throughout the Cold War, most of our allies were dictatorships. And we overthrew democracies on a regular basis. It's a little bit more complicated now because people like to pretend, that the democracy really matters. So it would cause some problems. But look at how close the U.S. is to the Saudis, and you've got your answer already. We would find a way around it. We would have other reasons to support them, and we would keep it up anyway. It just complicates the narrative. They're trying to avoid the complexity of having to rationalize dealing with a dictatorship now. And the same with a lot of actual dictatorial states today, they maintain a lot of the formal trappings of democracy. Russia is a good example of that. Russia is what we call a managed democracy. So it has the formal trappings of elections, but who's going to win. It's a completely rigged because it literally still is dictatorial. But straight military dictatorships are difficult in the contemporary political climate. It can complicate things for you economically. So people try to avoid that, and the illusion is, the better an illusion you can give of that, the easier you can get away with it. On some level, that's why the Israelis do this. If they can get you to think, oh, they're a democracy, fine, then you ignore all the apartheid. You ignore all the ethnocratic aspects of it. You ignore all the complexities internally about it, because oh yeah, they're just fine. There's no actual, I don't have to have any moral qualms here, where everybody has to face that when they talk about the Saudis. We have to face the realpolitik. The only reason we're with the Saudis is realpolitik. It's just money and power, because they are unaliving gay people. They are chopping people's heads off. They are an absolute monarchy held up by a police state. And you can't say that's a good thing easily, but you can make excuses for it. Israel doesn't want to fall in that camp.
My last question is, because I keep hearing that Israel doesn't have defined borders, and I don't know what that meant. It doesn't have defined, because they keep saying that there's the whole Rafah border, and then there's the other border at the top. What does that mean, and why doesn't it have defined borders?
It does. It didn't define its borders in its Declaration of Independence. It has international recognized borders, and those borders are the armistice line in 1948 that were its borders as it was admitted to membership in the United Nations, which is why no other countries really recognized their later annexations. So the big line they drew around Jerusalem in the center and took all that stuff in, they annexed that in 1967. Nobody officially recognizes it. The U.S. now implicitly does, but not explicitly. No one explicitly recognizes it. The U.S. is, I think, the first country to explicitly recognize the annexation of the Golan. And even it's problematic in the State Department, they still don't want to change the maps. So no one talks about that. But we all do legally acknowledge, every country has to legally acknowledge that Israel has sovereignty over the West Bank and Gaza, and no other country does. They control it, but they haven't annexed it. And that's the only place where you can kind of say define borders now, because internally the Green Line doesn't exist. There's all kinds of ways that they connect into the different settlements, and it's very seamless for them. And the wall kind of like winds all over the place and has eaten up a whole bunch of the West Bank, but none of it's formally annexed. Their defined borders are the legal borders that they had in 1948. They just choose not to recognize those because we have also acknowledged that they also control this other land and no other country claims it. That's the complication there.
Wow. I forgot to ask. This is actually my last one. I forgot to ask. Because what I find is a lot of the Zionists, when I debate with them, they say that the Palestinians have been fighting for 75 years. Why won't you get over it? So then I asked them, you guys got kicked out in 70 AD, and then you kept a grudge for like 2,000 years. Why didn't you get over it for 2,000 years? Why is it that they come along and they try and like say that
You've already answered that. You've already answered that question beautifully. That's a great argument there. But I'll tell you. Ireland was officially annexed to the UK in 1801, and they still have Northern Ireland. Still, that's more than 2 centuries. I'll tell you, the Irish aren't over it. It doesn't matter how far things go back, as long as the identity still exists, as long as the peoplehood still exists, then it still matters. When people become fully assimilated, when they lose their identity, when they cease to exist as a distinct population, then they're over it. The Jews didn't get over what happened because their sense of peoplehood was always intact. So they always remember where they came from. As long as Palestinians retain that, this could go on for 2,000 years and they'll still be Palestinians. But as soon as they give that up and assimilate, then it's over. That's the only distinction. It's a choice that populations make.
Okay. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Yeah, lots of cultures have. I mean, more peoples, more languages, more cultures have ceased to exist than exist in the world. Most peoples do die out or assimilate in different ways, but some peoples find elements of identity that are strong enough, and social institutions and cultural institutions that are strong enough to maintain an identity no matter what. The Jews are a fantastic example of that, where they maintained a coherent identity despite being spread all across the planet. There are plenty of other cases like that where peoples have survived. Honestly, to some extent, Zoroastrians are. They live mostly in exile. They're far outside their historic homeland, but just their faith still holds their culture. There's a number of things that are like that can continue indefinitely. But many cultures do cease to exist. I think what they're secretly hoping and asking a shitty question like that is that the Palestinians will just give up and become, I don't know, Syrians or something. They'll just blend into something else. They're hoping that they'll give up.
So annoying because they're always telling Palestinians, you're not really Palestinian, you're just Arabs. Get to the side and go to Jordan. You're not really, yeah.
What's that even mean? Like Palestine is not in Arabia, so it's not like they're the same people. I mean, it's the logic when people try to use Arab that way. One fun way to play with them is to say that, okay, so all of the Portuguese should move to Romania, right? Because that's what you're saying. They're exactly the same people. All Portuguese are also Romanians. Because they both adopted the language of a conqueror. Through a long-term process, they adopted the language of a conqueror, and it took on distinct characteristics. So the Levantine form of Arabic has a significant Aramaic substrate to it, which makes it distinctive. Because the people chose to adopt the language and transition from their old language, and they brought certain elements from the old language into it. This is true for all the different forms of Arabic. So Mesopotamian Arabic, has forms of the local languages. Egyptian does, Moroccan does. They all, blended in things into the conqueror's language, which is why Portuguese and Romanian are different. French, for example, as a Romance language, has a very significant Gaulish substrate, and then a lot of Germanic, contributions to it. So it's distinctive, but it's based in Latin. People chose it. That's the only thing that does. It's just a change of language. The people are still the people. They're not Arabs in any kind of longer term historical sense. They just adopted the language of a conqueror.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Yeah, because since we started getting everybody here, it's time for the little ICJ talk. But before that, let's make sure we tap the screen, share it out. Also, that little orange heart, please, or yellow heart, tap that. And for 1 coin, be part of Liam's team. Do you need anything, Dr. Liam? Or you
I need my dog's legs not to be so weak. She's getting old.
Oh, does she have her little doggy treadmill?
No, she's just having a hard time like standing and walking around. So she's standing here trying to get attention, and her back legs are slowly splaying out like she's gonna fall.
Oh, poor baby.
I'm trying to hold her up a little bit.
Hi, baby.
Poor thing. I hope she's feeling okay. Not to just sway off of that, but everybody, Fama, I don't know if you both want to just bounce off each other right now, Fama and Damu, regarding the ICJ. I think Hibba is coming here soon because she wants to know.
There's
She'll be home soon. Hibba? Not that Hibba, a different Hibba. Yeah, there's a Hibba. There's like 12 Hibbas.
And Canaanite is also here. Is that Abdul?
There is only one Hibba, first of all.
Oh, sorry. I did ask you up earlier. Okay. How are you, Hiba? Assalamu alaikum.
Ahlid. I'm sorry. No, I'm joking. Jax knows I love her. Hello again. I'm sorry. I literally dropped earlier because I was at work and I just didn't have any good connection. But I'm glad I came back in time for this talk because I need to. Oh, hey, Rebel. I need to have this conversation so that because I don't want to explain anything incorrectly to other people, and a lot of people have been asking, and I think a lot of people have read the ICJ correctly. And
for Bella, I am.
So cute.
So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this conversation. I think I would like to start the question with more of a broader question of what does the ruling mean?
The broader answer. Oh, sorry. I respond. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. Okay.
So you're asking what I think the ruling means overall?
Yes, overall, and then we can get into like the nitty-gritty of it.
That really depends on your perspective. Because it can either be extremely meaningful or mean fuck all. So it just depends on the way we want to frame it. There's no single way to read a question like that. So I'm kind of at a loss to start with there. For example, I still don't think that it will necessarily lead to the kind of outcome that we would like. And even if it does, it still has zero enforcement mechanism, so they can still just say, fuck all y'all and keep doing what they want to do. So in that way, it's never going to mean anything. But on the other hand, it is a massive symbolic victory, especially since you got even the American representative. I mean, the only person to vote against every one of them was Uganda. And then Israel voted against 4 of them. And then that's it. Everyone else agreed with the basic substance of it. And that basic substance acknowledged that incitement to genocide, genocide exists, and that some actions likely fit the definition. So it fits the ambit of it, which means that they are going to proceed with an investigation of it. So it's an acknowledgement that some G-side may have happened, and definitely some G-side has been called for, and that requires a longer investigation. But that's going to take the next 4 years.
Right, but so what a lot of people have been reading this as, though, is that they said that it wasn't a G-side. Rather than them saying that there are clear indications that this is or could be a G-side, but we do have to still continue to investigate it.
Right. Yeah, it's a legal process. I honestly, short of either incompetence or dishonesty, I'm not sure how somebody can say that it clearly says it isn't there. It's got to be one or the other of those because it's
It's literally propaganda. It's Hasbara, and I think honestly, I
some people will
understand
lie
the
about it.
doomist and pessimistic views about it, but it is sure, like on the ground, it doesn't maybe matter. It didn't matter, and we went into it knowing the ICJ is pretty much toothless, right? We went into it knowing even if there had been a call for ceasefire, we wouldn't know who would be able to enforce that, right? So. Uh, but
Well,
it
sort of.
is
There's a
like
yeah.
Liam said, like 15-2 and 16-1 decisions on incitement and about trying to prevent further incitement, trying to making aid a priority. This is a significant on the world stage, but not just Israel, by proxy, the U.S., all the supporters,
That's
and
the
that gives
important part.
license to a lot of people to unilaterally even sanction, let's say, Israel, and unilaterally sanction the supporters of
Right.
the Zionist regime. So you could have countries that could use this as a basis for their unilateral sanctions, or even if they don't, for example, this is not going to happen, but they're not going to keep if they don't stick to the provisional measures, technically you could be justified in invading Israel. That's not going to happen.
Well, no, you,
But
you still you
well,
still wouldn't be. It would still require Security Council
right.
act. So it's still not going to happen. But you're kind of on you're on the right track in saying that it's toothless because in it strictly speaking, it has no way to enforce things outside of the Security Council choosing to then go
Right.
on and do things
But it
itself.
gives people a license to, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
And that's the importance of
yeah,
decisions like this is that individual countries can say, well, if the ICJ has ruled such and such, then we feel compelled to cut relations or trade ties,
exactly.
whatever. There are
If
consequences.
there was any hesitation, that hesitation is now removed.
Right.
In those, yeah.
What's ultimately going to decide how people act there, though, is still going to be economics and realpolitik. The same thing that's been bringing a lot of Arab states more and more to cozy up to Israel.
Yeah.
I don't think this necessarily will stop that process, but if the rulings turn out the way that they are, it may get much harder for them to justify doing that, and it may stop that process or reverse it. So that I think is a significant win if this keeps playing out. And honestly, the fact that the court recognized these things clearly enough to come out 15 and 16
Yeah.
in favor suggests that they do recognize that there is potential evidence of this, and it's a matter of making sure that it matches the legal threshold.
Yeah.
Realistically, ICJ has seldom actually acknowledged most of the G sides since the UN has existed.
It's a
They have not
huge
bothered.
precedent. It's a huge precedent. Yeah.
Yeah, most of them they have not actually ruled it in general in the end because they do. It is a very tough legal bar to reach. The fact that they
Like you
acknowledge
said, the thresh.
there's
Yeah.
enough
Sorry.
there to continue the study is already important.
Exactly.
Okay, so essentially, what the ruling was is simply that Israel is in fact inciting genocide. Is that what the ruling basically states?
That
No,
there's
the ruling is saying
incitement to it.
that incitement has happened. So they're not specific about it, but we know some of it has come from government. So some government ministers have clearly made. I mean, like the nuking statements and things like that. Those fit the definition. But also tons of statements by individual figures in civil society. So a lot of rabbis have come out with like settler rabbis specifically have made like pro-G-side arguments, and that is incitement. So the ruling acknowledges a range of actors who have done this, rather than specifically saying the government has done such and such, but it says you have a responsibility to stop incitement, which implicitly says it
Yeah.
is happening.
Basically, it's that it's plausible for the Palestinians in Gaza to claim protection from G-side. That is basically the statement that it's putting out, and that the need for protection is urgent because if this is a
Right.
provisional measure, remember.
Okay.
So that at a bare minimum, they're saying that the need is urgent and there's plausible G-side.
Okay, so what would that mean as far as protect? I'm sorry. What would that mean as far as protection? What types of protections and from whom would that come from?
Oh, that's the thing. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's where it gets difficult here because the reason that they didn't endorse a ceasefire ideal is that because there was
there were violent groups who struck into Israel, and because they are theoretically going after those kind of groups,
Non-state
they,
actors.
but they can make an argument that they're still trying to do that. And realistically, police actions against non-state actors still happen. You know, there are still, as far as a court's concerned, there's a legal problem here. There were criminals that they have to go after. So they refused to then give the clear ceasefire that would have stopped any of these genocidal actions, because there is still a credible argument, at least in terms of international law, for a military rule. Realistically, that's not true. Military actions never defeat these kind of groups, ever. But in international law, it is acknowledged that they can, that states have that right. So they didn't do that. What they did do is they put all the onus on the Israelis. So the Israelis have to stop incitement, and the Israelis have to stop their own soldiers from engaging in genocidal operations. So that's where it gets complicated, because they're not really going to realistically change anything. I mean, they can't stop the incitement inside their own government because it would fall. I mean, it's a thin coalition as it stands. So if they kick out people like Smotrich, then Netanyahu's government falls and another election has to happen. So they can't really change anything. So the lack of enforcement mechanism will become important for us here, and because the Security Council won't act on these, and they won't make the these things binding in a way, they won't actually create any way to verify their actions. It will fall down to individual states to put pressure. We need to use a ruling like this and put pressure on the individual countries to demand that Israel actually abide by this more effectively, and if they don't, start making it hurt their economy.
So
that
Great.
next
Even in our active spaces, we have the duty now to pressure, like right now, today we were at the ruling in Oakland, where the case against Biden administration was taking place. We have a duty to use this ruling to apply pressure on our local politicians, not just, local, federal, also, but also through to the governments that the ICJ is also asking for humanitarian intervention or diplomacy, right? You should make this a strong point
Oh,
of
absolutely.
how you interact with your leaders.
Oh, absolutely. Mama, you know I love you, right?
I think this is why a lot of pro-Israelis are trying to claim victory already, because if they can change the narrative
Yeah,
about
it's
they can
a
get you to think that
propaganda.
we won,
Don't be pessimistic about
we
this.
can't use it.
Wait, hold on a second. Fama, I love you, but you're just like him. Okay, you gotta let him answer. Don't keep going back and forth. You know I love you. I love you, but I know how you are. You're just like me. We jump in and out of everything. But Rebel has his hand up. Hey, Smitty, welcome. Are you back home?
I am. I finally made it back home. Yes, but yes. Let's let Rebel. Let's hear from Rebel. Then I have some thoughts.
Oh, of course, of course. I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening, Doc.
Good evening.
How are you? So my question would be, we talked before about how to move like pro-Pali PR movement and stuff. So what do you think is the best PR move after today until this next month, and then from that ruling we'll see forward? Because I have seen a lot of different feelings and different reactions about the ruling today and what happened today.
Yeah, I'd say get clarity at least on the language. Make sure that people aren't misrepresented, because any mistake we make, people will pounce on, and it'll help the other arguments. And then really try to capitalize on the fact that they acknowledge that some actions taking place here likely fit the definition. It literally says that there are probable violations of the convention, that the convention is active, because the biggest thing the Israelis were hoping for today, the big thing, was to throw it out entirely, to say, either South Africa had no legal standing because they didn't talk to us in advance about it, which was bullshit, and the court savaged that. They showed, no, they absolutely addressed it with you in public, and you shut it down. And B, they want it thrown out because they said, well, there's clearly no applicability here of the convention, that it cannot apply to the actions because this is just a war, blah, 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 blah. And that was also thrown out. And the court said that what we are observing here absolutely triggers the provisions of the Genocide Convention, including The first, second, and third articles they spelled out directly. All three of them, they're saying, yeah, this absolutely triggers it. And people tend to forget the third one. The third one is attempted or discussed or planned. So those statements, those insightful statements, inciting G-side fit the convention already. They're already actionable in those terms. And the court already acknowledged that there's grounds on all three of these to pursue an investigation of it. So I think capitalizing on that, focusing on those aspects of it, get real clarity on the language, and show that while this is going to take years, they see clear evidence that this merits investigation through the courts. That it is entirely possible and indeed probable that some of this stuff happened.
That's a very good point. For the mods, you can guys drop me. I will be listening, or you can keep me up. It's very much up to you guys.
You doing, Beba? Where's your good Beba dog? Where's your good?
There's a young man in the chat. His name is Dark Hipster. He's a really great conversationalist. Quite educated.
I know who he is. There's a couple of people ahead of him, but I know who he is.
Yeah, so I wanted to jump in real quick. Good evening, everybody, or wherever you may be. I know we've got people from many different time zones. Good to see you, and thank you for having me up. And actually, you guys kind of covered just about everything I was going to say. I think that when the judgment was announced, I think there was an initial reaction that Israel was kind of let off light because of what the provisional measures were. And then I think when people began to really digest what those provisional measures were and the fact that provisional measures were issued, right? Just like the doc said, the fact that the bar was met for the case to continue was by far the biggest piece of this. And I think it is actually catastrophic news for Israel. And the reason why I believe that, and I'd love to hear everybody's perspective on this, is because it puts significant pressure on Israel's allies. If you look at the United States right now, there was just a YouGov poll that came out a couple of days ago, and it said, I think it was like 34% of Americans feel that a genocide is occurring in Gaza. I think 35% say no, and 29% say that they are undecided. So now that you have the ICJ saying that there is a plausibility, right? You still have to go to trial. You still have to prove it in a trial, but there is a plausibility that a genocide is occurring. That puts so much more pressure on politicians because now the average everyday American can go to their politician and say, hey, why are we sending these materials to Israel? Why are we doing this when there is a plausible risk of genocide going on, along with what some of the other panelists said around other countries also being able to provide or put on political pressure? And so I think that's what's really being missed. And I think that a lot of people missed it because we all kind of took it for granted that it was going to happen. I don't think, very many people, at least I certainly didn't think that the case would get thrown out. But that was, again, the most important piece of this whole thing. And I do think now that there is some level of accountability, and maybe a very light level of accountability, given that Israel is going to have to go to the ICJ in a month and provide the information in regards to are these provisional measures being met as well. So I do think that, it is, somebody said this is complicated. It is a complicated situation. But if you break it down, there is definite reputational damage done to Israel, along with, I think, even more impactful, the reputational damage to Israel's allies. I actually think that is even the much bigger story that folks aren't necessarily talking about. Yeah, I think this is a really big deal from that perspective. So I just wanted to share those thoughts.
Yeah, there's two quick things I want to get. I need to bring my paper over because I can never remember shit for a while. But there's two quick things I think we can really build on here. First off, what Israel does about this is going to be crucial for how it'll play out internationally, because given that the court is toothless, and given that there's nothing in there that actually says that they have to go along with a lot of these kind of things, or really show this. The court is saying you have to make sure you're protecting all the evidence and doing this, that, and the other thing. They could easily just say this. That is entirely possible for them. If they do, that is something that the world can pounce on. So if we're organizing and ready for that, if they stop participating in the process, if they just flip the bird to the world, then we need to put pressure on these governments to say, look, this is clear evidence that they're just covering this shit up. They're not willing to deal with this. We know it's happening. And that can really change the needle there. And they're giving some signs already that their continued participation may not be a guarantee. So it's one of the things I'm noticing in terms of their discussions and the kind of like arguments that are happening currently in Israel. There may be a push from within their governing coalition to simply stop participating and to ignore it entirely. And that will really, really help us. I think that's the thing that Netanyahu has to get his own camp in order to try and prevent that, because I think he probably recognizes how much that would hurt them. But it's possible, because he does have to appease a coalition. The other thing I think I want to throw out right away here that I think can build on SoCal Smitty's position here is that this is the best that we possibly could have gotten. I didn't expect it to be this good. I never expected them to order a ceasefire, because honestly, the way international law works around militant groups, the simple fact of the attack on the 7th would make it very difficult to get a strong decision against that. There's no way a lot of the countries currently in the panel would have voted for a ceasefire in that context. But voting for a requirement for more aid to come in, voting for them to have to preserve evidence of potential genocide because they happening and they don't want them to destroy it, voting for the clear evidence of incitement. I mean, things like that are massive, massive wins. And the fact that the U.S. supported every single one of them, that's crucial, because the court does have some independence. Honestly, the government of Uganda immediately attacked their own judge for this, which I think is hilarious. So, our judge does not reflect our official government's position on this. We call this a G-side. but the fact that a U.S. figure was willing to buck our government so clearly on this, even though they don't have to do so, like they do have that independence. The fact that they're willing to do it is more than I expected. I did not anticipate it being that clearly in favor. So take this as a win, because I don't think we could have possibly done better than this. And there's a lot we can build on with it.
Can I come in here for a bit? So, hello, can everybody hear me? So I do think that the outcome of the rulings yesterday, because it's now Saturday morning for me, I think is the fact that, for what I heard, hopefully, or forever hope, is that there was almost like a ceasefire granted without the words actually being said. In that what Israel had to do and to prove at the end of the day was as much to say, listen, you need to protect the citizens, you need to see that aid gets through, you need to basically document and show that everything that is required is actually being done, right? And so for us, I think, for just for the fact that it has gotten to court in the first place, that's the biggest win, right? Because now it's in the public arena, first of all, and it's also now in one of the highest courts of the world to say that, listen, this is what is now required of you, and should you not comply with these things, further steps it would be easier to take further steps, because now we can prove that these things have been found, you've not complied with these things, and so now further steps can be taken. Not necessarily.
That'll hurt them in the actual long-term process about this. If they choose not to comply, that fucks their case. And that's the challenge for Netanyahu now, to hold his coalition together, because a whole lot of them are like, burn the UN, they don't care. And he knows that's going to hurt things. So this is going to be, we have to watch Israel very carefully over the next few months, because things can get really chaotic. And oftentimes, one thing to watch for, just as a general point in world history, when things are more threatened, it's actually more dangerous for us. So if their approach to Zionism, and if their approach to this whole conflict, it looks like they're losing the support of the world, they may honestly decide, burn it all, we don't care, and then just decide to go whole hog on this shit and deal with the being a pariah. And there are a lot of people in the ethno-Zionist camp for a long time that have said they honestly don't care if they become a global pariah. It won't matter.
Yes. But
what they're going to do about this is the most important part there. But if they do act badly, it's an even bigger win for us.
Yes, I do feel that, and also it's for me really. I feel that so many people were so dead set on we need to hear ceasefire. We need to hear ceasefire. To me, I heard that in everything that was not being said. I actually heard that. I actually heard that. In all of the actions that now need to be taking place, because the court had ruled, look, you have to make sure that excessive force is not being used. You have to make sure that the aid is coming through in the way that it should be. You have to make sure that the evidence is protected. Those things alone really puts a clamp down on Israel and what it can and cannot do. Of course, the heat will come in, will they comply or not? But they also, then the clamp is on them, because if they do not comply, then it's even worse for them and their allies. That's just the way I see it, really, being forever hopeful. And that's really my contribution. Thank you.
It's a really good way of seeing it, actually. I mean, and I can endorse that. There is a kind of implicit ceasefire in there, because if they're going to provide the far higher volumes of aid needed, if they're going to further protect civilian life, and if they're going to actually preserve evidence on the ground, then they have to scale back military operations. There's no way around that. What the court has done is given them some wiggle room for some continued smaller scale military operations, because, again, of the way international law treats these militant groups. So that, again, this is a best case scenario for me. I'm honestly shocked we got this, but it is implicitly calling for a massive scale down in these operations for exactly the reasons you're kind of pointing to there.
Yes, and in the words of Naledi Pandor, is that the Palestinians and the rest of the world should see this as should Israel comply, we should be hopeful of a better future, of a better society going forward, and because it then tells the quote unquote bullies of the world, listen, you're on a short leash here, because this is not being tolerated by the greater society. And I think that is what is the paradigm shift for me, being forever hopeful. That is the paradigm shift, that look, these atrocities will no longer be tolerated, and you can sugarcoat it however you will. We see it for what it is. And that, sir, for me is the, we see it now. We see it. We don't unsee it. And there's no amount of sugarcoating, legislation, documentation, because what your documents say and what we physically see you do, these two things are chalk and cheese. And so that's it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. It's feeling this, and honestly, one of the best things you guys can do in activist spaces too. So it gets back to an earlier point on this, in terms of how do we use this. Use it to give people some hope that way too. So people who feel depressed that they didn't use the word ceasefire in them, point out that that it is kind of implicit in this that it has to scale way the hell down in order to comply with it, and if they don't scale it down, they're out of compliance. And the further they fall out of compliance, the easier it might be to pressure countries to turn against them.
But what are and I know I'm being a little pushy, I guess, but I think we're all in kind of that. What is the immediate response going to be to the ruling from Israel as far as allowing aid in, as far as stopping the boom booms on the hospitals and the residential areas? What is going to happen immediately as a response to the rulings? I think for me is my main concern, just because I talk to people in Gaza every day, to journalists, to doctors, and it is dire. It is, I mean, I know we see videos and things like that, but when you're talking to them live and you're hearing things going on around them, immediately, it really is just so bad. And so for me, I kind of just want to know what could happen immediately as a response to the ruling.
That's, like I said, we have to watch carefully over the coming days, and it's something that I'm trying to pay some attention to, at least from what filters out of the internal stuff. So I'm watching the Israeli press on this shit, not just the international press. The because there's two clear ways it can go. It can either lead to no change at all, and they continue exactly the same shit, which is what a lot of the government currently wants. They want to reject this. They want to just carry on as normal. They want to say, well, it doesn't matter. They have no jurisdiction. It doesn't matter. Blah, blah, blah. We're going to do whatever we want. Because, again, a significant faction does not care if they're pariah. They think that they can survive. And in some ways, they're kind of better off than, say, South Africa was back in the day in terms of being able to survive a situation like this. There are ways in which the same kind of pressure can hurt them, but there also are major difference that made South Africa more susceptible to international pressure on things like this was that it was 85% of the population, and they needed them for the economy. They needed that workforce. They couldn't separate. And realistically, the Zionist movement they could decide to completely cut off the Palestinians, cut that area out, force them out, whatever. They don't need them. The country would survive perfectly well without any of them there. Which is sad, but it's a simple reality, right? And it's one thing that's markedly different between the two cases. So the far right could win this issue and aim for massive ethnic cleansing, and then just replacing the Palestinians with immigrant labor. They could do that. I don't think that they want to do that, at least. I don't think that that's, it's certainly not what the society as a whole wants. A significant part of Israeli civil society is going to be furious about this ruling and want to push back against their government. So if their government tries to take those lines, I will expect an increase in the kinds of protests. I will expect a collapse in some of the solidarity currently around the military operation, which is why I think that people like Netanyahu are going to try and moderate the far right angle on this and hold on to it so they can at least what's the expression I'm looking for here, so they can at least keep things going. They want to proceed in some ways with, they're trying to build that little buffer zone inside it. They're trying to control the Rafah area. They're trying to root out the tunnels. They have a lot of shit that they still want to do. And if they start facing revolts internally, they won't be able to. They'll have to pull out completely and end all military operations. I think the only way that Netanyahu can carry out some of the things that he wants to do is to moderate the far right's position, and that will mean partially complying with these orders. But we have to pay attention to the internal arguments right now because it can still go either way. It's too early, I think, to predict which way it's going to go.
Hey, Hiba, I know it's your turn, and you can keep going. I just don't have limited time.
I can ask this question a little later. You're fine. Go.
No, thank you. Hey, Doc, how are you? I looked at this whole thing and got and spoke to some friends in the community, and everybody was so excited about this. And I still see the glass half full, not half empty.
Stephen, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. There is an order. I understand that you want to just jump in, but Sol was here. She was waiting for 45 minutes before Stephen. So I'm so sorry. I understand. I don't know if she wants to.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
It's okay. Stephen can go before me. It's fine.
All right, no problem. I just wanted to ask you that first. I
Thanks,
apologize.
Jax. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead, Stephen. I'm sorry.
Guys,
I just wanted to make sure because I don't want anybody to just feel, out of place. But before that, are you well, doctor? Do you need to get any drink or refreshment water? Are you good?
Fine.
Perfect. Okay.
I'm really surprised that there are folks here thinking that the glass is half full. Half empty. Excuse me. It's so half full. And what happened today is about legal precedents. So I do encourage everybody to go out and get their legal folks, in the community involved in this. And the one thing that really sticks in my mind. Please excuse me. Please. The one thing that really sticks in my mind at the moment is that out of all of this, and what came out of what I was listening to just was that it is about legal precedent. And I heard the organization talk about how Palestinians are an entity that exists.
Oh
How basic is that? It's an entity that exists, that your voices mean something, your lives mean something, and it's now legal. It's now stamped in history. And gosh, and you're not celebrating, and everybody's upset because people are going to turn this into different things. Anyway, go ahead, Doc.
One great thing about the acknowledgement of Palestinians as a distinct ethnic group that can fit the terms of the convention is it honestly opens up the door for them to bring cases themselves, because it's acknowledging that they are a distinct people that have standing. So in recognizing South Africa's standing in the top, the language that they use honestly helps the Palestinians diplomatically. If they could ever get their shit together and create a true unity government, they would have a lot easier time navigating some of these things. So, yeah, there's a lot we can build on just alone.
No, and thanks, Doc. And I vowed not to really get involved today because of the high emotions. But gosh, I just don't understand why the community isn't ecstatic over what happened. It's beyond what we expected, and it's proof. And it's letting folks know that everything that's gone on for the past 3 months has made changes, and that these hardcore controlled organizations have to take reasonable human consciousness into and what the world is demanding into account. And I'm done now. I'll go. We'll have a chance to chat more in the future, but please, guys, why are you even thinking that this is anything less than so positive? I don't get it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, please. I'm glad you came up to say that. I mean, because again, this is better than I expected. This is the best case scenario. I think for a lot of people, they did expect more, and so for them, that's why it looks half empty, because they really wanted the World Court to recognize the need for an immediate ceasefire. And I get that. There was realistically no chance of them doing that. But the fact that they did as much as they did, and that there are so many pieces of this that we can build on in the coming years, is incredible. So yeah, anybody who feels super pessimistic about this, please take a little bit of heart from that. Steven's right about this.
All right, everybody have a great evening, and thank you so much. Unless there's a question for me.
No, thank you so much, Stephen. Can I just say something before Saul comes in, or Hiba, please, about what Stephen had said?
Yeah, yes, of course.
But he dropped.
Please, thank you.
Did you want to address him? Do you want him to come back up?
No. I didn't want to. I just wanted to add on to something that Stephen had said.
Okay.
I just wanted to say just very quickly, 1 minute, that the case of South Africa is setting a precedent in the World Court. Nothing like this has ever been done before, and Israel has never been brought to trial or brought to book like this before. So this is why the evidence brought forward and the language usage, they have to be so very careful, because I think that if the world and his dog is trying to shoot holes into their case right now, because they want to find loopholes for Israel. They want to find loopholes so that they can, escape with hearsay or manufactured evidence, well, whatever the case may be, whatever it is that their lawyers are looking at. So, I just look at it as, the word ceasefire wasn't used, but everything else that came after that said as much. And so we have to be very, very careful with, South Africa couldn't, or anybody in the world couldn't possibly have anything to compare this to, because there is just nothing to compare this particular event to. So whatever is happening, they have to choose their evidences very carefully. They have to choose their words very carefully. The way they document things going forward has to be done very carefully, because they are trying for it to be watertight, to be solid, so that nothing can actually penetrate the defense. Because that will also then affect things going forward for Palestine and for whomever else comes after. Because as long as there's Israel and America, there will be people and whose governments will suffer. So, being that this is now a precedent being set, the people involved are so very careful about the language usage. And when I see how very tightly knit and how very simple South Africa keeps their evidences and keeps their arguments very, very simple, so that nobody can argue it, so that nobody can refute it, so that nobody can shoot it down, And so when all of these things come forward, and the words as much as ceasefire was not mentioned, does not mean that we don't have their side in a chokehold, as it were, because they have to comply to so many things now. And also, if they're not going to comply, really, then things are going to be pushed forward very, very fast against them, because they've now shown that,
Thank
they're
you.
willfully not complying.
Thank you,
That's
lovely.
it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's absolutely, you're on point. You're 100% right. At least something is done and being said about it. I don't know if you want to add on, or Hibba, or Soul Speak. It's just that, I want to give other people a chance to chime in a little bit.
I think SoulSpeak has been waiting for a very long time, so I will wait again, and I would rather hear from SoulSpeak. So go ahead, hun.
Thanks, Hiba. So yeah, I was surprised actually by what Steven said. It's exactly how I saw it all day today. Like I got up early and I wanted to hear it word for word, and it was just soothing to my soul, because these are people who have never been heard, have never been seen, and not only do they have the camera and the lights on them, but they were given a mic today. They have a voice. And I think that in and of itself is huge, because there's so much to build on. And I agree with Dharma. They didn't use the word ceasefire. I understand that, but a lot of what they said, the de-escalation, the protecting, like these are not only a people, but a people worth protecting. I mean, does the world forget where we were before October 7th?
Yeah. How many conflicts in the world currently don't have this?
Right.
That's also worth keeping in mind. There are a lot of people. I mean, the situation for the Rohingya is still ongoing. No one's really intervening to stop that effectively. You just have the ethnic cleansing in Nagorno-Karabakh. I mean, there's tons of shit still happening in the world that doesn't have this spotlight on it. Finally, the Palestinians do, and their agency has been recognized. Their existence as a distinct people has been recognized by the court, and that this is an open process, that they need to be protected, that their sites need to be protected. All of the evidence that keeps building up right now, all of this is crucial. And because the Israelis will want so much of that to disappear, the best thing Palestinians can do is to try and preserve as much of that shit as possible and smuggle that shit out so that it can be preserved. Right. Think about how many cultural sites were lost.
Yeah.
The destruction of cultural sites is a major piece of evidence in G-side cases. There are other things that it triggers. There's other conventions and other laws that reflect that. But when you're actually adjudicating a genocide, and you have to show that people are being targeted for their identity, and Israel wants to class this as a war. When you can show museums being destroyed intentionally, when you can show monuments being destroyed intentionally, when you can destroy religious sites being destroyed intentionally, that's stuff that we need to hold on to.
Right. Right. As Hiba was saying, I fear that the backlash is an escalation in the atrocities, because we did see that today, unfortunately. And I don't know how. There's an immediate urgency because these people are dying as we speak, but there's the long-term goal, which I think today was the beginning of a very, very good thing that we never could have dreamt of having before. What do you think, if you could pinpoint one thing that made this situation with the Palestinians become like elevated to the world? Like, what is it about this one situation, do you think, Liam, has given it the weight that it so deserved?
As far as the way people are looking at it today?
Yeah, why is the world all of a sudden, after 75 plus years,
it's the sheer scale of, okay, so the way that they proceeded in earlier operations, you look back at Cast Lead and other things like attacks on the Strip, because this shit happens every 2 years. But usually, it's about 1,500 people that are lost, sometimes less. While there's tons of civilians that are unalived in the process, it never reaches this kind of scale. The logic of this has been present for 76 years, but the scale of it hasn't been seen for a while. If these kind of things had existed, if the world had been the way it is now, and not like completely governed by literal colonial powers, in 1948, things might be different, because 15,000 lives were lost in the Nakba, and tons of people were raped and all kinds of shit, and the massive ethnic cleansing that happened there. But the world didn't care at the time, because it was a world of empires that was still actively unaliving millions of people around the world. We're seeing something on that scale for the first time since then.
On social media, streaming in 4K. Don't forget that.
Yeah. So, but
in a
but
nanosecond.
The evidence collected on the ground, but just the evidence collected and gotten out. Even if you didn't have video, the numbers would still kind of add up. It'd still be very difficult, but that certainly helps, and it's one of the reasons that the narrative has been slowly shifting since the 1980s. Because as soon as cameras were cheap enough that Palestinians were constantly recording what was happening, this is why the Israelis had to fight so hard. Okay, here's an interesting way to look at this, because it actually relates to the fear of a current escalation, that it could get much worse, because it can. In the first and second intifadas, the initial stages of them were overwhelmingly nonviolent. Large-scale demonstrations, boycotts, people out there. Yeah, they were throwing rocks at riot police and whatnot, but there were no gosh, what do I call the people with the vests who go in? There's got to be a word for that.
The SBMers.
The S bummers. The S bummers. Okay, there was nothing like that early on. In the first month, and even a couple of years, like the early stages of both intifadas, overwhelmingly non-violent, Israel responded with overwhelming force, because it was trying to provoke that reaction. The more you can get people to fight back, the easier you can turn the narrative around and see, look, they're doing these awful things. We're justified in this. And the victim narrative works. So that's worked before, because while information was trickling out, it wasn't at the same scale. Neither the atrocities were, nor the evidence that could be collected. The scale of atrocities in this is higher. The evidence that can be collected and shown is greater. And they're still trying to do the same thing. They're still trying to provoke the reactions. They're still trying to keep pushing Palestinians in a corner, but keep responding violently. Honestly, the H group has consistently fallen into a trap by doing this, because they want people to respond violently, because it literally fits their narrative. It helps them to keep the cycle of violence going on forever and ever. This is why they can't call for a ceasefire. As long as groups like that are willing to act in that way, if it was attacks against police and troops, like in the earlier stages of the secular resistance groups back in the day, attacks like that, the world can easily, they're fine with that. As soon as it turns to civilian atrocities, it gets harder to deal with in international law. So it complicates the position. If we can keep showing the evidence here, and hopefully people don't respond. If honestly, if tensions calm down and groups use that opportunity to strike, they're going to undermine a lot of the gains that we've got right now. So that's one fear that I have.
Me too.
The other thing we have to do is we have to watch what the Israelis do, because they are used to being able to push hard and get away with it. And I don't know if they will. So,
well, or do things and blame it on other people.
Well, yeah. Again, this is why the Intifadas are an interesting parallel, because in both cases, no one was doing anything that directly harmed them and yet they responded with overwhelming direct force and pushed people to the point that they did lash out, and lashed out in very unfortunate ways. And then they used that to say, look, it was always bad. So the standard narrative in a lot of global capitals, the standard narrative in international law now, is that the Intifadas were violent uprisings. That's how it's understood internationally. It's unfortunate, but that's the way the laws are going to work. As soon as it turns to that kind of atrocity, it changes the categorization. This is why the Israelis push hard. And it's one of the reasons they're pushing so hard now. They're trying to provoke more of those reactions. If they can get these groups to keep attacking, then they have pretext for the ethnic cleansing they really want. So it's a really tricky situation. There are a lot of bad ways this can still go, but there's also a lot of really positive things we can build on if this turns out the right way. So
I agree. So one more question. With America, the U.S. being coming on an election year, and then I think the UK is as well, and I believe Canada. Could this now be the right moment for the people to put pressure on their governments to say, hey, internationally, this is recognized as a no-go. Why are we still supporting it? Why are we still funding it?
Yeah. I mean, but how that affects the elections, I don't know, because in the U.S., there's no possible peace candidate that can win. I mean, Marianne Williamson is not going to become the next president. Cornel West is not going to become the next president. It's going to be asshole A or asshole B. Both of them are pro-Israel and anti-Palestinian. So, I mean, it can't really affect our election other than to affect it negatively. Because as much as I detest Biden and his branch of the Democratic Party, Trump will be worse. So people staying home have to know that. Trump, after all, is the one who recognized the annexation of the Golan and moved the embassy to Jerusalem, implicitly recognizing that annexation of chunks of the West Bank. And he is going to continue that.
Yeah.
Right? And he's the one that negotiated a ton of the background deals on economics that got a whole lot of Arab states to finally embrace the Israeli state. They've wanted to. They have wanted to use the Israeli economy to develop their own, but they couldn't because of the street. They were willing to ignore their own domestic opinion because the U.S. sweetened the pot. We were willing to break long-standing State Department precedent under Trump to sweeten the pot of those states. And that was a gift to Netanyahu. Trump will do that shit again. Trump will make the situation worse. I am not telling you to vote for Biden. And at the end of the day, I don't care. You can do whatever you want. I'm just saying, know that Trump will be worse. So there's no good outcome in the U.S. You got a Zionist or a Zionist. The British election could be different. Because there are alternative parties, and if you get more of the smaller parties in there, so you're forcing more of a coalition, I don't know, help the Greens, shit like that. But for all the problems I have with Labour, they will definitely be better than the Tories on this shit. I mean, there are ways we can improve the situation.
Yeah, that's a little bit depressing. I almost didn't want to come and see you today, Liam, because of this. I didn't want to get depressed. I've been trying to celebrate all day.
So many positive things about this. Focus on that. Focus on that stuff.
Yes, I will leave with one positive thing. One last thing. Sorry, Hiba. Just a comment. To me, at least, the UN this morning made it so that the Palestinian struggle is no longer, those Arabs, those Muslim jihadis, wanting to incite Sharia law. It's not that fight anymore. I think now you can kind of, for all of us in the diaspora, you can walk out of your home and be like, yeah, no, internationally, the world thinks they effed up.
Yes, and honestly, it goes back to I think it was Stephen who brought this one up. The recognition of the Palestinians as a distinct nation with distinct rights.
Right? Yeah.
There's been things that have pointed in this direction for a long time. It's been slowly building up in international law, but it's a very clear statement of that. And in that way, what it means is internationally we have to look at this as a fight between two ethnic groups over the same territory. It makes it more like the fights in Ireland or the Basque Country or anywhere else where there's a nationalist conflict, and less about we have to stop these radical jihadis or whatever, because that's how we like to frame it. I mean, Israel loves framing it that way. A lot of European powers in the U.S. always love framing it as part of the war on tea, You can't do it with this narrative. This is why we have to run with this shit. Be positive about this. Take the elements out of this and build on it. All of these things, they're still long term. Most of the fucked up parts of the world, none of them are easy to solve, and this is honestly one of the most complicated issues in all of international relations. It's not difficult to understand why it happened. When people say, well, it's very complicated as to why this happened. No, it's very simple. It's a settler colonial project. But what you do about it now and how it's addressed in the broader legal framework of the world today, there are a lot of real complications here. But this has given us a lot of things to build on. So
Agreed.
Be positive.
Agreed. And all day today at work, I had in my ear, I'm going from live to live to live, and all these anti-pallies were unhinged, dude. You have no idea the stuff that was coming out of their mouths. The logic, the desperation. It gave me a headache, but it was amazing. So there's that.
I put that by tuning into shit from Israel. I mean, if I'm gonna listen to lunatics, I'm gonna get that shit out of the Hebrew press, because there's enough batshit crazy stuff there. Going on live to listen to unhinged people just sounds like masochism. I can't do it.
I hadn't been able to do it before, but today I felt I was able to do it. So thank you so much, everyone. Hiba, thank you for giving me some time, and I will drop.
And on a side note, all right, am I the only one when South Africa, is actually doing a lawsuit? Am I the only one that caught the movie Black Panther, the reference to the movie Black Panther?
I haven't seen that.
What is it? Wakanda Forever?
Yeah. Oh, Wakanda Forever. Yes.
How am I the only one? I feel like I'm the only one that's you know what I mean? That's the most. That's all I was saying. I'm that's amazing. So it is a win in my eyes. It's a win because, they were, they're a baby country. So I'm really proud of them, and I'm happy for what it is. There's a win and you got to look like Dr. Williams in the minute details. It's, Wakanda Forever. Just so you know.
There's something I got to tack on there just as a minor pet, right? Because I saw the film.
Is it negative, Liam? Is it a negative thing?
Not really. Sort of. Not about this. Not at all about this. It's more about a film. And did you say you didn't see the film at all?
No, I remembered when she said Wakanda that I had seen it.
Oh, the thing that hurt that from me, and whenever I hear Wakanda, there's a scene at the very beginning of the film. They're zooming in. All the countries in Marvel movies are made up. They're like Sokovia, Wakanda. They're made up countries because they don't want to deal with real politics. They want it to be in a fantasy realm. But they used a map and they zoomed in on Rwanda. And it's because a lot of Western countries loved the post-genocide government and whatnot, and throwing them tons of aid. But
oh my God, I didn't
those fuckers were unaliving a lot of people in Eastern Congo. It's not a good government. So it's a harsh association for Wakanda for me to tie it to to that. I really hadn't, because the idea of Wakanda in the film is beautiful, right? There's something very empowering in that. Why the fuck did they have to use that map? That's when Hollywood
You're
fucked it all up.
so right. Oh my god.
So I really wish they had. It's like 3 seconds of done this quick zoom in into Eastern Africa like that, and I'm sure almost no one in the audience. I mean, because Americans don't know their fucking geography. Americans can't usually find American states on a map. You know, I've run into people who can't find the United States on a map, so I'm sure it wasn't something
it's
that
on
most
the
people.
poster too, I believe.
I only saw it there. I only saw it in the moment, but still, it stood out to me, and I wish they hadn't done it, because otherwise that statement is very like, yeah, it is kind of empowering, and I like it. I just don't like the association with
Ruined the movie for me now.
some of the shit that government did.
You ruined the whole movement.
No, the movie, it's a fantasy country. I mean,
I know.
like Sokovia isn't Serbia or Bulgaria or whatever. Like, you know,
but it was a comic thing.
It's not. They're not real. So just, you know, on the Marvel map, Wakanda doesn't exist. It's Wakanda. So run with the fantasy. It just.
I think you're right. They counted on
I'm
Americans.
a nut, so I like it for me.
Yeah, I think they counted on people not knowing. I read a meme this morning that said something like 83% of Americans support the U.S. Invasion of Yemen, and then it said no, 33%. Sorry, I just butchered the joke. 33% of Americans support it, and then they were like, but 85% of Americans can't locate Yemen on a map.
Right. Yeah. I don't understand why we fail people in so many ways. But well.
In the same way, one of our previous presidents that we're not too proud of, Jacob Zuma, his homestead. His homestead is called Nkandla. So anytime when they say Wakanda forever, it's like, oh, there we go again, Nkandla. So no, it's actually called, his homestead is actually called Nkandla. So,
yeah, it's close. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway, I'll mute.
I have like 10,000 questions and they're all jumbled up in my head. So I'm just going to ask, and if it doesn't make sense, just ignore me.
You? How could I ignore you?
Oh my gosh, I swear I feel like because I was at work all day listening to you, and I was like picking up different things from different conversations, and now it's just like all of the information is jumbled up in my head. Okay, but you just said something a little while ago. So you said Palestinians as a distinct nation with distinct rights, right? So that is basically one of the precedents that South Africa made clear on an international scale in international court. Okay, so but they are still an occupied nation. Okay.
Okay, so think of it this way. Palestine legally declared independence in the mid-1980s.
Okay.
And no one recognized that shit, right? And it was a long process, and then they get to begin, okay, then they can be in the Arab League, but still, but they're there. And then they become a a non-state observer. Then they become, you're at the point where you're a UN member state. They're a state, but they're a state with no sovereign territory. They're not a country, but they are recognized as a government. But that recognition as a government was still problematic. You know, their UN status still bothered a lot of powerful countries in the world, including the U.S. We didn't like dealing with that because it reminds us of the occupation and what went into the creation of the state of Israel and everything else, right? It's been building incrementally. And every time you get another win like this, it makes it that much clearer that there is a distinct people who also belong on that land. So it makes it a lot harder to just unilaterally back the Zionist project. So it's not that it came out of nowhere, that there's nothing. It's been building on a steady precedent here, but the Palestinians have grown tremendously in the last few decades in terms of their international legitimacy, and this is another notch in the belt. It's another win.
Okay, so building on that, so they don't technically have a military, right?
they have policing forces, trained by the U.S. and a few other players, and then a few small areas where they have responsibility to use that, but it's only internally policing.
Okay.
So in Area A, they can use those forces, but outside of those, they can't. So no, they don't have a military, and they don't even have proper police, because in most areas they don't have that. And there's nothing legally recognized in Gaza, because its governing body is not internationally recognized. Only the PA is.
Okay, so that was going to be my second question, is that there in Gaza, H group is technically the governing authority, so to speak. So does this situation then legitimize them? It does not legitimize them in any way.
What needs to happen ultimately, and this is going to be difficult, what needs to happen is they need to be willing to really create a unity government and then hold the line no matter what. Because every time that they've tried, and there's been attempts to broker a unity government that's actually brought them into the PA, the international world has freaked out. Like the whole election thing that Zionists and Israelis love bringing up. Oh, they elected them. Well, no, they participated in a PA election that implicitly recognized Israel and created a path for them to disarm and become a political faction. And instead, we cut off funding to the PA and told the PA to attack them, because we don't want that unity. We don't want them to give up the violence. If they give up violence, then what Israel's doing becomes much harder to justify internationally. They want violent groups. It's why they have consciously supported them over and over again, because it all supports their policies. It supports the status quo. So like the government and the H group being willing to set aside the reprisals for a while, they don't have to change everything. They don't have to give up their right. They just need to stop for a while. Just stop doing it. That's ultimately what helped with the IRA. The Brits before didn't want to talk to them because they were a T group. They were a T group. You can't talk to them. But they were always saying you have to disavow violence completely, and they wouldn't do that. What they did do was they stopped doing the shit for a while. Without giving up the right, it's like a hudna in a group the H group loves to use, right? For a while. And then allow a political process to proceed and see where you can go with that. That provided an opening for a brave British government to say, okay, fuck it, we'll talk to them. And that made some real progress in the struggle. Something like that could happen here, but only if you get a unity government that brings them in, because the PA is internationally recognized politically, and the Palestinians are recognized as a distinct nation, a distinct group of people, so that those people have a government. That government does not include the Strip at all. It does not, because the H group is out of it. They need to be brought into the fold. And to do that, it does have to deal with I'm all for the rights of oppressed peoples to resist. I'm not going to say that they don't have that right or whatever. So fine, claim that right. Just stop doing it for a while and get involved in the process and see what we can do internationally, because that will give us the ability to put pressure on foreign governments. If you don't have that, the single biggest weakness we have in any of this stuff, that's why you couldn't get a ceasefire. It's why people who are depressed, there's no way you could because of who's governing the Strip, because of the way international law always treats those groups. We're just fucked, So
when you have, essentially, technically, Gaza and the West Bank are, for the most part, one nation, or supposed to be considered as one nation. But when you have two pieces of land that are completely disconnected, how then do you unify them on a national scale?
There are a lot of countries that have exclaves, quite a lot of them, and a bunch of them in the Middle East too. Look sometime, if you really zoom way the hell in to the borders between the Emirates and Oman, because they both have enclaves in each other's territory. They're whole surrounded, this town is just completely surrounded by the other country, but it's part of the other one.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of weird shit like that. What you need is actually good relations and road access and whatnot, treaties that allow them to access it. And Israel was already legally required to allow West Bank and the Gaza Strip to be connected. The only reason they're not is because of the U.S. engineered split in 2007 that caused the H group seized control in the Strip. And that cut them off. It gave the Israelis pretext to shut down the road links, and all that kind of like treaty stuff that they had to agree to. So if there's a unity government and they're into it and Hudna in place, then they're going to have to rebuild those connections.
Okay.
So it can still work in terms of bringing the territory together and having a single governing body. There's a bazillion cases in world history where that works, but not while the existing government is internationally classified as an unmitigated T group. There's no way around that. We have to kind of bring the H group out of the cold somehow.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to happen, but I know.
Honestly, the revision of the covenant is a huge step in the right direction.
Yeah.
They've been trying to moderate things, and there are still, and this is something I have to admit again, because there are a lot of people in positions still with that government who say horrifying things about Jews. Right, there still are a lot of problematic aspects, but the organization has been trying to improve in a number of ways politically, in the same way that the PLO had to do that in the first place. I mean, it took decades to slowly change the way their internal, their own discourses around this stuff in order to kind of like head in that direction. The H group has been making a lot of steps in the right way. So this is an opportunity, and honestly, it's an excuse, because one of the things that helps to legitimate them, one of the things that gives them support, a lot of Palestinians, is the fact that they're willing to still use violence, that they're still willing to fight back where the other Palestinian groups had stopped. But they have an opening here to actually reunite the factions and actually pursue the case legally, internationally, in a way to get the whole world to turn the situation around against the Israelis. If they take it. If they don't take it, then again, Israel holds all the cards, and it always does. Yeah. The only way to change the situation is going to be international pressure, and the way you get international pressure is by taking advantage of moments like this to move in a direction that the world can actually tolerate.
So
a lot of this rides not only on what happens in Jerusalem, but on what happens in the Strip. You know, what the H group has to do.
So, I think one of the issues with seeing it from a different perspective, maybe, I don't know, but I think one of the reasons why they don't feel like they can interact in any other way other than violence is because even during the first ceasefire, when they were doing the exchange of hostages and there was supposed to be a complete ceasefire, Israel continued to unalive people, kids, and that's not just in Gaza, in both Gaza and the West Bank. There are a lot of atrocities occurring currently in the West Bank.
I totally understand. Again, there's a lot of conflicts like this. I know how hard it is.
Yeah.
This is an emotional issue. I mean, there's a justice issue. It's hard not to want to lash back out. I get why people do it. All I can say is, like, while on the one hand, I acknowledge A, the right of resistance to oppression, and B, the emotional desire to do it, and C, the sense of fighting against an injustice, it ultimately hurts Palestinians to proceed that way in a situation like this. Violence has a part to play in all national liberation struggles, but it usually doesn't finish the job. It's really not the way it plays out. I'll often use examples like the FLN in this regard, because the FLN got its ass thoroughly kicked by the French. Right, they crushed the organization, but the actions that they had done in building a sense of national pride, a sense of national consciousness and identity, the way that they rallied people together, the way that they fought on until the very end, it inspired ordinary people, and it changed everything internationally and domestically. It motivated massive nonviolent civil disobedience in the streets there, and it changed the arguments around the world. But if they had continued, if that was all there was, if it was only people driving down the streets and drive-bys, with pew-pews, then the world would have been said, yeah, France, keep it up. We don't care. As long as that was happening, no major country could support the FLN. It wasn't happening. But they were defeated, and a few years later, then things start changing. Does that make sense? Like there's a gap between.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, and I understand like fully the perspective. What I'm saying is that when you when you're talking to pro-Palestinians or Palestinians in the diaspora, I think that where they're at this point is that um it seems that regardless of what they do, whether they do it peacefully or unpeacefully, that they are continuously getting attacked and unalived, and so it seems that at least this way they're getting something out of it, in a sense, so to speak. You know what I mean? And so, and I think that that's the same. Right, and I think that that's kind of the same premise that Yemen is acting on, is that for the last couple of years, y'all have been booming us and starving us anyway. So if you're gonna do that, then we might as well fight back. That's essentially the same situation there. And
it's similar.
And then I do have another another question.
But before you go off there, I think there's something and I'm kind of reticent in a way, but I think it might be important in this regard, because I want to make clear at least that while I tend to approach things more strategically, analytically, historically, I do understand the emotional considerations here. But I don't know how to help, because I can't accept that it's good for Palestinians to do this. You know, I mean, I know it's hard to watch people being unalived, but the nonviolent movement that brought South Asia to independence still took decades of that, and a lot of people were unalived.
Yeah.
Right. But it's still ultimately work. It's not easy for anybody to face that kind of thing. It's really, I totally get that. And honestly, I have a dear friend. I mean, somebody who's been a friend for like 15 years, you know, and I've been cut off over this kind of issue because, as far as I'm concerned, the violence is the only possible recourse, and it's like, burn them all. I don't care. Like, you know, just like there's that temptation to just burn the whole thing. But when you give into that level of anger, when you're saying like they all need to be unalived in response to this, it's the retaliatory logic. It's just it's revenge in a sense.
Well, I think,
and revenge isn't justice.
I think
So it's
that it's not necessarily right, but I don't think that it's necessarily that it even is a sense of retaliation, so to speak. I think what it is that Israel has acted in bad faith continuously, that there's nothing to trust, you know, and if they're right, you know what I mean? And so if there is nothing to trust, then how do you move forward? So I think that's where
the Israelis have never actually been in a position that remotely compromises them, though. There's so much solidarity around that state because of, again, the historic prejudices of Jews in Europe and the sense of guilt over that, and this is a way of projecting that outward. Rather than dealing with their own racism, they just support the Israelis, and this is why nobody ever touched the Nakba, right? It's a non-starter in the world. Realistically, the Nakba was a G-side, and no one wants to talk about it that way. But this is changing that narrative. A bit at a time, we are actually getting the world to recognize that Palestinians are people, they have legitimate rights, they are being oppressed by a settler colonial regime, and we need to talk about that. And that is changing. The Israelis have no real incentive to change. They still don't. They're not going to. So I won't tell any Palestinian, no, this is going to change and it'll all be better. But it's changing in the world around Israel. And our actions can affect that world, and that world can fuck things up for the Israelis.
Okay. So
that's
that being said, then how does this ruling then affect the U.S. funding to Israel, directly correlated to the current actions against Gaza?
In the short run, not at all. The U.S. is a much harder objective than a lot of the countries will be to change things here. But as this plays out, if we use this correctly, if we keep building this up here, it will change things, because it is changing generationally already in the U.S. and we can build on that too. But in the immediate term, it's just not. The political realities in the U.S. are just fucked as far as the Palestinians are concerned. That's much less the case in all the rest of the world. It'll be a lot easier to get the Chinese, the Japanese, the French, people like that to change their opinions because they don't have the Christian Zionism and settler colonialism that this country has.
So do you think then that there are other countries? I mean, I know that it's difficult to predict things like this, but when it comes to the international community and the pushback against Israel, what do you think the likelihood of sanctions after this ruling taking place against Israel?
I think that if the World Court eventually does rule that it is, like if you get a positive ruling of this in a few years, I think that support for more ad hoc sanctions will go up massively. It will still be difficult to get them through the UN because there's a lot of groundwork we have to do in the US to change the position there, and we'll veto any Security Council sanctions. But countries can do it themselves. It doesn't have to come from the UN. The UN sanctions are binding on all states. That's a very difficult bar to get. But the EU could sanction if it chose to. I mean, the Chinese could sanction if they chose to. Right now, they're not likely to.
Financial sanction from Switzerland would be possible. So, like a financial sanction from like Switzerland would be possible.
I think it becomes possible. Yes, I mean the more the more we build on this in the coming years before the final ruling, the more we can build on this case, the more we can build. If you again building a greater Palestinian unity, actually connecting the H group to the PA, building a broader sense of unity around that government, and showing that I don't know that there's a credible actor you can talk to here, as well as look at what the Israelis keep doing. Look at what they're doing. As long as that shit keeps up and things improve for the Palestinians, both have to happen. I mean, the Israelis keep up on the path they're on, and things keep getting better for the Palestinians in terms of their organization, then yes, I absolutely think other countries can turn around and start sanctioning. It won't happen here first. And honestly, it'll be even harder here than the South Africa case was. And we were the last country to turn against South Africa. Right? It was very, very difficult to reach that in the U.S. Cut them off, decades before we did in many cases. It's and it'll be harder in the case of Israel. But if you get the rest of the world to turn on them, it'll have an impact. The government in Jerusalem still thinks that it doesn't matter. The far right there still think this is one of the reasons they're happy being a pariah. They think as long as they have the U.S., they could lose the whole world and it won't. Which means that if they do lose the whole world, that puts significant pressure on the situation here, and then that's what we can use to really build on this and change the situation here. A lot of that work does have to happen in the U.S., but it will be harder. But the rest of it needs to come first, and I think we have a real shot at that in the next few years of really changing the argument and getting, like the Swiss or whatever to start sanctioning. Yeah. I mean, honestly, bigger countries. I think honestly, you could get the Chinese on board with something like this in the long run. I think it is possible, but it's going to take a little bit of work.
So right now, with the ruling being what it is, so is Israel basically responsible to protect the Palestinians as an ethnic group, and then does that then mean that they are kind of forced to allow all of those humanitarian aid trucks in, or like how long is it going to take for those types of things to take place, because there are hundreds and hundreds lined right outside the gate that are ready to come in. It's just they're not allowing them to.
That gets back to what was asked earlier and why I say I'm watching what's happening and connecting carefully, because yes, this ruling does say that shit has to come in and the military operations have to scale down to allow it to get in and reach people. That's what it says. Whether they observe that, we don't know. They can very much decide to ignore that ruling and count on the fact that the U.S. will back them. And if they ignore that ruling and count on the U.S. to back them, another opening to really push this shit internationally, because it really amplifies the case that this is a genocide. But we don't. It's hard to say what they'll do. I mean, right now, it could go either way. I can see the factions aligning on either side pushing this thing, and I can see the fault lines and how this can affect the current government. But what any individual government chooses to do is hard to say. And I will tell you from a lot of past experience there that frequently a government that looks like its idea is losing, that strategy is losing, will double down on it and gets much more violent. So this could also get worse in the short run. It's hard to say. It could change dramatically in a positive way, or they could just go full on Yahtzee. It's really, we have to watch carefully what's happening in Jerusalem.
Well, thank you
I've
for
got que-
letting me occupy the panel for so long, everybody. I think Rebel is getting ready to pull his eyes out. You want to go? Hey, bro. It's okay. Me and Rebel
It's all right.
are like bros. We're bros. He understands. Go for it.
I wrote.
Sorry to interrupt you. I have one question. Do you believe that Israel is better off if Netanyahu resign? If so, who should be the next president to reach a peace
Hi,
solution?
I'm so happy you joined. I'm so sorry, you just walked away for a second. There's an order, so you'd have to wait. There's some Rebel is before you. Because that's not a really quick question, asking who's going to be the next person. So, Rebel, please continue.
That would be a quick question.
Well, it's important, isn't it?
Yeah, it's important. Of course, it's important. But Rebel was before you.
Yeah, I will wait until he gets his water or his drink ready.
Exactly. Patience is a virtue.
Questions. Yeah. I wrote a few questions that are going to be interesting.
No, I don't.
Just
No, because I have been. No, I was just shoving something in my mouth. I didn't expect. I walked away for like 2 seconds. I mean, you want to talk about chronically online? I've been online all day today.
Oh, Jax, you know what? Let me tell you something real quick. All right, this has nothing to do with anything. But the other day, Harley modded me because somebody was taking their shahada and she needed to make sure that like there weren't any disrespectful comments in the comment section. And I almost had a heart attack. I was anxious the entire time. I hated it. I don't know how you do it.
It's so much more fun, right? Just a chill.
Oh my god, I will never do it ever again, ever.
I love you.
So Rebel speaking.
Okay.
Can I interject something?
Sure.
As I think Jax was saying, it's not a simple question who would be charged next. It actually kind of is. So if you don't mind, I can knock that out pretty fast because I'm sure people would be wondering. I mean, they had 5 elections in 4 years. It was extremely difficult to make this government at all. Right now, Israeli politics is so fucking fractious. Another election is likely to produce another hung parliament and no clear idea who's going to win. It's impossible to predict who would come out ahead. Right now, it could be one of the more moderate right wingers, or it could be another far rightist. There's literally no way to say. The only thing you can say with certainty is it will continue to be completely fucked up and chaotic. And the next government will be just as fractious as this one because they're having to put together such weird coalitions just to get the numbers to have a majority in Knesset because there are so many parties that can't stand each other right now. So there's no way to answer that. The government could clearly get worse, but it could also get better.
That's a very interesting perspective. So I wrote a few points through the conversation, and what came out to be the most like what drove this public opinion shift is utilization of social media platforms and the atrocities that we have been seeing in 4K. So with that being said, as someone that like go to work, back home, 10 minutes, eat something and comes on these platforms, I have seen the smart people getting burned out. and the more people that's like emotionally motivated and emotionally in pain coming in, and that doesn't really represent a lot of things that as a full movement stands for. So how can we drive the more public opinion that's hearing about the ICJ and hearing this and hearing that and hearing that there is educational platforms? How can we drive them into specific panels, if we want to say, or how can we drive the audience into specific places? Like Zach, the guy that was earlier here when I came, that guy came the other day and he was like, hey, I'm middle, I'm more pro-Israel. And we finished the conversation 4 hours later and he was like, no, I'm pro-Palestine now. So how can we get more Zachs into the specific places that we want them to be? That would be the first question.
Okay, so I'm not sure I get all the specifics about the driving, because where we meet people in the first place, where they're coming from. I'm not sure about that part. But one thing that I will point to again is the language used is important. So oftentimes, very off-putting language makes it harder to build that broader coalition and to convince more people. It's honestly one reason that I keep harping on this with people, that Zionism is a much broader phenomenon than what we're talking about. We're talking about a very specific form of Zionism when we're talking about the Israeli state. But saying all Zionism is evil, it honestly doesn't make sense, because a lot of Zionism is pro-Palestinian. There are a lot of Zionists who absolutely oppose the idea of a Jewish state, but they're still Zionists. So certain terms that we use and focus on can make it harder for people to get into it, because if their identity is caught up in it. And this is something that particularly true if you want to bring in more Jewish voices, because if you are Jewish in a strongly cultural sense or in a religious sense, then some element of Zionism is probably a part of your identity. But that doesn't have to be the Israeli form. It doesn't have to be the ethno-national form. Does that make sense? I think some of our language would help a lot in terms of broadening making those spaces friendlier for bringing people in that you can convince and help them become pro-Palestinian. Just remember that Noam Chomsky's been talking about the Palestine Jew since the 1940s. The dude's old as dirt, and he was a Zionist. He was literally in Zionist youth groups, and that attachment never changed.
So the question that presents itself is that, because all what we hear right now on this platform is like Zionism is bad and it doesn't equal anti-Semitism.
Right, yeah, there's a question in the chat saying, I thought Zionism was about a Jewish state. No,
exactly.
It really wasn't. Zionism is about Jews returning. And honestly, a lot of the early documents were just about a Jewish homeland. A Jewish homeland doesn't mean an ethno-state. It just means a state that says, hey, Jews can live here, and it's a homeland for them. Palestine is a Jewish homeland, whether people like it or not. It doesn't mean it isn't Palestine, and it doesn't mean Palestinians don't live there. So that's a good path forward there, is to transform how we understand Zionism. The Israelis have done a really good job at trying to capture the word and push the idea that theirs is the only understanding of Zionism. They've been doing that for 75 years. We've been making some inroads, like your Chomskys and whatnot of the world. People like me have been making some roads and giving, it's much more complicated than that. But if you go back into the 1920s, there were a shitload of communist Zionists who were pro-Palestinian. There's a shitload of binationalists, a shitload of people who just wanted Jews to be able to live there in Palestine, and it would have been a Palestinian state. We can absolutely get back to something like that. But the word is important still, because it long predates the Israelis. There's no way for you to ditch that, and it's always going to be a part of Jewish consciousness. So if you want to stop putting Jews back on the back of their feet, like you want to start making them look, what the fuck, and then get nervous and dig their heels in and support Israel, then stop saying Zionism is like Yazidism. There are specific Zionists that are. Netanyahu's party literally descends from a fascist movement in the 1930s. So we can say, is fucked up. But to say that Zionism itself has that identity is a historical mistake as well as a tactical one.
Okay.
It's almost like just basically saying that something's fascist, But there's one thing I want to add. There's only one thing I want to tell Rebel. A lot of times, the ones that you are talking to, notice that they're atheists. Notice that they're atheists. You don't ask them. Most of the Zionists that you talk to are actually Christian Zionists. Those are the most extreme. Those are, you're talking about evangelicals. So that's what I'm saying. Like, remember, I'm not saying do whatever you want, however you speak, but remember the one thing, and they just want to bait you by having you talk about religion when it has nothing to do with it. They're just evangelicals and atheists. I'll stop right here, but I just want to, if you're bringing somebody into into your group and want to speak about them, find out what the root is, and keep it open.
Interesting.
Yeah, and just someone in the chat there too, like, okay, so as Palestinian Zionism is a supremacist ideology to me, again, completely sympathetic. The Israeli ideology is a white supremacist ideology and a Jewish supremacist ideology. Israel created an ethno-state. That understanding of Zionism only became the dominant and, in many ways, the only acceptable one in the 1940s. That was a specific turn. It was a mistake made in the movement. Before the beginning of the 1940s, that wasn't the main argument. Zionists all called it Palestine, and they all thought of it as Palestine, and many of them were explicitly for a binational ideal where it's Jewish, but it's also Palestinian. So the idea here is to say, like, while the Israeli approach to it absolutely is this ideology that must be defeated, and this is again a place where I'm shoulder to shoulder with Chomsky all the way in this. Like, we absolutely have to destroy that, or Ilim Pape, same ideal there, right? But the idea that it still isn't a Jewish homeland, well, in Palestine, that we don't need. Because it absolutely is. It's where they came from. They should have a right to go back and live there. That's cool, but it's still fucking Palestine, and that's what we need to get back to. Is that broader understanding of what Zionism could have been, and not what it actually became in practice. For this conflict ultimately to be resolved, we have to change the way people understand Zionism. As long as the Israeli ethno-national one is dominant around the world, it'll stay dominant in Israel, and we can't change this shit. They'll be fine with the pariah.
Liam, can I ask you one question, please? Do you think that
I don't mind, but Jack likes to play referee.
Oh,
I don't mind.
no, sorry for that. No, I have one question for you. So, do you believe that the Palestinians has the right to return to their lands? And I mean, between the borders of 67.
I think they have the right to return to 1948 Israel. I think the right of return is non-negotiable. And this is one of the key issues, because in all of the major discussions of this internationally, no one goes back to the Nakba and no one talks about a right of return to Israel. My two-state solution is ultimately untenable. It's a terrible idea. Even if we're forced into it, it won't last forever. Even if we were stuck with accepting a two-state solution on the 1967 borders, in the long run, the two societies need to merge and become one state again. Because Palestinians have a right to live in Haifa, in Jerusalem, in Tel Aviv, or in Jaffa if they want, anywhere. They have a right to return to their homeland. And I think everyone who wants to come out of the diaspora and return to it has a right to massive compensation in the process too.
So to go back to another question I have. So we saw how the EU came out as a right-wing statement and said that in order for them to call.
Oh, yeah.
I think a mod muted me. Is that my turn, Jack, or is it Alzak's turn?
No, that's at you. Go ahead. You continue.
Sorry?
Yes. So what the question that I has is that how the EU came out and said that in order for the EU as a EU to call for a ceasefire, there has to be a dismantle for this and that, but they missed out the Irish statement afterward. And as someone that lives in Sweden, which is very much capitalist right-wing government and country in the first place, I've been noticing a lot of association between theism and the demonstrations. And age group.
You say theism?
Theism, like T individual.
Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, T. and like the H group 2.0 and these kind of narratives coming out a lot in Europe right now. So how do you think that can be combated in terms of like PR movement?
As far as PR, it's difficult because at the end of the day, you kind of can't. It was bad enough when you had groups like ETIA or the IRA setting things off, but their attacks that did hit civilians were never as destructive as the ones that you can get from the H group. The kind of things that have happened there make it very difficult for people to actually let that go. But
No,
all
I mean,
groups can be accepted internationally. So as far as like for like improving that, but the decisions that they make will matter. So
I mean, they're trying to target the civil movement, like demonstrations, boycotts, all of these things.
They'll always be able to connect it into that. That's one of the problems of this, because the more if we recognize Palestinians as a people, right, then what individual Palestinians choose to do matters. And if a group like that with a significant following is able to do things, they can always say, well, why don't people stop them? I mean, realistically, we know why they don't. I mean, it's stupid arguments. People make stupid arguments all the time, but they're going to be able to make an argument. Why don't the Palestinians stop the H group? That rhetoric will work. One thing we really have to understand in any issue like this is that what is correct and what is just, in many ways, doesn't matter, because it's not what actually convinces people or what works. We have to figure out where people are and get to them where they are. As long as they're able to make those arguments and those rationalizations, it will hurt all Palestinians. And I honestly don't know a way around that. I mean, I've never seen a group successfully, like a national movement successfully evade the stain of a really vivid faction within it.
So do you think, in case of a ceasefire, H group should be integrated or dismantled in terms of arm movement, so that argument is no longer there?
It should be integrated, and I think that we should really double down on the idea of hudna. Really get them to say, like, okay, let's actually try and play this out for a while. And now this is hard, and it's very difficult for groups to do this. But people saying that like nonviolence has been tried are not really looking at how it works overall. It's one of the reasons I also like making those parallels to the intifadas, right? Because if you're nonviolent for the first year and then you start pew-pewing back, it's not nonviolence. The movement in South Asia went on for more than 20 years straight, with a significant mass, millions of people involved. If you get millions of Palestinians involved, and they're all involved in these operations, and you don't have buses blowing up, that will completely change the world narrative, and the H group will never have to have officially disavowed violence. It can stay part of the entire time. They'll never have to give up that right, because you can accomplish it all the same. But as long as the actions continue, the whole world will keep pointing to those, and they will delegitimize all of us. And it harms my arguments, your arguments, everyone else. Doesn't matter how nonviolent I'm advocating for. As long as those groups exist, people have a pretext to tune the rest of us out. It's fucked up. It's unjust. I understand it's unjust. It's just how we've seen shit play out consistently for a century. So there's no reason to expect different here.
So my last question would be, as you're one of the greatest minds on this platform, absolutely one of the greatest, can we request 2 videos as an explanation? The first is to Zionism 2024. What does that represent for the Jewish people that doesn't subscribe to Israel as an ethno-state, but subscribe to Zionism? And why two-state solution wouldn't economically work?
All right.
So based on your schedule, like anytime, but I think both 2 things are quite needed into spreading into the like pro-Pali platforms, into educating in these 2 specific points.
Yeah, I hear you. The latter in particular is tough to do within the 10-minute framework. Because honestly, I spend weeks laying out the reasons for in my Israel-Palestine class. It's it's actually kind of complex, but I think I can probably find some way to at least hit highlights on it. The If you want to focus specifically on the economics of it, I mean, for that you're focusing much more on the limited resources, the limited space, the constraints that would be on the Palestinian state in terms of its trade and whatever. I mean, it's the ecology is your single biggest factor there, but there are massive reasons the two-state solution is a terrible idea. But I think that on some level we may be forced to accept it as a stopgap, and then the onus will be on Palestinians and Israelis on the ground to slowly intermingle, to create stronger and stronger cultural and economic links, and eventually a kind of confederation can exist, and then we can reunify Palestine as a single entity. That should still be the long-term goal, even if a two-state happens in a short run. But a two-state's going to be entirely dependent on foreign aid. There's just no way around that. It's not going to be able to thrive. So I can try and lay some of that stuff out. I'll have to think about how to do it in shorter videos. I tend to do a lot of my things like that completely off the cuff. I'm just like saying shit as it occurs to me. I'll have to try to think what to include and what not to include. Like how to make that work.
We can have it as a panel form, and we can record it as well, and we can take it one point.
Honestly, like a panel, like something you do through a Zoom, and you can put on YouTube, things like that, like a broader discussion of that. That I think would be great. And in fact, I can even bring in a handful of other experts too. We could build a nice panel and have a discussion on that, and then have a deeper dive into one state versus two state, and what are the paths and what are the drawbacks and advantages of both. That I think would be good. But a shorter video that just tries to point out why the two-state shouldn't be the acceptable end goal, even if it's forced on us in the short run, why it's just not viable, and why we shouldn't be willing to swallow it. Because at the end of the day, that's something the PA is going to have to internalize, because they've been spending a couple of days now trying to convince everybody that two-state is the best anybody can get, and get on board with it. And they're honestly hurting in the long run by doing so.
Because as a non-Palestinian, I can understand when Palestinians speak on one state solution, because that has a lot of emotional background to that. But in terms of speaking out to the public, speaking out to the pro-Pali side, and trying to really deep dive explain why that wouldn't be functional, I think that part is very much missing in terms of reasoning and education why it doesn't work in the long run. So whatever doc you come out with, I know a lot of people would subscribe to that.
So you mean like why two-state can't work in the long run?
Yeah. Why two-state can't work in the long run, and because as I started, it's utilization for social media, and it's the atrocities. So in order to utilize in the right way and educate in the right way, we have to have the best information out there. And a lot of narrative is changing to two-state solution after the atrocities. So we need to go against that in a better way that is available right now.
Yeah, honestly, some of it even goes beyond just Palestine itself, but because the whole region, honestly, the geography is such that it's very difficult to separate. Like if you're in the northern Galilee, there's no clear sense of where the border with Lebanon would or should be. It's just one continuous rolling landscape. Like where's the natural end? Like the Jordan at least provides some kind of frontier, but the Levant as a whole has always been deeply interconnected. And geographically, ecologically, it's one single area. So the more you cut it into smaller and smaller pieces, the more complex it gets. I mean, Lebanon already sort of struggles and really shouldn't, because it's a tiny little country just carved out of Syria like that. Just honestly, geographically, ecologically, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense in terms of the human geography either. The same situation is ultimately true in Israel and Palestine. How do you draw the borders there? Why do they make sense? There's no good geographic separation. There's no good ecological separation. There's no good cultural separation. And economically, I think I'm glad you raised that as a point because it'll help structure where I would aim that. There's realistically no way to make a Palestinian state economically viable. It will remain completely dependent upon foreign aid indefinitely. There's no way it can survive on its own. Not in the way that Israel would ever tolerate a state like that existing anyway. And even if it had complete sovereignty, it still wouldn't survive without massive foreign aid. Because the population is going to be so dense with so few resources. There's enough water as it is. Israel and Palestine are ultimately fucked water-wise, and no one talks about that now. We need massive investment in improving the energy infrastructure for desalination. Because right now, one of the reasons that the water supply is so bad in the Strip, because 90% of their water has been contaminated for decades now, because all the coast aquifers are mostly depleted. They're too low. And that's where they're getting the water from still. But seawater is coming into that shit. The aquifers are too low. And they're just going to keep falling. So that water gets more and more quality for people to actually consume. Right now, Israel depends for its water supply. 1/3 of its water comes out of the West Bank aquifers because there's still water there. That won't last forever. And you're pumping the water out from underneath the feet of a potential Palestinian state. So what are they? If you separated them now and created a second state in that territory, they've already lost a shitload of their groundwater, and the population is already too high for the ecology to support.
So, Liam, I have one question for you. Sorry to interrupt you.
They're all in trouble.
So, if you were the prime minister of Israel, what would you say and do for the families whose relatives are captive by Hamas?
I would end all military operations and start rolling back the reasons they were taken in the first place. The attacks like that, there's a cause and effect element of this. If the stronger party is the one that always has to take the step back. If you want the hostages released, back the fuck up. Stop treating the area like a giant outdoor prison. So allow people to work again, allow the aid to come in, allow people to get jobs. They'll be released. It's not like they're holding them because they want them there. It's like, oh, I'm in love with this particular Israeli, like they have to stay in my tunnel forever. Like, fuck's sake. They're there as a political tool to get Israel to stop treating them like shit. So they're held still because of what Netanyahu is doing. It's as simple as that.
Another reason why I fell in love with you again. Okay.
I mean, the situation here overall, just look at why they wanted to take hostages. They actually got some of the people that they wanted. Israel has thousands of hostages. We want to talk about, okay, yeah, there's 100-some hostages still held in the Strip. Cool. How about the thousands of them that are on administrative detention with no charges ever filed that have been taken away from their families just to take a breadwinner away from the families? It's collective punishment on a massive scale. There are huge numbers of Palestinians in Israeli jails at any given time, many of whom never have charges filed against them. That's an injustice, and that's the kind of shit that Hamas is responding to. Sorry, I said the word out loud. Oops. I guess every now and then. But, that's the problem at the end of the day. If you want them released, and I would too, then change the policies that caused them to be taken in the first place.
Yes, I'm totally agree with you.
Even Minerva's like, yes, I agree.
Minerva and Socrates were...
okay.
I have a question going back to kind of a little bit about one state solution and all of that. What would then happen with the Golan Heights?
The Golan Heights honestly has nothing to do with the Israel-Palestine conflict. It's a whole separate issue. So it's very difficult to... I mean, we can talk about it, but we have to understand that it's not actually related to this. It's not part of historic Palestine, and there's no Palestinians that live there. There were never any Palestinians that lived there.
Yeah,
it was considered sovereign Syrian territory for a while, but at this point, it's been Israeli territory for, almost 3 times as long as it was part of Syria, as a country anyway.
But wasn't
So
wasn't it taken over as a result of Syria uh quote unquote attacking Israel to defend Palestine? If I'm not mistaken, I can't what were the what was the actual situation that made that taken over by Israel?
the key fight was over Lake Kinneret, and the Zionists managed to gain a narrow strip of land around it and seize total control over the lake. And the Syrians wanted access to it as well. They wanted to share that water supply. And all of their early efforts at peace, including a deal offered in 49 that said, hey, we'll permanently settle some Palestinians here, we'll make a peace deal with you, just share the lake with us. And Ben Gurion said, fuck off. Probably wouldn't have mattered anyway because that leader was deposed the next year, but still. The key issue for them was always the water reserves. Israel doubling on trying to cut them off completely from access to that water caused the Syrians to somehow try to start, maybe we can find a way to divert the rivers and keep that water for ourselves and then do that. And that played into part of Israel's reasons for wanting to take the heights as a whole, because the heights are what feeds Lake Kinneret. So, because there's mountains there that get snow, and that feeds the river, and that feeds the lake. So, it was a strategic issue. It's about resources in the area. Again, there's not enough water in the Levant for the population that already exists. Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, and Palestine are all fucked in the coming century if we don't do some serious work infrastructure-wise. We can survive rising temperatures if we plan the right way, if we build the right way. But there's not enough water to support that population. And it's going to keep getting worse. But the fight over the Golan was about water. It was about control.
I don't want to divert the conversation, but I'm going to ask if you think there is any connection between the talks of pulling all American troops from Syria and a discussion about pulling them from Iraq to what's happening right now in Palestine. Do you think that is any way connected?
Not directly, but there is more pressure from those governments for us to get the troops out. That partly plays on this. So it's sort of like, on some level, them taking advantage of the Palestine situation, something that they already wanted, and finding a little bit of leverage in how problematic this situation is. There's so much of a lens focused on this that it gives them a little bit of a wedge to force the U.S. to act. Because the Iraqis didn't want us there. We just refused to leave. And we just straight up invaded Syria, and we refused to leave. So it's an opportunity on their side to ask for it. But other than that, it's not. There's no direct link between them. The government's taking advantage of it.
I will stay in contact with Jax, see how we can see something about explaining why two-state solution, one-state solution, how is that in the long run wouldn't work as a two-state. And I'm gonna drop now. That was very informative as usual, Doctor. Have a great evening and thank you for your time.
Have a good night. Or day, actually. In Sweden. Have a great day.
Liam, I have one question for you. How big is the chance that Iran will involve in this war?
Practically nil. In any military sense, nil. Their government isn't stupid.
But how about the Yemen troops? They keep attacking vessels. How about that?
Honestly, what they're doing has been a great boon to the movement and has increased their legitimacy, so they're going to keep it up. That's not going to stop. Realistically, we do have to get to the fact that either you need some kind of broader unity government in Yemen that directly involves them and recognizes them as a legitimate part of the government, or we need to let Yemen split back again into North and South Yemen like it used to be. Because the Houthis controlled nearly the entirety of the former North Yemen. And that's not going to change. Their legitimacy and their support keep going up. So, they're going to stay involved.
Yeah, but the American vessels, they're attacking also soil in Yemen and Lebanon. Yeah. Would you think that this will be no revenge or something?
What do you mean? Like that our attacking them won't lead to? What do you mean?
So what won't lead to revenge? You know, they are attacking back, and so it will be be a great war. And I think Russia maybe or China maybe may interfere. And I don't know. Seems scary, you know.
I mean, yeah, I this is one of the few places where I can always give a more hopeful view, where sometimes accidentally I'm showing like, hey, this is more complicated and harder to do than you think. All the World War III people like falling back onto, there's realistically no chance. The Russians will not get involved militarily. The Chinese will not get involved militarily. There is a 0% chance of that. I would bet my left nut on that, to be crude about it. You know, it's not going to happen. They could get involved in some ways, economically or diplomatically. There's no chance in hell of a military confrontation like that in the area.
So how long will this war stand?
Well, as far as the fight in Israel-Palestine, depends on what people do. If you leave it alone and the Israelis, nothing forces them to change their position, this will go on for centuries. Right now they have no real incentive to change. You know, they're okay. As long as the international world, as long as other countries continue to tolerate them as an ethno-state, and there's no sign of that changing immediately, nothing will change. We have the ability to change it, and we can. And how long this takes depends a lot on the tactics we follow and the broader strategy. Which is one of the reasons that I'm, as painful as it is, I'm willing to criticize both Jewish and Palestinian friends on things like this and say, you know what, I understand where you're coming from emotionally, but that's not going to solve the problem. That's not going to make this better. You know, it's never going to get to where they want it to be if we don't significantly change how things are playing out now. But yeah, this could go on another century with no change at all, or it could end in a few years. I mean, it depends a lot on what we do.
So how about the Israeli government urging the Palestinians to flee Egypt? What's the reason behind that?
Well, ultimately, again, it's the ethnic nature of the form of Zionism that they adopted in the 40s. They want the entire territory. They want maximum territory in Palestine with minimum Palestinians. So ethnic cleansing has been a key guiding ideology of the regime from the start. And this is an opportunity for them to try and reclaim the strip. They're not making any actual moves to do that. It's largely a kind of how would I put that? Stateism. It's a threat. It's to terrify people. What they're doing right now, and what they're doing is obviously another kind of like violation of international law, but they've been building a wide strip on the inside of the Gaza Strip to create as like a buffer zone, and will probably militarize that and pen the Palestinians in even more. I think that the main strategy right now is to create a buffer on the inside and to seize control of the Rafah crossing, but not actually to push people out. I don't think that they could get away with it. I don't think the Egyptians would easily tolerate it, and I think that 2.3 million people being pushed out would be a bridge too far. That's the kind of shit, countries like China to change their position on this. So I don't think that they'll be willing to take. I think they're willing to say it for political consumption because it's really good for their far right base. I don't think that they'll actually do it.
I don't want to cut anybody off. I just want to say I'm exhausted and I really wanted to come up and have a great conversation with you. It's always great listening to you. The conversations are always so informative. We definitely need you on this platform, and we all owe Dominic a huge thank you for bringing you on here. I'm going to have to say good night, and I will see you all later. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Good night, Heba.
Yeah, have a good night too.
Liam, just real quick, going off of what Rebel was saying, we did.
There's a question. Who is Dominic is a former student of mine at one of my universities.
Yeah.
And tried for years to get me to come onto TikTok. And I didn't understand it. It was all I saw was like, teenagers wiggling around. I was like, what the fuck is this? Has nothing to do with me. And then the idea of having to like record stuff, it just daunting. But he finally talked me into coming on and doing a joint live with him. And that just I realized this isn't as difficult as it looked. And why not? So
yeah, and Dominic has a monstrous following in the millions, and he's a blue verified check mark. And he's very impressive. So you did a great job with your student.
He's been a couple of years hassling. I finally said, okay, fine, I'll do it. Sure.
You wanted to continue to ask? I'm sorry, Ezekiel? Is Ezekiel still there? Ezekiel. Okay. So, did you want to? Okay. I guess he's.
Yeah. I just wanted to go back to Rebel's point. We had talked, I think it was last week, about focusing one of your office hour nights on deconstructing Zionism so that we're able to use it in its right context today. But when we're having conversations on both sides, I feel like it is an issue. I mean, we just barely mentioned it, and you saw in the chat, everybody was like, "Oh, I thought Zionism was this. Oh no, actually, I thought it was that." So it is a much needed thing that we need to sit down and kind of talk about. And then we could take snippets from that once you upload it onto YouTube and just kind of pass it out that way. But the idea of us being on a panel discussing also, the one state solution or the merits or demerits of one versus two state solution might fit into that really well as well. So maybe we should set a date for that. I know the ICJ kind of took over today, and I know we had talked about maybe having tonight be that. But you had said let's also PR about it and let people know, hey, here's what we'll be talking about tonight is something you wanted to do, Liam. So, I mean, that's still on the table, obviously.
Which was that one?
That you were saying that you wanted to kind of...
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. That you were saying that... You were saying, Liam, that you were going to... wanted to let people know specifically like a night that you are going to address the Zionism thing. I'm saying that's still on the table too, if you wanted to do it that way.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even remember that, but yeah, that's fine. There is one there was one video I did weeks back that described like the 3 common variants that do exist in the state now, like but not but it doesn't touch a lot of the smaller variants, and the paths not taken, so to speak. So there's definitely a lot more we could add to that, and I think it would be interesting to do one that addresses like, Martin Buber's faction and all these other ones in the late 19th and early 20th century that were explicitly non-statist, that weren't aiming to create a Jewish state per se, but we're still Zionists. I think I could do something like that as a companion to the other one, and then we could like pull pieces from that and like try to do something like more broadly, like, okay, what could we then put Zionism into? How can you then help people to say, hey, I get that you're like super connected to this idea, like you want to be a Zionist, great. Here's what Zionism should look like and still be ethical, because at the end of the day, most people who want to call themselves Zionists, they don't want to think they're bad guys, but they're aligning explicitly with an ethno-national ideology that calls for ethnic cleansing, because of the way the Israelis hijacked the word, and that I think is something we have to address somehow. That
right.
Hijacking.
They don't want to be thought of as bad guys, and on the other side of it, you also don't want to approach them and make them feel like we think they're bad because of it as well. And what I'm saying is that's where we seem to constantly butt heads, and then we can't get past it. It's those two things, the one state, two state, and the Zionism thing.
Yeah, honestly, it'll be a lot easier to address the one thing if we get people to revise their understanding of Zionism. And I think we'll have an easier time getting people to do that if you don't start off by putting people on the defensive saying that it itself is an evil idea. Because the idea of a protected homeland and a place where Jews don't have to worry about the whole world hating them, I mean, it's hard to say that's not a valid desire or concern. But saying that that means create an ethno-state that oppresses other people, it replicates the logic of the oppression of the Jews. It's basically saying all this shit happened to us, so we're going to do it the same thing to somebody else. And that's a really fucked up position to put people in. It has actually compromised the ethics of Judaism as a whole. And I think we have to do something about that. And if we can help Jews to see that and to kind of help them realign their views on Israel in a way that doesn't directly attack their sense of Jewishness, I think we'll have a lot easier time getting them to become pro-Palestinian.
Yeah, I think you touched on something very important there. Just
Wait,
in that.
So can I just want to tell you something.
Yeah.
My honest opinion is there's very left leaning pro-Israel, all right, and you have also like
Right back.
Sure. Yes, I was just about to say, go. Well, I could talk to them. You get your stuff together. There's very left leaning pro-Israel. You know what I mean? And like they're anyway, on the fence. You know what I'm saying? That sort of thing. And you have like also, you know, a very calm speaking, you know, Palestinian, meaning pro-Israel, meaning an Israeli and a Palestinian. If they're two calm individuals, they could stay on the panel and discuss back and forth with Dr. Liam. That would be my biggest suggestion. I know everybody here has to know somebody that's calm, you know, on either side that could actually have a discussion back and forth, you know. That would be the best
Agreed.
idea.
Yeah, calm and coming in good faith, because I think where we clash is when they say,
the thing is that somebody is always going to stand their, you know, like stand their ground. They're going to sit, you know, they want both. You're always going to hear somebody say, I want like, you know, like an Israeli say, I want, like there's one Eve, her name is Eve or something like that. She's Israeli and she's, she's very like she's former IDF or what, but she wants like peace and solution. You have somebody like that, and then having that open discussion, you know, or even if somebody is more, you know, like Israel that doesn't want it, but you know what I mean, like, but two kind, you know, even keeled mannerisms speaking to each other, the you know meaning like that, like the three of them talking, like almost like Liam could be like the how do you want to say, the economic medium, you know, the person that's in between, you know, like a mediator, like one of those kind of things.
So I obviously didn't catch the beginning of this because I was out of the room, but are you suggesting bringing in some Palestinians and Zionists together that are willing to have a good faith discussion, and then I can mediate between them and help them to? Is that what you're? Did I catch that right?
Meaning like the entire how do you want to call it, the economic benefits of having a one state versus a two state, meaning like if you have a person who's Israeli that's more lenient, like how do you want to call it, that's pro peace, that type of thing. Person, you know, a Palestinian, that would be a great.
I will suggest strategically have the Zionism discussions first, because
yeah, I would
the way
agree
that
with
police
that.
think about Zionism make the idea of a one state anathema.
Yeah. I mean, I do agree with that. I was just giving a suggestion on how, because everybody does know the you know, a calmness between both sides as well. I was saying while you walked to it, but yes. So continue on.
Yeah, like the broader benefit. I mean, and it's not just economic benefits. There are massive social and cultural benefits. There's tons of things that both peoples could offer each other. They would be much stronger together. So there's a ton of great reasons to talk about a one state option in the long run here. But I think that you first have to help Israelis unfuck themselves in terms of the way that they think about Zionism, because for even the most liberal and a lot of like a lot of leftists today in Israel still, they would never tolerate the idea of a one-state solution. It's not like in the 30s anymore. They've had 75 years of propaganda that's made them think of their state differently. We have to change that. So it's I think it's much more important to have those conversations and help people realign their understanding of Zionist and Israeli identity in a way that would then make a one-state solution seem, oh, that's okay. That wouldn't threaten me. That wouldn't hurt me. Because right now they would think it would. And I don't think there's any way to go into that conversation without addressing it first.
To be fair, also the pro-Palestinian side or the Palestinian side also has some wide misunderstandings of the word Zionism.
Well, for obvious reasons, because they've been under the hammer of a particular form of it for a long time. So, yeah, it makes perfect sense. I completely agree. It's one of the reasons I can't use the word. I honestly think it'd be kind of cool I could have understood. I would have lived in Palestine. I think it's a beautiful country. I would absolutely live in Palestine. And wanting to go to Palestine would make me a Zionist. But there's no way I call myself a Zionist. Hell no. I'm either an anti-Zionist or a post-Zionist at best. I can't. There's absolutely no way I could use the word.
Maybe we can be like Palestinians deserve Zionism too, the right of return.
Yeah, people have a right to live in that area. Ultimately, these peoples are from that region. They have strong cultural and historical links to it. It's a beautiful country. Why not make it beautiful together? But the form of Zionism that has existed and been dominant since the 1940s makes it impossible for the peoples to get along. It's completely fucked up. And that has to change. So I completely understand why Palestinians feel the way they do about Zionism. And it's the same reason that I would never use the word. It's horrifying as an ideology today. But it doesn't have to be.
So let's do it. Let's dedicate a day for it. This will be our third try, I think.
Sure. I mean, do you want to do something where we invite particular people, or just have it set as a theme day for just randomly chatting like this? Or
I think it would be safer if it was a theme day, and then that way whoever's interested in that particular theme could come in, and then we can build on that. I think Jax has a really good idea of bringing people into the discussion, but unless we're solid on what it means, it's going to be difficult to have a good faith discussion or a productive discussion.
Well, I don't know. Since again we're into the semester, I can only do this once a week. Do we want to set it next week or for further out than that, or where do you want to do it? Because I'm flexible. I don't have plans for because people seemed to like this. I decided to set aside my Friday afternoon and evening each week for it. So when do you want to do this?
I mean, ASAP, in my opinion, but you can ask around. I think a lot of people are interested in this.
Well, just thinking about the 226 people that are here, do y'all want to talk about Zionism next week?
Yeah, if you want to talk about Zionism next week, maybe type a Y for yes.
Sure, yeah.
I think that'll help your algorithm too.
I mean, absolutely. We could easily. I'm sure that somebody is. I'm sure somebody knows somebody that's the I think that with the DMs, I could contact him. We could definitely arrange something that's more calmer. Like something like that, like a Rebel, and because we all are in the same group.
I don't know that I would call Rebel calm. Rebel has his moments.
No, you know what I'm saying. I think
I do. I'm kidding.
He is so calm. You know what I'm saying? But it has to be a Palestinian voice and an Israeli voice. I wouldn't say, an American. Hold on a second. My daughter's.
Oh. Okay. Well, if you're talking about setting up to where it's not just a thing where I'm talking with people, but one of those two heads joint live thing, we could do something where you've got a Jewish voice and a Palestinian voice, and we talk about this. Or do we want to do it where I can talk about the different forms of Zionism over time, and then their relationships, and then we can open up to questions, and then talk about what it could be reformed into? That seems like two different things. So I'm not quite sure what you mean there.
Liam.
Anarchism and so like so like an anarcho-Zionism is that it's me keeps repeating the same thing over and over again, but I'm perfectly happy to talk about relate to it because again, a lot of forms of Zionism historically are non-statist, and anarchists are non-statist.
Well, you know
So
what? It's easy. This person's obviously just going to continue saying the same thing over and over again. No, I mean, listen, there's always somebody that's, I think it's something we could always set it up. I mean, there are a lot of people that's, we could have a setup. That's not going to be a problem. Are they in the chat right now? No, but I'm
just in terms of like a format. Do you want where I talk about different forms of Zionism? We have open questions from people on to clarify it and make sure everyone's clear on these different types, and then we talk about a potential way of reforming it to kind of like the path not followed, to try and like fix that as an idea as a way of reaching Jews. Or do we want to set it up as like a panel between, say with like me and a Palestinian doing something kind of jointly together? Because it seemed like somebody said something like the latter, and I'm not sure how that would work then. So I'm not sure if I understood something.
Yeah, I have one question, Liam. It seems to be you're a knowledgeable man. Isn't it the idea of starting a political party and change the situation in the Knesset?
So I'm not sure. What are you saying about the a new party?
I said to you, you seems to be like a knowledgeable guy. Maybe starting a political party in the Knesset and change the situation there.
Well, I'm not Israeli, so I can't do that.
Netanyahu, but Netanyahu is a Polish man. You know.
No, he was born there. He's Israeli.
Yeah, but he's originally from Poland.
So my family's originally from Sicily and Ireland and Poland too. But
so
I'm fifth-generation American, so I'm not. Netanyahu is not Polish any more than I'm Polish.
Well, you can search it up on Google and Wikipedia. It says he's from Poland.
Exactly where is this conversation going?
I don't know what that. He's literally born there.
I'm being ignored right now. This guy just popped in after me, but
all right,
I start talking all of it.
I don't know. Sorry? What's the chaos going on here? You don't just pop up on a panel and then just decide to talk. Everybody has.
No, but I'm waiting too long. I've also right to speak.
It wasn't towards you. Somebody else.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I was just asking you, this is an educational live. He's a historian. I don't know if you want geopolitics. There's other platforms if you want to figure out who to vote for in Israel, if you want to know about Netanyahu, but we're American.
New parties show up all the freaking time, and there are existing good peace parties and good parties between Palestinians and Israelis that do exist in the Knesset, and they deserve better support. The reason they won't get that support is the existence of the conflict. The structural nature of this conflict has been pushing the Israeli government to get more and more right-wing for decades. The left used to be far stronger. It's been going downhill because of the way this plays out. So there's not much we can do about that. The circumstances have to change before the political situation can change. The political situation in Israel can't change the conflict. They have to go the other way around. But there are people there that do want to do, but there are a lot of people there that want to run, Palestinian Israeli parties, like work together, and there's a strong left movement that could come back if given the opportunity. But there's no way they're going to win right now. Sounds like what's going on there.
Is that all we could help you with, Ezekiel? Okay. Don't know what that is about.
I think his name is El Zaka. Maybe that's why he's not responding.
I don't know. But yeah, El Zaka.
microphone thing because I think we were getting tapping from a keyboard or something.
Yeah. Well, Ezekiel is that. I don't know. It's a tiny little keyboard thing, like I say.
He didn't respond to either, so.
But then you got Epic over here. Like, listen, Epic. Oh, what are you in the comments? Like, what are you in the comments talking about that? I'm your what? I'm like the silencer of your voice. What are you writing in the comments? You can unmute.
Okay, you asking me a question
Yeah, you're in the
directly?
comments.
Okay, so we're going to talk about evidence of
Evidence.
behavior that is found with your serial moderation on different platforms, different lives. And I'm going to say yes to my statement. I know what I typed. You know what I typed. So I'm going to move forward and talk to who I came to talk to, which is the professor. I'm going to say to the professor, first of all, we enjoy the education, but
Hey, listen. I'm gonna
nobody
tell you something.
is beyond co-option. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Close your ears for.
Excuse me.
Hey, listen. You know what? I
Excuse me.
know who you
No,
are.
no,
You
I
want
don't
to know
need to hear
why?
you. You've
You
been
want to
talking
know
since
why
I've
I
been on the
muted you?
live.
Do you want to know
Look
why?
at this.
Because
Look at
you
this,
spoke to
professor. Now,
Athenia.
when you put a
The way
post
you
up,
spoke to.
I'm the
You know what?
first person to
Listen.
repost it.
Watch this. You spoke to You spoke to Covey. The way you spoke to Covey.
You
You
should just.
questioned her. You questioned her blackness. Do not overspeak me,
I
okay?
can ask a question because.
You think you can have a control of me? You question her blackness and you have a nut
There
stuck
you
in
go.
your.
Look at her.
What do you mean look at her? She is black. Okay? Just you cannot sit there and talk about a woman and her
Look.
color of her
Look at
skin.
that. Now
You
it's a.
think you. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna keep silencing you. You do not come for Althenia. Do you hear me?
Yeah. Look. See that? Look at that.
You wanna see
Now
that? It's called Brooklyn. All right?
we have intellectual
Respect women. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
logic.
You have been stalking her down throughout this account, and that's it. That's what it is. You have your 15, 6, 78 epic, whatever accounts. You're making accounts just to stare at accounts. Shh. You want me to sit there and Brooklynize you? I'm gonna tell you. You gotta behave yourself. This is an educational life. You're not gonna come here and you're gonna attack Althenia. Do you understand Althenia is a
And you
course?
being educational right now.
Yeah, man. I'm schooling you, aren't I? Don't you come for one of my friends. Do you understand that?
Show your real face.
Yeah, go show my real face. I'll show up. How's that? Bye.
Humans are very logical.
And that's how you block a person. He ran around this application for the past month stalking Althenia.
Did you block him?
Yeah, he's been chasing Althea Covey around this app, and he questioned her blackness, and he keeps saying her, "You look at you, you're not black." Like she's black presented.
Oh, shit, I don't know. Like
that's insane.
It is. All right. Was he doing that here?
Yeah, that's where it all started. While she was on your live, he was in the comments, and that's why he's getting all bent and twisted. Sorry, the way I am. Like the hood came out of me real fast. He was getting all bent and twisted at the fact because while Athenia was talking, she was taking too long to speak, and he wanted to speak. And then he was telling her that she needs to mind her own place. Yeah, okay. And nobody's going to talk to Athenia about that. Not going to happen under my watch.
That's fine.
Yeah. I'm sorry that I would never do this, but this man has been chasing her around. And I don't know if he's just envious of her beauty. No, we don't do that. We protect our friends.
Jax, you got all mama bear. Love it.
That I've honestly, it's such an unfortunate reality in a lot of groups to sort of police the identity that way. I've run into Hispanic people in California like you're not brown enough or whatever, and like what the fuck are you kidding me? It's because it's internalizing white supremacist logic. It like racial identity is not a physical thing anyway. There's no fucking such thing as race in a biological sense. You know, it's your descent, it's your identity, it's your tribe. You know, it's somebody can't tell you like you don't look like one of my people. What the fuck is that? How is that? How is that not exactly the same fucking white supremacist logic? You know, it's sad the way that gets sucked into so many communities. I've seen it among Asian Americans. I've seen it among Latinos. I've seen it in the Black community. It's whiteness needs to die already. I mean, for fuck's sake, we've got to get rid of this racist shit. Like taking this stuff in, and then and then using the same reasons to attack other people on I don't know. I just don't get it.
Okay. Come see. It's a like to the different. Hi, I'm back again. But no, that was absolutely atrocious. Yeah, and I do stand 10 toes down. And if somebody came for you, that's exactly how I would be for them too, Liam. Trust me. Chase him around the app. But the thing is, he's been following her around from account to account to account, from Smitty's to this. You have no idea. Everywhere, and then he's always talking about her skin tone, and he was just because she's German and black. It's just atrocious, and people really need, my emotions are usually nice and calm, but Kobe's been in my DMs, so I'm close with protect.
I'll just comment on the whole skin tone kind of issue, right? Because I hear this all the time about people like Sean King. You know, what the fuck? I just don't get that. I mean, Sean King is a comrade, you know? He's black. I don't care that he looks more like me than a lot of black people. Who cares? He's still black. That's who he is. It's his family. You know, that's his origin. Like, what the fuck do people need to do that? It makes no fucking sense.
Exactly. And it was sad because we didn't even want to tell you, Dr. Liam. It was during when he first came here. He was in the comments, and Kobe was DMing me because we didn't want to, enrage the live, that type of thing. I had no idea that he was going to come here today and do that. Otherwise, I would have had, and I tried to give him a chance, but then he's in the comments acting a fool. But yeah, during a one live, he was doing it all in your comments, and it was terrible. It's terrible. But we didn't want to interrupt you. We didn't want to let you know. You know what I mean? Like it was just like something like that. We're like, all right, we can handle it. Who knew a month later he would still be chasing her around? And of course, I'm the policer. No, I'm not. I'm gonna protect my friend. Okay, deep breathe. Yoga time. Hi, kitty. But oh, there's a new person.
In Greek.
Oh, you know what's funny? In the comments, somebody called me. They're like, Jax is Yemen. I'll take that compliment any day.
Open fire.
Okay.
There's a tanker burning right now. And you used it in the chat too. Another tanker is on fire.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got that news just before going live here, and had to post about it. You know, because a lot of their missiles fall short. They hit one, and it's on fire. All right, so where are we now? I see people trying to come up. I don't know what the current discussion is. Where we seem to have gotten derailed a little bit. So
we were deciding on when we were going to dedicate the live or the office hours.
Look at this big sausage. Look at my fat boy.
So cute.
Who's my fat sausage? A big Greek sausage.
How come Socrates is front and center tonight? It's usually Minerva.
Yeah, she's distracted, not around. If she wants to be here, he can be, because she wins.
She'll go on top of him.
He'll get the attention. But it's I've been trying to get them to get a little closer more recently, and I've had some luck with that. Because normally, if she comes closer, it immediately turns into a fight. I don't know. Some of you might have seen it. Like she was actually right here, and they were sniffing each other, but. I managed to keep the between them without having to do anything. I really want them to be friends, and they hadn't been. He was always going to let the odd man out, and Moshe and Minerva were inseparable. But he's been dead now more than 3 months. I'm hoping the two of them can get to like each other much better. So I'm working on it, but it's going to take some time. He's a lot more insecure. A really mellow type, one of those really retiring beta type cats cannot survive here. Minerva is just evil to them. She's fucking cruel. She's a mean streak. But so you have to be at least assertive enough to establish yourself in the chain of command, and you're fine. And he did that. He just was third down, but they were okay living together. But he's definitely on the mellow side. He's not quite assertive enough to really bond with her the way that she would have liked, and Moshe was. So I gotta try and like boost his confidence a bit, which is what I'm trying to do here, and it makes him feel a bit better, and it makes him feel a bit stronger, and that helps him to kind of like work with her. So it's cat psychology is fun.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna drop tonight, guys, but thank you so much for everything. Wonderful as usual, Liam, hanging out with you. And yeah, good night.
Good night. Okay, so where are we going to next?
I believe Zorro was on here first. I don't know if Zorro wants to say anything. And then Free America. And then Eric, I can't, Watermelon Girl. I can't read it. Zorro, did you want to? Are you there? Zorro? Going once, going twice. Okay. America? Are you there? There's people coming up and no one's talking. Yeah, they're not saying anything.
Oh, hi guys.
Okay.
How are you?
Oh, okay.
Hello. Greetings from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. How's the weather out there? How's the weather where you're from?
Where I am? I wish we'd gotten more snow than we have this year. It's been a lot drier. Granted, last year I got snowed in repeatedly, which is a pain in the ass. But still, to me, preferable. It's way too dry. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it might actually snow later this week. So I get my fingers.
Where are you?
Over the coming week. I'm in California, but I'm up in the mountains.
Oh, nice, man. That's beautiful.
So I mean, I'm close enough to the cities and everything else, but I get to retreat up to my little mountain fortress. And
that's freaking awesome. Do you still grow a lot of weed up out there?
A lot of people do. Yeah. I buy mine. I don't grow, but people do. Now you got me thinking about partaking.
I think we all need to after my
slow my brain down. It helps,
especially after my explosion. Absolutely.
Well, you've got like some really cool life living up there in the mountains in California, man. That's awesome. How'd you wind up out there?
Well, the cabin my grandfather built. So I've been coming up here most of my life.
Oh, cool.
I was, I think, 4 when we started building it, so I've got early memories of the frame going up and all that. And I used to spend tons of time up here with family. And then into adulthood, I started using it more than anybody else, and eventually got to where I spent all of the summer and winter breaks up here and stuff.
Nice.
And then when I ran into a lot of trouble in the house I'd had for a decade. There were some people that kept breaking into it.
Oh yeah.
So I gave it and I took this over permanently.
You gotta let
so
living in the big city, all the fucking problems with crime and immigration, transportation. What?
Crime is largely a socioeconomic phenomenon, and when you deal with the economics, crime always disappears. It's something we can see over and over and over again around the world. It's just a matter of terrible social policy in the U.S. So, I honestly, it's one of the lifelong dreams to get enough Americans to understand just how fucking stupid our social policies are and how self-defeating. People actually gave a shit about crime. It's so fucking easy to solve this crap.
I've also got a kitty.
Yeah, I saw the kitty. I was enjoying that. I love when people every now and then because it's nice and then yeah, it's a little kitty rolling around there.
Murder muffins.
Yep.
I found her. I found her. I was on my way to a pro-Pally protest, and she was outside my house, and she was dying. She was dying. Yeah, she was like skin and bone, and she was like drooling and had like pus coming out of her mouth. And now look at her. Look at her.
Yeah, it's the best. I mean, and the ones that they find a good home and they know it, and it's they become the most critters ever.
The cat distribution system. Yep. Definitely.
Yeah, finding them outside. That's actually how I got my dog. I got home one day and she was sitting outside the gate. She'd been abandoned.
Oh, yeah, I found most of my cats that way. I found one of my cats in a parking lot at Publix in the middle of COVID in Florida. And one of my other cats, I was a failed rescue during, was it Hurricane Irma in Florida? So, all of that, yeah. But now she's doing a lot better.
Street cat.
I got a sponsor for her, and she ended up paying all her bills. And so, yeah, she's doing really well. I've had her for 3 months. She turned out to be 15. I thought she was a kitten. She's 15 and has no teeth.
Can I change? Can I put you on the bigger thing and then you can show her? It's so small. It's hard for me to see well.
Oh, now she's running away. It's because I have to put her in the shower so that she can breathe the steam, and I give her meds, and so whenever I try to pick her up, she's suspicious. Yeah, look, she even has a belly.
Yeah, we're recovering. Look at that.
Yeah, I named her Doña Aurelia.
I love older kids, and people are willing to adopt the older cat. I just thank you. I so appreciate that because everyone wants the little kittens or something, but come on. All cats
Well, that's the reason why I kept her, because I knew that whoever took her was going to euthanize her, because people don't like to bother because it's a lot of work. But
when they get older, they start you have the potential of medical problems and whatnot. So we're like, fuck it, we don't want to deal with that. Like, come on, seriously.
I kept thinking about it because even the vet told me, maybe you should put her down. She's lived a long time, But I was like, it's not like she has something that is, like cancer or heart failure, right? She has kitty COVID. And because of her age, she has Khaleesi virus. And because of her age, she's never going to recover. So all she needs is antibiotics and pain medication, and she's good.
Right.
As long as I can keep the infection at bay and she's not in pain. Does that mean what I think it means? What do you think it means? Doña Aurelia, I just needed to give her an old lady name. So I named her after my great-grandmother. Doña Aurelia Milagros. And Doña is like the Spanish equivalent of ma'am.
Right.
Because she's an old lady.
It always makes me think of like older movies, like like you see like the kind of Creole nobility or something. Such a cool title.
She's very loving. And She's trying desperately to make friends with my other cats, and they don't want any part of it.
It'll take time. It always takes time.
Yeah, she will chase after them, and even though they're hissing at her, she'll chase after. And she's only 7 pounds. Yeah.
The age isn't really. I mean, I don't know. You guys see like Minerva moving around all the time. She's about 14 now.
Really? Oh,
she's not a kid.
old comrades.
They can live a good, long, healthy life if they they get love. And ones with like medical problems. I mean, one of my father's cats for years. I mean, he was a type 1 diabetic. He needed regular. He just had to have an insulin shot every day.
Aww.
But if he had his shots, he was fine.
Exactly.
And he had a nice long life.
That's what I think. I didn't think it was ethical for me to put her down. I'm like, what? So and I'm also an academic. So I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Florida, and I love disability studies. Yeah, actually, one of my mentors works with you in the English department. And I mean, at your university.
So someone in an English department knows me.
I don't know if he knows you, but your colleagues. Dr. Ethan Barnard. He's in queer studies. He was my mentor when he worked at Northridge. But yeah, now he works there. I was like, oh my God, connections. But yeah, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate your just like knowledge. You're like a walking encyclopedia. And at the time when all of this was going on, it was very helpful to have you on hand. Just to kind of understand what was happening. And I tend to process things through studying, and I think a lot of us ended up processing through studying a lot about what was going on in Palestine. And it was helpful to have you as a guide, right? As even as an academic, it's kind of hard to know where to start.
Yeah, for sure. It's true in so many subjects.
I'm in 19th century Brit Lit, the Gothic.
Fine.
But yes, I love me the Gothic, monstrous women and disability. Those are that's my jam, right? But it can be very easy to transfer those skills to other things, right? Because in many ways, I'm also a historian, right? Social historian, literature historian. I also kind of go into like medical history as well, for my research. But it's always you saved a lot of time considering that I'm working on my dissertation. Yeah. And it can be hard to kind of jump from one subject to another. So yeah, I really wanted to thank you for your support, and just like you're a ball of fun. Plus cats, so that was a bonus.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Like I said, I got sucked into this. I'll do what I can. As long as it seems useful to other people, I'm happy to help out where I can.
I feel like it's a good idea. I might start having my office hours on on TikTok.
It's honestly in many ways it does feel very similar, because it's sort of like an open Q&A kind of format, and it's what I appreciate most about when students pop in, because there are a lot of things that don't really fit into the lectures themselves or the times or whatever. I love trying to integrate people's questions into what we're doing, but there's a lot of things that'll come up to be too tangential, but people are curious about it. I'm like, great, let's meet and chat about that. And people show up, and we do, and it's fantastic. And somehow this has managed to develop in many ways a similar vibe. Mm-hmm. So it feels very natural to me. It doesn't feel like this isn't work. This is kind of just a relaxing conversation. I have a lot of fun with it.
I love it too. I basically haven't watched any TV since before all this started. I basically have been going from live to live, and it's all I can think about. And it's I currently work at one of the Cal States. I won't say which because I currently work at one of the Cal States. Yeah. Because people are evil and crazy. But I'm putting together a class right now on well, I was because I can't stop talking about Palestine, and so now I'm having to find ways of including it into my into my teaching. Right? I'm in an ethnic studies department. I'm in a Chicano studies department. So it kind of lends itself for this. I'm kind of trying to, sneak into Asian American studies too because of this topic, right? But I'm tasked with putting together a class on Chicanas in the contemporary world, which is basically, open-ended. And I'm very curious about the fact that there has been so much Latina Chicana solidarity between with Palestinians, right? And thinking about the connections between the conversations that happen, on both ends. So, for example, with Chicanas, we're always thinking about the border, right? And we can relate to the fact that we, have a border between, this country and Mexico that kind of separates us from our people, right? Or the fact that, part of our land was taken, right, by the US.
I live in Mexico. This.
Yeah.
That's why all the names are what they are. This is
our people who are killed in the streets or are heavily policed and things like that. So
there's a lot of parallels.
So I think the way that I'm going into it is by using a lot of like Chicana feminism to go into it, but I also want to kind of balance it out with some texts on Arab feminism, right? And I know that you included some texts the other day, but I was wondering if there wasn't anyone in particular that you would suggest for me to start with.
As a starting point. Okay, so you want to dive a bit deeper into like the history of Arab feminism.
Yeah.
Then I think probably one of the better places to start was with Margot Badran.
Okay, let me write that down.
Her Feminism, Islam, and Nation on Egyptian feminism is just a seminal study. And it goes back into the 19th century. It's like charts all the early developments in it. And so much of what spreads across the broader Arab world in terms of feminism starts with that. It's all influenced because Egypt has the oldest national identity in the Arab world because it actually started modernizing at the beginning of the 19th century. It means that the feminist movement in Egypt starts at the same time as most European and American feminist movements. It directly parallels.
I figured I would probably have to broaden it out because I haven't found any specific texts that talk about Palestinian feminism, right? Because they're, I don't know, trying to survive. So that makes sense, right? So I thought maybe broaden it out.
I'm gonna grab the English.
Okay.
Let's see.
Oh.
Both this and this.
Oh, the kitty. I like how they take over our seats when we leave.
You keeping this warm for me? Thank you. That's
everyone's asking for the spelling.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Oh, okay.
But I gotta put this back to
a
button. It's right here. Come on. Fingers. So this is the one I was just talking about. And that's the name.
Badran. Okay.
But, this is the seminal study of early Islamic feminism. So it's focusing on Egypt largely because of it's kind of a good start for it. And then This is a more recent one. I've actually used this as like a general survey in a couple of classes to kind of introduce people to like the general character of feminist movements in the Muslim world as a whole. But it does build on some of her previous stuff and tries to slightly expand the subject. But anyway, this is the starting point. If you really want to start diving into this as a topic, I'd go here first. And then after this, there's a whole bunch of places I could suggest, about feminism in the Turkish world, feminism in the Iranian world, feminism as it spreads into other Arab countries. But this is
our focus is because it's an ethnic studies department, and a lot of our projects tend to be, on activism. So it is going to have an activism component to it that I'm putting together. And I mean, right now, feminism is happening in real time on these TikToks, right? So I'm probably going to have my students visit these TikToks and, think about how they're run, right? And in the context of the text that we're reading, right? So that they can, put together their own TikTok live by the end of the semester. But yeah.
And beyond just looking at the feminist literature, there's an extensive feminist literature in the Muslim and Arab world. There's also a ton of great work on social movements in general in the Arab world that always touch on the feminist angles.
Yes.
And they tend to talk a lot more about the activist angles, like what people are doing in their daily lives that ultimately change things. There's probably a couple things I could suggest as a start there.
Yes.
Okay. That's that and that. And, oh gosh. Let's see. That. Shit. This gets harder. No. Always too many things I'm thinking about. No.
I became very obsessed with Layla Khalid. Badass. And I found a documentary of, a documentary that was created about her activism, right? That was created by a Palestinian. So I think they would really want to watch that too.
Okay, I'm trying to find the one that I can remember that while they talk about a whole bunch of broader activism and labor stuff, but also there's things women specifically too. So okay, so I can narrow. I managed to narrow it down to 3 possibilities.
Yes. Okay.
So mine is always good. So this is a neat one.
Okay, I screenshotted it.
And then Asabayat is nice in this. There's a lot of theory in this, but it's a good way of looking at kind of anti-politics. What are people doing on their own that change the world, rather than like conscious political movements? But if you want some conscious political movements, this is a.
It's also, I mean, it's helpful to have the theory. I mean, I have some theory on the, on the Chicana side, Gloria Anzaldúa and the borderland theory, right, is always the canonical text on the talking about the border, the U.S.-Mexico border. But, I have that kind of blank spot in terms of the Middle East and, what the conversation is over there. So that's really helpful. Yay!
Buy out those and start there. I actually use that in one of my classes too. I mean,
yes.
I challenge people, so it's a good one for that.
And do you happen to know any activists, that are more recent than Layla Khalid?
Depends on what you mean,
like
or
Palestinian activists.
I mean,
more on the revolutionary side. Oh, dang.
I know a lot of people there, but not people that would be like not TikToker type people,
Oh no, it doesn't have to be. Just so for their reading purposes.
Oh, so readings from activists.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it's okay. No, sorry. It's okay. My ADHD, I switched topics pretty quickly.
Yeah. I'm not sure, honestly. What would be?
They'll probably pop up in the books.
I mean, I have to think about what would be a good in terms of like a reading on things. I mean, there's always like, oh, gosh,
Ooh,
yeah.
okay. Some
That's
people
true.
in the comments, Fatima and Miriam. I'll hear them.
Someone suggesting the
Yes.
yeah, kind of old school, but they've always had some good shit.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I still manifestos from Gaza Youth breaks out.
Ooh, let me write it.
So I love the start, like their intro. The first line of the manifesto is like "fuck everyone." It's like, fuck the U.S., fuck Israel, fuck Hamas. Like it's everybody. And then just goes into all their grievances.
I love it.
So it's a grassroots movement. One fun one too. Also look into the hip hop movement. It's really strong so like PR in Gaza, for example.
I've been seeing that a lot lately. What is his name? I just found as it through Rima, the Caucasian Arab. She actually brought in a very popular singer into her life. And I discovered that there's so much music, right, in the Palestinian movement. What was it? The guy that sings Song of War, Danny Mac. People online? No?
Positive.
Yeah, but anyways, yeah, I love it. I'm probably Free Palestine on Spotify. Okay, cool. Because I know that in the Chicana movements, there's a lot of
MRFer,
huh?
right? Free Palestine until it's backwards MRFer, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Eddie Mac. Yes.
Yes.
I was so excited, and it's very much centered on activism. And I mean, a lot of you know uh a lot of activism in the Chicano world, but I've been noticing just recently in just the pro Pali groups, people have been processing through poetry, through art, through things like that, as well as more tangible things like engaging people in conversation, or I guess more. Yeah.
Always. Like the artistic aspect, one of the most fascinating things about being on the ground during a lot of the Arab uprisings, upheavals in 2011, 2012, was just how many free-form poets were out there. People just like moving through the crowd and like just reciting their lines and just doing their thing. Or like people impromptu stages. I'm sure a lot of the people in the crowd was the first hip hop they'd ever heard, but just like kids getting up and rapping.
That's so right.
Yeah, there's like one of the guys leading us in some songs, Rami Assam ends up having a whole career out of that afterwards. Yes, leave the country for it. But it just starts off like, say, just getting people going.
Yeah.
It's like, it's always important. Like music is important in every movement. There's a lot of like great,
it's gonna come out soon too. Danny Mac, he actually showed us some of the songs that are coming out. He made an album with a bunch of the popular singers in the pro Pali movement. So we were listening to some of the songs, and it definitely felt very uplifting in a time where I feel like we're all kind of I don't know, getting to a place of despair just from the amount of time that we have been seeing all of these unalived babies and families, and there's only so much of that you can take before it brings you down, right? So I can't imagine what the Palestinians must have gone through their whole lives having to deal with this, on and off. And in that time, I mean, for me, it was very uplifting, and I kind of made us kind of want to continue, right? So yeah, okay, cool, thank you. I'm so
I
excited.
came up to tell you that I was one of those guys on the ground in Syria. So if you want Arabic music, English music from the like Syrian civil movement, or old Palestinian music as well, like the old one, the old generation, like Intifada kind of music, you can reach out to me and I can like lead you into artists and lead you into a lot of background things.
That would be really great.
it's mostly Arabic music, but I can also
Yeah.
try to find like YouTube that's translated or anything like that.
Yes, no, that would be very helpful because I want them to kind of I mean I always I always organize my classes the way that my brain works, so it kind of jumps around a lot. All right, so I thought I would start with exposing them, well, first introducing them to the history of kind of a short history of what's going on in Palestine, a short history of, kind of the things that we have dealt with as Chicanos that, have kind of overlap, with the struggle of the Palestinians, right? And then I want to kind of plunge into what are some different ways in which activists go about creating liberation for their people, right? And so that would be music and art and conversation, right? um, I think that will help. I think that will help them a lot in terms of, I don't know, making them socially conscious individuals going out into the world.
Like, I'm not sure if
It can make you more of a citizen. I often use so as people are sitting down in classes as they're first coming in, I'm always playing music from the region I'm talking about today, and
Yeah.
it's just a range of styles, different artists there.
Yes.
And on longer classes during the breaks, I do the same thing. And there's so many that you can use that really kind of I don't know, can suck people into something, can and let them see what's going on. So like I don't know if you're playing like El General from Tunisia, then you're actually getting to see some of the anger against the Ben Ali regime and what they were after, or like I don't know, Murderize has a great video in Syria that like tons of the scenes in the video are of the devastation in his Aleppo. Like this is all like this is my city, and it's like this very angry rapping over that's like what the fuck, it kind of like just the visual, like it can bring people into it and help to center the topic in a way.
Eddie Mack has a song like that too. That's basically, what is it, the equivalent of F Israel? And it becomes kind of like a chant. I was like, yes.
So many great Israeli artists that are worth playing too, especially a lot of the leftist ones. Like
Ooh.
Hadag Nahash is a fantastic hip hop group. And they're so like what the fuck is wrong with our government? And I just want a normal life. I just want to be able to like get high with my friends. Instead, I have to wear all these fucking pops on the street and all this rest of this shit. It just
I don't know about that spelling though, but yes.
how to spell their name?
Yeah, can you type it in so that I can?
How do I do that? Let's see. Where's the at?
Sweet little kitty.
I'm not sure if they spell it with an H or the CH for the second
It's
part.
okay.
It's that there.
Okay, got it. Got a screenshot. That helps so much. Yeah, I think it's.
Here's an easy one to spell. Balkan beatbox.
Ooh, okay.
They have a lot of like really fun stuff there, and then a lot of it it's anti-war. It's just like, what the fuck is wrong with this police state stuff? So there's a lot of great artists you can play with there. Or I don't know, somebody's more into metal. Like I know the guys in Orphan Land pretty well. They often take Palestinian artists on tour with them. Orphan Land has a lot of songs that consciously touch on this shit and say like, why can't we all be brothers or whatever, They frequently have toured with like the Palestinian band Halas, for example. So trying to like elevate Palestinian artists I mean, Kobe's a great guy. So if you don't know Orphan Land, check the band out.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, because I inevitably end up talking about Palestine in all of my classes, and I think my students are like, how does this relate to like what we're talking about now? But I think, especially in an ethnic studies class, you kind of do have to be socially conscious and include what is happening in real time. It kind of feels like a disservice to the class to not bring it up, right? When especially in the middle of a G-side, Oh, great.
It's since the pandemic, I've gone to so many concerts. I just brought up all kinds of fun memories. I have there's a fun picture I've got somewhere of of with Orphan Land, with the all but one of the members. We're all like just standing there, and there's a picture of us, and it's funny as hell because I'm always looking at this picture, and I'm the oldest person in the picture, and I don't look it. It's so like one of the members of the band is like this long, super gray beard, and it's just like dude's like 10 years younger than me. Like what the fuck? But but yeah,
at some point you just forget about
really
age.
miss live music. I mean, it's for a few years there we didn't get to do it at all, and I mean I used to go to shows every month, so I got to get back to that.
Okay.
I
Thank
gotta
you
find
so
some more
much.
concert buddies.
Yay.
Anyway,
Thank
yeah,
you so
so
much. Yeah, and I'll reach out to you,
worries.
Rebel.
Honestly, if I like I said, because I placed it from all over the world all the time. I mean, I have thousands of artists from around the world to just saved. I keep big spreadsheets, and I'm always sharing different stuff. So if you want to chat about music in whatever regions, just send me some DMs. We can talk about it.
Thank you.
I teach like cultural globalization in many classes, so I use music for that.
It's a very good way to go into any topic, really, because students are, especially undergraduate students, are very much into music, so it helps. Yeah,
They can see some of they can see the cultural hybridity in action. You can see, okay, so what does hip hop or metal or punk look like in the cultural environment? How does it reflect their interests and their issues, their lyrical beliefs? How does their local music lead into it?
music is very much political, so
it always has been. Yeah, we tend to forget that. It's one of the reasons I turned off to a lot of US hip hop, because it became so heavily commercial. It was all about the Benjamins or whatever, and it just lost its political sense. But I got really into a lot of Arabic and Francophone hip hop. And then my ex showed me a number of like more underground American artists that are still like, fuck the police, still like political in the US still. Oh, cool. So I guess that shit still exists. So that was nice. But yeah, like a total Francophone, Arab hip hop is actually quite good.
it's really helpful. Thank you. Yay! Aggies, say bye bye. When I scratch her, she does that.
So
keep going.
if you want like Arabic background music, I grew up in the Middle East. I've been in Sweden for 10 years, so I have all that like old revolution, left party kind of music background in terms of everything like that. So it's not just like about Palestine, but more like the full Middle East kind of civil movement and this kind of music where they have like kufi and all of those things. So you can absolutely reach out to me. Like I tend to share these with my like Palestinian American friends, that's like Palestinian diaspora. Every morning just send a link to them and like, hey, listen to this. This is today and things like that. So you can absolutely, like anyone as well listening, you can just reach out to me. I can send you whatever type of music you want.
Thank you so much. I'll definitely reach out to you. Thank you, Rebel.
Okay, well, while Jax figures out our next topic anyway, I'm gonna go grab the dog and stuff. She's outside. I'll be back in a minute.
I can't wait to ask him this question. I have a fire burning inside me. I can't wait to ask him.
So great. I have a hard time coming up with questions the majority of the time. I'm just like, I want to absorb.
No, I'm a nerd. I have all the nerd questions.
I think it's because I constantly have to think critically, so sometimes I just like to like soak it all in.
I'm pretty good with nerd questions. Ask me anything you want.
You know what it is? I might fall asleep. I passed out for a little, not fall asleep. I could just off a little bit. I'm back now. Are you echoing? No, everything's okay. Rebel, you could take it from. Yeah. Oh, Jewish John. I'm gonna drop you. I'm gonna bring you right back up again. Okay.
No, I'm gonna mute myself. I was putting some stuff in my dishwasher.
Oh, okay, okay.
Sorry.
No problem, no problem.
Bye.
But what's it called? Yeah, Rebel, you could take it from here. I need to simmer down. Thanks for jumping up here. Lovely. It just I don't really put up with it. It's like he came in here hot, and I'm not that type of person
Yeah,
to
yeah,
stand down.
yeah.
I
You can
don't
take a
stand
break.
down to people. I don't. Especially when you're like in the comments, "Rah, rah, rah," like I don't really care. But then he was like, "I'm not. Don't disrespect me, bro. Don't disrespect me."
No,
Honestly,
that guy was
that guy
nasty.
needed it.
That yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That guy asked for it. Yeah,
But not only
honestly.
that, he's been chasing, us around this account for over a month. So it's like, I'm so sorry, Liam, but Liam's a big boy. He's not gonna be mad. I had to pop off because it's like, he just got me in the wrong mood. I'm not that person. See, remember when I always said, I don't, if you want somebody to come in to just rip somebody apart, you call me. I'm like what's that, Dora? The other one? I could be a Dora. Like everybody. I don't know if anybody's ever seen Dora the Pro Israeli, but yeah, I could come in really hot and I don't mind, especially when it's from my friends. I'll always do that.
Tensions are running really high right now when we're all stressed, so it can be very easy to have a short fuse. So I don't blame you.
That's why I'm here for color commentary.
Oh
I
no.
mean, you know what it is? It's most important because the one person that's gotten the most flack on this account and actually has people like trying, even with her other account, Kimberly. Kimberly has had a lot of issues in the past like 2 months of people like trying to DOXX her, you know what I mean? And they're stalking, they harass her. So that's it. But I'm gonna be here. I'll be muted. And yeah, Rebel, you could start and perfect.
And I'm
You
gonna
probably
drop
have some
down.
kind of.
But
I'm
thank
sorry.
you guys for having me. I'm gonna drop down because I have to continue lesson planning. So I'll probably keep you in the background. But thank you so much for giving me some time.
Thank you for your little. What's that called when the kitty does that? Like kneading, right? Like they're
Oh
kneading
yes,
dough. I love that. I saw. You know what it is? Like I was feeling peaceful because I heard the purring, and I'm like, oh, she's kneading dough.
she's definitely a baker of murder muffins.
I love it. Love it. Love it.
Thank you so
And
much.
before you drop, would you like? I'm gonna play just a small, short start of a song,
Okay.
and this song goes from like activists to their moms if they get arrested or if they get alive.
Okay.
So would you play something like that in the beginning of a class?
Yay.
Let me just play. If I just go a little bit forward.
عمري لأن إذا مت أخجل من دمعي من دمعي.
So would you like this type of music?
Yes.
Oh, there is billions of songs like that. You can just say,
Oh,
I can send you everything.
Thank you.
Here's a fun one for you because you're talking about literature earlier, right? And, like our poetry and all that.
Yeah.
So Mahmoud Darwish?
Yeah.
Poetry
I've
wise,
heard of him, but I still haven't gotten a chance to read him.
There are some pieces of his poetry that have been set to music by Yusri Brand. So it's like a bunch of like nice oud music and then his poetry over the top of it.
Okay.
So it's a nice way of like introducing both poetry and musical forms. So it's nice.
Great. The only book I have read that's Palestinian, or I mean, oh shit. Other than 1001 Nights, the only other Middle Eastern text that I've read is The Drone Eats With Me, Atef Abu Saif, who and it's a Gaza diary of the experience of what is it? Why am I forgetting words right now? A journalist living in 2014, and his experience during those attacks. I thought it was really well done, and I actually not. It wasn't until now that I actually understood what the title means, because now I've heard those videos of you just hear the drone constantly, and it really is like it's living with you. It's part of daily life, right? So if you guys want to, I really recommend this book if anybody wants to read it. It really does read like a diary. So yeah, recommend it. Drone with me.
I probably should teach literature too, so if you want other recommendations for the region,
Yeah,
I'm not the best person to ask about fiction.
I
Music, sure.
love it.
Fiction, no. But I have a lot of friends who do that stuff, and
I love it. Ooh,
let me know.
yes, thank you. All right. I will reach out to both of you. I will drop down, try to get some stuff done. Oh, cute.
I think they want news.
Oh, my cat steals my milk. I will take your milk. Anyways, bye.
Oh, I love when anyone show interest in culture or music about like revolution and civil movement in the Middle East. That goes directly to my heart because there has been an enormous amount of music and culture background that is very tainted into Islamophobia and very tainted into all of these things. But the Intifada music coming out of Palestine is like so red and so left that is crazy. If someone listen to it, it's like almost listening to like it is communist song at the end of the day. So this new generation of Islam in terms of like armed movements is very new. That wasn't the case before.
Absolutely, and I think that's something that's lost on a lot of Americans is just how much resistance was actually secular leftist movements for a long time, and there still is a significant socialist presence on the ground. That's another one that's honestly baffled me because of the long history of like Cold War rhetoric in the West that everyone wants to talk about the H group attack and everyone forgets the Popular Front participated in this one. They've sat out most things, but they're like, "Fuck it, we're in again." No one mentions that. I don't understand that.
It rubs me personally because I was in a very like secular left movement in the beginning in Syria and all of that. So when they speak on Syria as a like civil war or like religious situation, it rubs me in the wrong way. It always did, and it always will. Yeah, but Annie had a question.
Okay. Speaking of culture, there are so many of them on this planet. This planet has so many cultures, has had so many cultures, and is likely to have many more in the future if we can survive ourselves. In order to ask my question, I have to stroke your ego for a second, and it matters. You are so intelligent. You have read more books than some libraries carry. You have books and studied histories of things that some of the most cultured and uncultured could ever think of. You teach these things. You send people out into the world with degrees on education and intellectual studies about culture and civilization. Having said all that, where do you stand on aliens?
It's way too much real estate for there not to be a shit ton of them. I mean, billions of, hundreds of billions of freaking galaxies. I mean, for fuck's sake, there's a lot out there. There is no way in hell we're alone. But the chances of them actually bothering to spend time paying attention to a bunch of like semi-hairless apes running around unaliving each other, I mean, we're not worth paying attention to. And a lot of the places where they show up in our discussions, I mean, if anybody is watching that that TV show Ancient Aliens,
Okay, so I was going to bring that up, but I didn't want to look like an idiot.
They're completely fucking stoned and willing to laugh your ass because they get every single thing wrong.
That's where I was headed with this. Where I was headed.
I've had friends force me to watch episodes of that, like just to okay, you got to tell me what's wrong, and it's honestly kind of fun. Like, you can go through like the stuff with them and see where. Oh God, there was this whole episode they did where they took the Nephilim in the Bible and they said that they were aliens who came down here and interbred with males to create like some like weird. I mean, for fuck's sake, like we can't interbreed with bonobo. They're a lot. I mean, something from a completely different planet? No fucking way. And the Nephilim story, it's actually a reference to the Near Eastern context, of ancient Judaism. I mean, demigods were a thing. I mean, originally Judaism was a polytheistic faith. It's a remnant in the text of that earlier tradition, but they're trying to read aliens into it because they're into aliens. It's just modern mythology. The show is Ancient Aliens on the so-called History Channel. Back in the day, the History Channel, we used to just call it the World War II channel because that's what they did. Now it's like ice road truckers and ancient aliens and all kinds of shit that has nothing to do with history at all.
What about the theory that we're the aliens?
Well, the life was seeded here.
Yeah. Like that, I don't know if you ever watched Star Trek. Now, don't come at me, Trekkies, because I didn't watch the original series. I watched all the following ones. But there was an episode of The Next Generation called The Chase. Do you know the one I'm talking about? Where
I've seen everything.
Okay.
I'm a science fiction nut.
So that monologue that the Supreme Alien gave at the end, where Roddenberry had often talked about the theory of the water seeding, and that's why they would be humanoid, right? So I mean, if sorry, I was nerding out, and I just wanted to ask.
Our actual origins are very easily traced here. I mean, we're still related to freaking banana slugs for crying out loud. I mean, all life on Earth is interconnected in some way, but how life got here in the first place? I mean, we think that tons of water molecules got this planet from tons of comets slamming into it, over and over again in the early stages of the solar system forming. So any number of interesting molecules of things could have come in from other things that way during those impacts. It's also entirely possible that somebody could have intentionally added something to that, although I don't know why they would bother. But who knows? I mean, but as far as anything beyond that point, anything beyond early stages of starting life, not really, because we literally can see the links that we have to all other life on this Earth. That's the wonder of cracking DNA and shit like that. So no, I don't think that humans were in any way seeded here. It doesn't make any sense. But life itself, it's possible. Life itself may have a cosmic origin. And it's one of the fun things about current xenobiological research. The way that they're searching for life on Mars and the Moon, on different asteroids. I can't wait until we get out to the outer planets, because at least 3 of the moons of Jupiter are likely to have subsurface oceans to varying degrees. Tons of places where life forms of different types could have developed in other places in our solar system. If we could find any kind of microbial life out there that's similar enough to what's here, then that would cinch it. That there's some way that that microbial life started somewhere else and landed here and found the perfect conditions to develop into us. Yeah, Europa's the big favorite there, because it's mostly water in there. But Ganymede and Callisto likely have significant chunks of actual liquid water as well, because they're all being needed by the tidal forces of Jupiter. And life can easily thrive in an environment like that because it's warm and it's got water. So if it's got the other essential ingredients of life, yeah, that shit could exist. And if it's similar to us, then yeah. Somebody asked about. Somebody said, "What are we talking about?" Somebody asked about aliens just for fun, so we're taking a fun detour into like the origins of life. But yeah, I think it's entirely possible that there is some link between the beginnings of life on Earth and life forms just more broadly in the universe. But beyond that, no. There's okay. Just to burst anyone's human bubble, there's nothing truly special about human beings as far we're animals. The difference between us and all other animals is just a difference of degree, not of kind. We're a part of nature, not separate from it or above it. I mean, that's just my short little.
Appreciate it.
So we're having like a very chill evening, let's say. It's morning for me. So if they put you as like, if you can direct the Palestinian movement as a whole, and everyone would listen exactly to what you say, how would you direct it?
God, that is a really hard question to ask a philosophical anarchist. I'm
gonna get my pen and paper. I'm gonna get my pen and paper. Like a roadmap. If we want to build a roadmap, like a month, a 6 month, a year, based on that.
I think the keys at this point would be to try and build real unity among the different factions, to focus on the fact that the world is recognizing a national and political identity of Palestinians, but Palestinians don't get along well enough with each other. So they have to kind of get past some of those differences and work together. And that, it's going to require a sense of the strategic direction. Palestinians historically have been really shitty at public relations. I mean, for all the nice things about Arafat that we can look back on, Arafat was a complete moron when it comes to public relations in the world. He just never reached out to the right places. Palestinians have to get better at working again, bring themselves together, and then present their case more consistently in the world. And if they can do that in a way that evades some of the like I said before, the existence of armed resistance is a part of the movement and has been. It has to be part of it, and it needs to be, but it should be part of its past at this point and held in reserve as a last resort if things can't progress. At this point, take advantage of the fact the world is paying attention and try to appeal to their sympathies. The single best thing I think Palestinians could do to really gain attention at this point, at this juncture in time, is to adopt large-scale nonviolent resistance. That's not like I'm saying it doesn't work in all cases. It's not like it's not because I'm just like, oh, no one should ever fight back. Because no, absolutely. I mean, I did not have a problem with what the IRA was doing. That's not the issue here. It's in terms of how to play internationally. If you have cases like this, if you can see the massive violence, the systematic violence, because this has been a reality. God, you stink, dog. Old dogs fart a lot. Holy shit.
And they stink. Wow. They're human-like.
What are you feeding her?
Well, I mean, carnivores eat. I mean, carnivore shit stinks. Herbivore shit doesn't. So, wow. God, I'm gonna choke to death in here. Okay, what the hell was I talking about?
I have an English bulldog pug. I feel you.
Where the hell was I? What was I talking about?
Yasser Arafat and how he was terrible with foreign.
The strategic shift, the attention. Okay, so Israel's systematic violence has been obvious to people on the ground for a long time, but it hasn't been obvious to Israelis, and it hasn't been obvious to the rest of the world because they don't see it, because no one's on the ground. This is an opportunity because of the scale of violence, of just how bad they are, right? So when people are seeing these videos coming, all these nice little 4K videos coming out of like lines and lines of refugees who fled their homes, and the tank in the background is still taking shots at them, That looks good to people. That gains sympathy. That says, look, this is clearly an oppressed people. This is an oppressed population. They deserve our support. The world loves an underdog. Palestinians should sit the fuck down and just watch it in massive civil disobedience, but without the kind of over-the-top militant violence. I understand why people do it, but at this stage, with this attention, with the world's eyes looking, this is a time to put the missiles in deep storage and save them for a rainy day. And instead turn to trying to get people to see this is what Israel is like, this is what this regime is like, and this is us just sitting here still being unalived. And because that's ultimately the techniques that have worked in a lot of other places where the world's attention is turned. You know, when the South African movement moved more toward nonviolence and away from violence, the violence helped to establish the national identity. It established the character. It drove the movements forward. But then to get the world to change its position economically and politically with the state, it took seeing people who weren't doing anything at all still being unalived. That played a big part in it. So that would be my big suggestion, is to take a cue from a lot of previous situations that relate to this particular moment, like what it looks like diplomatically. So I don't know if I'm making any sense, but
So no, it does. It does make a lot of sense. The question that I would have on that specific point is that, like, does it or should it help to start as a civil disobedience in the diaspora first, and then transform after a ceasefire into the ground in Palestine, or how does that equation works?
diaspora activism needs to be different. Diaspora activism needs to focus on organizing, on intersectional relationships, bringing the Palestinian cause before more people. So organize more African Americans and Chicanas and whatever, like build large movements there around solidarity, education, teaching, and then begin to reach out to other groups here. So reaching out to Jewish groups and Christian groups, you know, because if you can change the culture here, it can change the politics. But civil disobedience here would, in a large scale, would probably hurt the movement. Civil disobedience in Israel would be game changing. And I don't mean like small scale stuff, and I don't mean short term. That's why I love pointing back to the intifadas. Everyone ignores the nonviolent aspects of the intifada and focuses on the violence. And when people do acknowledge it, they say, look, we tried it and they attacked us anyway, so of course we gotta shoot back or whatever. No, do it and stay the course for a while. Like, keep at it. That, I think, would have a huge effect while the world is looking. Because it builds the sympathy that you need from people who've never heard of a Palestinian, who just don't care. I mean, this is a hard one for people like who know Palestinians, who are in these activist spaces. We get this, but the simple fact is most of the world doesn't give a shit. And they've never given a shit.
I know.
And
As Syrian, I lived it and know it, so I definitely know that they don't give a damn.
But I want people who are just coming into this and are in these activist spaces and they feel it now. I want them to know that those of us who have been at this for decades know the world doesn't fucking care. And it will never care unless you actually give them a reason to. The thing that most started changing the positions in Europe was those scenes out of the first Intifada where kids were hucking rocks at tanks. You know, because it shows the scale, right? The images are powerful. It's like the tank guy image in Tiananmen Square. You know, you can see, oh shit, look what the state is willing to do to people. Those images are worth 1,000 words. And the world needs to see more of that shit. If we fight from an ethical position, if we fight through civil disobedience and nonviolent protests and just sit the fuck down and letting them do what they want, the world will see what that regime is really like. And we'll say, holy shit, this isn't the democracy the world told me it was. And that's the key. Democracy came up earlier in this live. People were talking about like why Israel loves talking about how it's a democracy. You want the world to understand what the shit situation is really like? Sit the fuck down over you with a tank. And the world will see this is not a fucking democracy. That will change everything. But it's hard to do. And this is where, again...
Yeah, absolutely. I hear you on this. So the question that I would ask in this situation, do you think after like a ceasefire, because ceasefire is going to happen eventually, But do you think after a ceasefire, the civil movement that will come inside of Gaza of rebuilding, of cleaning, and all of this infrastructure things, do you think that will be shown as some form of resistance in a sense?
Hold on a second. Okay, rather than just trying to type this out, because
Do you want me to drop?
it takes me too long sometimes. There was something actually an important question I was trying to say, like tag Dex on this to let them know, like that somebody asked why did the two intifadas not work, and that's a good question. So I want that to come up. So if you can, Jackson, you can file that away, and then we can.
Why the
Okay.
two empanadas?
Okay.
Oh my empanadas! I'm saying.
So what was the last thing, Rebel?
I said, do you think the after a ceasefire, do you think the activities that will happen in terms of rebuilding, in terms of seeing how the people are going to do things on the ground in Gaza, do you think that will be taken as some form of like civil movement, resistance civil movement?
Do I think rebuilding will be a resistance?
Not just rebuilding, but everything we're seeing. Like right now, we're seeing songs, we're seeing activities coming out, we're seeing a lot of theater for kids, and all of these things will also become even more in that situation. Like from my experience, that's how it has been in Syria after an area that has been like targeted. There is a lot of civil movement from the community in that sense. So, do you think that will be taken as an? Yeah, you got the point.
Yeah, ordinary people coming together to rebuild stuff is important, but the way that they do it will still matter. So, all the art, all the songs, all the ways that people need to process the pain as they're rebuilding their lives. If a lot of that is focused on a sense of hope, and a commitment to actually tried and tested tactics, I think it can really help. One of the things that's bothered me a lot about watching how this conflict plays out over the decades is that there's a lot of nihilism. There's a lot of people who are just fucking miserable, who don't see the point of any of it. They don't see any way out of the situation, that it's just dragged on and on, the world doesn't care. And that is corrosive internally, and I think that we need to inject a spirit of hope and love into that to really boost people's spirits, to help them see that this situation can change and that what they're doing right now does matter. A lot of people think that every state does this. This is something that governments do just by nature, by being a government. Governments want to teach us to be helpless. There's a person in the U.S. right now being prosecuted in the state of Ohio for opening his church to homeless people on nights that were freezing outside so they didn't die, and because his church wasn't a residence, it wasn't licensed to actually have people sleeping there, he's being prosecuted for that. What states try to do is they get us to think that we shouldn't look out for each other, we don't have a responsibility, we don't have power, and we need to leave it to the people in power to do things for us. Palestinians have the ability to improve their own lives every day through their own actions. That actually gets back to the theoretical stuff we were talking about a moment ago there, like thinking about how ordinary people can really organize and affect change in their lives. So there's a lot of great studies. I've got a couple of great books about the way people come together in crises. When Hurricane Katrina hit the United States, the federal government completely bungled it, and ordinary people stepped up and they got their boats and they rescued people, and so they started building shelters. People can look out for each other. But if they do that in a sense of hope and love, with a sense that they really can change things in the world, we'll do better. One thing that has actually complicated the situation, and I know this is difficult, so give me a minute here. It's actually complicated the situation is a lot of the rebuilding has been steered by groups like the H group and the outside money that they can bring in to do it because they can afford to do it. So money is funneled in from Gulf states, goes into the H group, they rebuild shit, but it then centers on their approach to resistance. And it creates more dependency and support on their tactical approach. And while again I understand the appeal of that and why it matters to people, what it does is it feeds into something in Israeli politics. I think that a lot of Palestinians don't know enough about how Israeli politics works and how this ends up making the situation much, much worse. You know, I get all the frustration. Well, we were nice, and then they were still awful to us. Set that aside because it's not really relevant here. Whenever they attack like this, it plays into the conscious bunker mentality that was cultivated inside Israel. The sense of where it built on that generational trauma, the past fears from Europe, and then look, they're attacking us here. Every single attack justifies the oppression of Palestinians. And it's not fair, it's not right, it's factually inaccurate. We all know that. I'm talking about how it's received here. And remember, our reality, what we believe to be true, is social. So their social environment and what they're hearing, that matters. If we don't take that into consideration, then we can't ultimately change the situation. Because what's happening is that Israeli governments, decade after decade, are getting more and more far right. They're getting more and more violent. That's why this situation is so bad. This situation is much worse than it was 10 years ago. And that was much worse than it was 20 years ago. Every cycle of violence makes the Israeli state more paranoid, more freaked out, more willing to engage in atrocities, more far-right and nationalist. And that's ultimately going to just cause more and more suffering for Palestinians. It won't lead to their liberation. And I'm terrified by that dynamic, honestly. I think it's something froze. Did it freeze for everybody, or is it just somebody? Or
Nico, if it's frozen for you, maybe slide back into the live because sometimes that it
Oh
can.
no, it's not frozen for him.
As long as it's not general. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I think Bella had a question.
I'm just talking to myself.
I have so
Yeah,
many
I think
questions for you. I'm not
Bella
gonna
had a
lie.
question, but if Menjam, if Liberty Mind would like to come up and like have more Palestinian voice in this discussion, I'm willing to drop or
Oh, I
something
can
like
drop
that.
So
after
I'm
my
gonna drop.
questions are
I have
asked.
nothing to add. I'm gonna drop. I got nothing to add but color commentary. I love the aliens talk. You know, I'm here to listen with my spaghetti strainer brain in the comments. I love everybody here on the panel. I love you, Liam. I'll see you in the comments.
Oh my gosh, you know the flying spaghetti monster too?
Damn right. But somebody needs to drop me so that I don't mess with the algorithm.
I got you.
Yes,
Love
ma'am.
you.
Have
Bye,
a great rest
everybody.
of your night. I have so much to pick your brain about.
Bye. Yeah, hi fam.
Liberty Mind, if you're still here, request in the to come up. But then, oops, somebody did ask me a question before. I don't know where it went. It was
Is that the Intifada ones? I didn't want to forget that.
no, it was that's who's coming up right now.
Oh.
Yeah, that's who's gonna come up to ask his own questions. But
Thank
somebody
you.
said, what could we do about silencing the universities? About the universities that are being silenced. Absolutely. Somebody did ask me that question, meaning like, you know what happened with the Columbia University? That was a hot mess. But we know who was behind that, Hillary Clinton. Yeah, that was behind it.
Part of that is it just gets back to the PR stuff. And again, the Palestinian groups themselves have generally done terrible PR in foreign countries. We have to do that for them. The diaspora has to get a lot better at organizing so that we can win people over on the campuses. If you want to change the situation at the universities, massive student strikes. Get people to actually register their opinion. If the students all show up and just sit down in the middle of the fucking squares, or they just stop going to classes, the campuses will notice very fast. There was in California just this week. This last week was the largest university faculty strike in U.S. history, and it only lasted one day. Everybody they folded in one day. You know, we could have gotten better if we'd held out longer. So I'm a little pissed at the union for that, but a lot of our demands were answered in a single day because all the fucking faculty refused to show up.
Well, that's amazing for you. That's amazing, like an amazing accomplishment. But yeah, if anybody wants to know
do that across the country. So
yeah.
if Columbia students and faculty just sit the fuck down, then the deans and provosts will change their position.
Oh, absolutely. And so anyway, why is it have to do? Well, Hillary Clinton is she's a professor there, and so yeah, knowing her and the last things that she would obviously pull, yeah, you could absolutely see that she would bring in the idea of bring in those people. That's just
At the end of the day, most faculty are going to be sympathetic to this. It's the simple reality is most university faculty is going to lean left and liberal. So they will be sympathetic, and a lot of students would be too if they just understood the situation, if we talked to them better. So reaching out to those people, building those coalitions on campuses, and then shutting the shit down. That's the way you change it, because making polite appeals to the provost is going to change nothing. Money talks,
And they're
but
already struggling for college professors everywhere. Like I will say that even as like a college student, they are struggling. I see so many teachers teaching multiple subjects all throughout the week. Like I've had teachers that have like followed me through multiple science classes because that's what they have to do to fill in the gaps.
I mean, many of us teach multiple campuses.
Yeah.
Most classes at this point in the U.S. are taught by part-timers. Because 75% are taught by part-timers because they've been undermining the profession. So the faculty is pissed as it is. So you give us a good reason to strike, and we'll do it.
Yeah.
Fuck the way the university systems have been going in this country for a long time.
W to that.
So
I 1000% agree. I have two questions to ask you. On the side of the flying spaghetti monster for 1 second, I started microbiology today with my first lab, and there is so much history that I just want to dive into you at a later date. But so much cool stuff in microbiology I was not thinking I was going to learn pertaining to history. Anyway, now that we're back on topic. So my 2 points that I have written down that I wanted to ask you about. One, there was a poll that came out on the 23rd, and it had stated that 49% of Americans aged 18 to 29 believe that what Israel is doing is a genocide, and that 26% disagree that it's a genocide, and the rest are undecided. Does that show hope? Because in my view, that shows a good bit of hope just because Gen Z has been so politically active. And in addition, that's a large portion of the military force is that age range of 18 to 29. But then I'll ask my other question.
yeah, it's easier to break them up that way because I have a terrible short-term memory. Great long-term, terrible short-term. If you explain to people first what the terms mean, if people understand how nationalism works and genocide works, and then you show them the actions and the statements, it's undeniable. In my classes, I have had tons of self-professed Zionists have to say, yeah, no, I get it, that this clearly fits that, and we should talk about it and investigate it. I mean, if you lay the stuff out right, it's very difficult to argue back against it. So I'd say it does show a sense of hope, but it could be much better if we actually worked on the community education stuff. The simple fact is, most overworked academics don't even have time to talk about all this crap. I mean, most people aren't going to encounter these things really, other than through their friends' networks. Pardon me. So what we do in terms of mutual aid education, if we can come up with really good ways to explain, this is what nationalism is, this is what genocide is, these are the key actions that have been happening here for a long time. That's the way to do this. And honestly, it's not just this one. People can get caught up in this and think that it's just about the major military actions happening right now. Realistically, this has been a feature of the Israeli state for 76 years. It was there from the very start. Again, the Nakba fits the definition of genocide. We just never talk about it. And that's why the core of this is to talk about what ethno-nationalism is. If people understand what that is and what it's based on, the fact that it's just like so many of the other ideologies that caused so many of the other problems in the region and beyond. Yeah, it gets a lot harder to resist this, resist the definition. But I think that a lot can be done in terms of kind of community mutual aid education. I love that there have been so many groups that have done well at that over the years, and then it's sad that so many of them get crushed. Like, the Panthers used to do tons of great radical education. They had like socialist night school, shit like that. People would come in, like, learn theory. I think that we need to come up with, more things like that, where we really educate people, help them to understand things. Because even in activist spaces, I run into so many people where their heart's very much in the right place, and they don't have the slightest fucking idea what they're talking about. And opponents will pick that apart. It gives them openings to shut things down. It gives them a way to kind of trip them up in a sense. Ask a tough question, they stumble. Oh, clearly you don't know what you're talking about. Then people start thinking, maybe I don't know, and then it's all over. If we do better at educating ourselves, that shit can't happen.
That's awesome. Thank you, Professor. I appreciate it. I
couldn't resist since your opening line here. I had to dig this out. Let's see if I could. God, that's really hard to see in this screen.
The Gospel of the Flying Spaghetti Monster.
I have a lot of fun. I mean, I don't like ones on like the, because religion is a fun subject of interest of mine. It just huge amount of this is different religions, but. Like the ironic ones are amazing. I was always very partial to Discordianism personally, because the goddess Eris, the goddess of chaos, and so.
Yeah, I'm very happy to hear your perspective and all pertaining to it. I just think that seeing that age range, I think the reason we see that age range is possibly because they're getting the majority of their education online. That 49%, right? That majority within that 18 to 29, they're online, right? And I think the ones who aren't a part of that age range, they're sadly not getting the education because maybe they're not as tech savvy. I do notice that, and I don't mean this, and okay, let me say this. I know I'm the youngest one here, and I just want to say this in a preface to this, and I'm not calling anyone old. I promise, okay? I promise, okay? I just want to say, okay? I just want to say, I've noticed that the older generations have a harder time researching factual information. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I hope that doesn't come across bad.
How old are you, Bella?
I'm 20.
All right, fair enough. I'm 29, but I was like, dang, I'm not that much.
Yeah, you're the age of all of my older sisters. But it's I think that is a large part of it, is that's why they're probably educated on these issues, where I see that the older generation are just kind of that's happening? Oh, I don't even know. But yeah, my second question.
Just empirically, the younger generation is, they are the best educated generation in American history, and a lot of it is not because of the school system, which is sad. Because the school systems in the U.S. have actually been deteriorating for some time. But people do have better access to things, and they do pick more shit up. And the fact that there is so much clickbait on the internet means that it's a little harder for you to fool them with the kind of sponsored articles that show up in major media. So people are reading their mainstream media newspaper, and there's articles in there that aren't really articles, and it's like a very fine print that says sponsored content.
Or opinion piece.
So the sponsored content is just corporate ad copy that's disguised to look like an actual news article. Boomers fall for that shit very easily, because it's just the world has changed a little bit. But if you're constantly bouncing around through all the clickbaity shit and you grew up on the internet, then yeah. I think one of the reasons I have an easier time with some of that crap is that I got onto the internet really fucking early. Yeah, I'm getting to be older.
You kind of have to as a professor, though. You have to stay up to date.
Oh, no, God, no. It's nothing to do with that. I didn't even start college until I was 30.
Really?
Yeah,
you're a late starter?
I'm a working class kid. I was a truck driver.
I love that.
I've
been part-time for 2 years.
So
Like,
Yeah.
I actually went into deferment for a while because I didn't have like all the money for the upfront costs. So that makes me feel great. I'm
Yeah,
friends
no one
with
in my
like
family had
all
gone to
of the
college
older
at all.
people in my
It
class.
was just not none of us went to college. I'm a first generation college student.
Me too.
So
And I'm the first one to graduate with a diploma. Um, and actually, I probably shouldn't say that other one online. Never mind.
yeah, I got onto the internet in about in
I have a little bit of a lag, but I'll say me 3.
hey, I got onto the internet in like 87 or 88 when it was all text based, like years before the World Wide Web existed. So it was all like character based shit. So every new thing that showed up, I had to I got to go through it. So that makes me a little bit unusual for my age because the web didn't exist when I graduated high school. It literally did not exist yet. So a lot of people in my generation didn't see the stuff either. They're generally better than boomers, but
Yeah.
not
My dad believes there's 5G light bulbs and he's 50.
yeah.
Yes.
So we're
5G light bulbs.
better than boomers, but generally not great because it
5G light bulbs. I've tried to explain it so many times. But okay, I'll get on to my second question because I'm holding things up. I could chit chat with you like all day. I'm so sorry. I would take up all of your office hours as a student. Anyway, my second question, and this isn't to oppose you in any way because I am all for peaceful resistance. That is something that I do push. That is one of my primary standards. However, I am very understanding of the other side. Like for example, a lot of social movements that got kickstarted and we started to get a lot of rights for them, for example, LGBTQ rights, feminism, all of those things came about with a little bit of push with those movements and a little bit of, I don't want to say but violence.
In Stonewall, we threw bricks at cops.
Yes, right? And
we had a whole month celebrating that. But
right.
It started with throwing bricks at cops.
So that's what I mean is like I think that it's something I understand, and I think I don't know if there's a medium, right? Because I do very much like for example stand with peaceful resistance because of like Malcolm X, right? But I also hear when Malcolm X came back and he said, "Wait, I should have listened. I should have wait no." I should have listened a little bit to people who were maybe pushing me a little bit harder. And Martin Luther King said the same thing, right? He said that I should have followed Malcolm. And so I kind of see that, and I just wanted to kind of see your opinion on that, and if there's a way to kind of do this in a way where it's in between, because I am all for peaceful resistance, but I also am aware that all of the rights I've seen gained, specifically like a lot of rights that affect me, have been done through, sadly, not so peaceful resistance.
Again, I 1000% agree. But there has been violent resistance here already. And that's what I'm saying. It's done its job. It has actually created a sense of unity, of like nationalism. At this point, what it's doing is it's actually making the situation worse. For a while, it was actually improving things. It was actually bringing people together. But at this point, a lot of it causes disunity and factionalism, and it creates a really toxic environment, both in Israeli politics and globally. But violence has a part to play in all liberation struggles, in all of them. And I'm in no way saying that it shouldn't play a part, because sadly, that's just how history works. It's very rare to have a movement succeed with none at all. So yeah, LGBT rights, today, at this point, you don't need it anymore. So should we be, honest, gosh, I was about to say, should we be throwing rocks at cops? And then I realized we probably should, but that's all different. But
ACAB!
But I'm just saying, like, for that cause, it's no longer necessary. But Stonewall absolutely was. A lot of this shit was. We forget that a lot of the accomplishments of the civil rights era happened because of the riots. If you take the riots out of it, if you take the Watts riot out, you don't get the Civil Rights Act, because it's the threat of that actually made MLK look good, and now he can talk, and now you can get somewhere with it. You always have to have that in the background. And that's why I said, if you're going to proceed in a way that I would have suggested, don't disavow it. This is where the H group is correct and the PLO is not. They should never have disavowed their right to resist. And they did. They should not have. What they should have done is, we will stop pew-pewing at you as long as we're actually making progress in negotiations. And stuck with that. And that's what I'm saying the H group should do now. I'm not saying disarm. I'm not saying say that they're never doing it. I'm not saying forswear a right to resistance. I'm saying stop doing it. That's why hudna is important as a term for this.
I think that sounds like a very perfect medium to like what we were just kind of talking about.
Exactly. It's the happy medium between it. It's like there, because it has played a part already, and it's always there if it's necessary. But at this point, I don't think it is. At this point, I think it's toxic. At this point, I think it's harmful. But there are different points in the course of this conflict when I've said it, when I would have said it needed to happen. The shit that was happening in the 60s needed to happen, honestly. You know, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that needed to go in there because at that point, there was no broad agreement on a Palestinian political identity even. People needed to be given a sense of hope and spirit and purpose and pride and brought together and aimed at a particular goal of liberation. And that was accomplished. That's the kind of thing that you saw with Malcolm X. That's what was launched there. You know, you can see there's places where it absolutely matters. And there's a neat way which, and this is why also I prefer hudna to forswearing the right. I liked that the Panthers were armed. But they weren't usually pew-pewing, right? They were just armed. They just had it there. It's like the potential.
A show of force.
Insurance.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like we have this right. This right exists. And if you push us far enough, we'll defend ourselves. But we are going to pursue this without that. And we're willing to talk and let's negotiate. That, I think, is the position that Palestine in general should be pursuing at this point. What they showed on the 7th was the ability to carry off an action greater than anyone expected them to be able to do. Cool. Build on that. Set that shit aside in the past now and say, no, let's see what we can do without that. You know, like, but that potential.
But they've repeatedly.
I do really like appreciate that. Like I do appreciate hearing that middle ground because I think it gives me kind of a. I'm not gonna lie. Every source you give me, I have it bookmarked and I pull it up in almost every debate. And I really do like absorb a lot of the information you give me. And so I really appreciate the perspective you give. You are very much like a wise elder of mine. So I really do appreciate it. And I very much admire you fully. So I hope you have a great rest of your night. I admire you fully, Liam. And I hope everybody up here has a great night. I will continue to listen to the conversation. I just had lecture at like 6:30 this morning, so I'm like pooping out. But anyway, I hope you have a great night.
Good night, Ben.
You got Blackbeard in the comments.
Liam, do you wanna take a break? Do you wanna fill up your drink? Something like that.
Goodness. It's a Friday.
Yeah, Liam, what's your time check
Bravo.
for
He
this
sure
live?
wants
And I'm
another
gonna
one,
drop
but-
down. Hi, y'all. I'm so happy to see you.
Hello. Time check. I have a lot to do over the weekend, so I'm definitely not going to be here till 2 a.m. I'll tell you that. Or 4 or whatever, some crazy times we've been to. Because I do have to get up in the morning and get shit done. But I'm not. I'm fine now. I mean, I got no problem at all. I mean, if we cruise along till midnight, I'm a happy camper. You know, no big deal there. Although I may start slowing my brain down before that point.
And what time is midnight for you? Like how many hours is that?
Sorry, 2 hours from now. Sorry.
Okay.
Within a couple of hours. If the conversation winds down before that point, okay. But you know, that's about the latest I really want to go. And
I think Rebel steered the pot by asking if you were the leader of the movement, how would you time frame it forward? It was very calm just before that. But I'm wondering if if Nat has a like point on the same subject, which is like resistance movement and how to transfer forward, or if we can take that discussion with Liberty as he's like Palestinian from the ground, and he would have his like, yeah.
Somebody hit it again. There was the Intifada question much earlier, and somebody just reminded us of it in the chat there.
Yes, I had put in that question in the
You
chat
had, yeah. We
earlier.
probably should do that before we get any further along here, because it really
Yes.
fits what we're talking about too.
Yes, well, here it is. I mean, I came in when you were talking about the more peaceful approach, and just, I mean, if we look at the bigger picture and the entire history of this thing, ever since the Balfour Declaration and the systemic land seizure that managed, despite all the might of the British occupation at the time, managed to seize um, uh, um, about 5 or 6% of the land, be it by major non-Palestinian feudal landlords who resided abroad, or by through British government grants of Palestinian lands, or lands that were leaked to the migrating, if you will, Jews and such, where they only managed to get 5 to 6%, leading to the Nakba, where they forcibly took a much bigger portion, and then 1967, where they took the whole thing. It became, and then actually we have the two intifadas, and then more recently the Great March of Return, and then the Oslo Accords before that, and nothing in terms of negotiation or peaceful approach seemed to work. Nothing, even the ICJ decision yesterday. Some might see it in a positive perspective. I don't, honestly. I'm very cynical as a Palestinian. We've learned. We've became cynical over the years. With the world just not listening to us. Humanity and exercising humanity in the West definition of the West does not apply to Palestinians. Doesn't. We don't have any trust in these world organizations. They pretty much gave Netanyahu another month to do whatever he wants. They did not use the term immediately. They gave him a month. They did not call for the the season of ceasefire. Um, uh, and then to the peaceful approach, and to the ceasefire, to the Hudna approach. I mean, the resistance once and again came out and gave out their conditions and what they want. Simple things. We want to release. We want to release the prisoners we have. If you release all the hostages you have in the Israeli jails, and and end the siege on Gaza, and stop the desecration of our holy places in Jerusalem and throughout Palestine. But the reality is that there is only one side here that wants liberation and peace, and there's one side that really just wants to expand by their own words. They just want to expand. Netanyahu just before October 7th, a few months before, went in front of the um, United Nations, and drew a line through the map, hinting that, presented himself as the new leader of the Middle East and what have you. It's just, there's really not a partner there. I don't see one, man, and all I see is people that have in the back of their minds this expansionist colonial ideology, and they're going to do whatever it takes to do it, whatever lie they have to tell the world and tell themselves, by the way, because I think they've told it for so long. And I think that's their great weakness, by the way, at this time, is that they told the lies for so long, they began to believe them themselves, right? So I guess the question is, I mean, the Palestinians, especially the resistance, they are held to be true to what they are, what they claim to be. They are pushed in a corner, especially, with the bringing of the three red cows, like Muhammad Dave said on October 7th. It's just really out there. It's flagrant here. This is what we're planning to do. They had a whole genetics facility made just so they can create these three red cows, to where they can burn them and tear down Al Aqsa. And these plans are real and they're in motion. So I mean, we're put in a position where just die standing, and instead of just living on your knees type deal.
Right, and that's where I made the point earlier about the nihilism that I see there. I mean, because it's, and I understand that. Yeah, I mean, given no alternative, I'll die on my feet rather than leave. I mean, there's no way I'm leaving this country. I mean, I don't care how fucking fascistic it gets. I'll fight back. But there is real reason to hope here that we don't have to fall into the same kind of situation, because the situation has been changing, at least internationally, where you're pointing to the Israelis, and I think that's the weakness that I see in a lot of perspectives among Palestinians specifically, because they're focusing on the Israelis. That's not going to change. All the structural factors are going to keep making the situation worse among Israelis, not better. And when the Israelis say, we have no partner for peace on the other side, the truth is they've never been the partner for peace. They've never wanted it. They've never offered it. The only peace they're offering is subjugation. And that is a part of the guiding ideology of the state that has to change. That will not change on its own. There's nothing in Israel that will change that. But the international situation can change, and that's where the nonviolent struggles matter. So when we think about the earlier attempts here, so if you're thinking about things like in the first Intifada, right, where this actually did change a lot of shit. Did it liberate Palestine? No, but it got people to see Palestinians for the first fucking time. No one had paid attention to this situation before. Palestinians were all teists. They weren't relevant. They didn't have a real cause. They weren't a real people. But people started to see that, and it began to change the international perspective on it. Every time movements like this have built up, it's mattered. So like the Gaza flotilla thing, the Great March of Freedom, things like that, they all mattered. They've all built towards something. The key here, as far as nonviolent tactics and international opinion works, is they have to be, you need three things. They need to be seen. So you have to have the world's attention somehow, which right now we do. They have to be consistent. Like you don't start off and then change your mind a few months into it because they made you really mad by doing some awful shit and do back. This is why people like Gandhi spent so much time teaching the principles of ahimsa before they did anything, to get people to really internalize how important it was not to react, right? So seen, consistent, and they have to be painful. Like it has to be noticed somehow on the Israeli side. It's not going to change the situation in Israel, but it's going to get the world's attention. This is why nonviolent civil disobedience matters. So don't just like, okay, you mentioned the PA and the Oslo Accords and all that shit. The Oslo was not a nonviolent process at all. Oslo was literally acceding to Israeli systemic violence and basically allowing them to outsource that violence to Palestinians and arm Palestinians to do the job for them. That has nothing to do with the situation at all.
Well,
that's actually part of the problem, right? What had to be done here instead is you get millions of Palestinians to sit down in the fucking streets and block them completely, block traffic, don't move, let the police come with their batons and beating people, but stay there and keep doing that shit. Shut things down for them. Damage it and do it while it's noticeable, while people can see it, while they're recording it in 4K and broadcasting that shit around the world. And when people see that they're sitting there for weeks at a time and people are beating them for sitting there, that will change the situation internationally. It's not going to change Israel at all. So change your goalpost in a sense. Don't focus on trying to change Israel, because everything about this conflict for decades has put them on a cycle to make this worse. They are not going to turn around. They are not a partner for peace. We on the outside have to force them into that. And that can happen diplomatically and economically. But it will only happen when the world sees the Palestinians in a different light. And that's where I'm saying this is an opportunity to build on and to change that perspective in international sense. So if you can change ordinary people's views around the world, they will change their government's positions, and their government's positions are the ones that will hurt Israel. So, but again, like with the last person there, I totally understand the earlier, aspects of violence in this. I understand that it seems like it hasn't worked. All I'm going to tell you is just, it hasn't really been done. I mean, we've had periods of it, short periods of it, where it actually has made a difference. Even in these short periods, it has made a difference. If you sustain that, if you keep it up, can you imagine what this will do? Because the periods where we actually had this happening changed so much of the discourse. What I do for a living and talking about Palestine in classrooms could not have happened 30 years ago. No one could have done what I do for a living. No one would have been able to talk about Palestine in the way that I talk about it in the classrooms. That changed because of the Intifada. And specifically because of the nonviolent aspects of the Intifada. So that's the short of that, I guess. Hi, you're kind of in the way.
So my question would be when would be the time, or when is the condition, do you think the conditions are right? Because right now it's an active pui zone, all right? So when there is a ceasefire and that took place, do you think that's when it should start, or what's the condition around the start of a civil movement?
The tough part, okay, so it depends on where you are and what's going on. I would say in the West Bank right now, it's a perfect time to be doing this stuff, especially since there's a consistent low-level violence from settlers. So think of it this way. The settlers are all over the place in the West Bank, right? Take 1 million Palestinians and march them into Area C and sit down and don't move. Or just, block some of the bypass roads, right? Actually engage actively there. Which will, I'm going to be honest, and again, this is why I don't like telling people what to do. This will increase the violence. People will suffer for it. But it will be seen right now. And they have the ability to do that right now. The people in the Strip do not. They have to focus on surviving.
Unfortunately, Israel has their dogs in the PA actively working to quell exactly that.
I'm well aware of that, which is why I consider the PA to be an opponent to peace. I think the PA should be disbanded. I think we should force Israel to go back to being a full-time occupation authority.
Yes,
because the PA does exactly what Israel intended it to do. It was never a path to peace. It was a path to subjugation. A lot of us saw it at the time, but people tried to think, well, this is the best we can get, and we'll go for it. But
believe me,
PA needs to be ignored.
Believe me, I was maybe in 1993, I was 13 years old. And I remember when Arafat signed it, and I was sitting next to my dad, and it's almost traumatic what happened. He got up, spit at the TV, and apparently that wasn't enough. He went to the room, came back, and kicked it in. He didn't like what he was seeing. He knew, he read it right there.
I get it. I mean, a lot of people talked about it. Saeed analyzed it very, very, very accurately at the time. A lot of people saw this shit, but they thought that it was the best they could possibly get with like their Bantu stance, and they decided we'll go for that. That'll be the only thing. And
I think it's more to that. I think Yasser Arafat went around all his negotiators and did his own thing. And if you watch a documentary, yeah, he was the whole time he was trying to make a deal. He just wanted he turned out to be the typical Arab leader, I think, in my opinion, that just wanted somewhere to say I'm a leader, and that's it, no matter what it takes.
It's one of those better to rule in hell than serve in heaven kind of thing.
Correct.
He was looking for his kingdom. He wanted a little piece of pie for himself, and it's a matter of if this is the best they can get, then they'll do that. So he was willing to accept a Bantustan solution, and at the time, That honestly does make a little bit of sense. And the reason for that is that not enough of the world had really seen it. They were starting to, though, at the time, and this is where Arafat himself, he was never very clever about international politics or PR. You know, there are a lot of strengths that he had. This is not one of them. So recognizing that the situation was beginning to change, he didn't get that. Instead, he was still thinking that nothing they were doing in the 60s and 70s made any difference. The world didn't care. The world wasn't paying attention. So take what you can get. But the world has changed. The situation has changed. People now know Palestinians exist. That was not the case before. More people sympathize with Palestinians. More people are aware of Palestinians. The world ultimately loves an underdog. If you really help them to understand what this situation is like, it will change. And it has been. It's been changing consistently since the first Intifada.
But
and
in all
Arafat dropped
reality,
the ball by not recognizing this and instead surrendering based on what happened in the 60s and 70s.
Agreed.
He surrendered and fucked the Palestinians over.
Agreed, but in all reality, I mean, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Beit Shalem, they came out and called it an apartheid. But
they all knew it.
Yeah, but none of that really mattered. I mean, the world was still kind of in a coma about Palestine prior to October 7th, right? October 7th was a wake up call, no?
Right. It has been changing. It has been changing steadily in the background for quite some time. The key here is that what people tend to do is they focus on the centers of power. They're focusing on the way the major powers are looking at this. Economically and politically, nothing is going to change. It's going to keep getting worse. It's going to keep getting worse, right? Because it's all in their interests already. But the situation on the ground with ordinary people can change. Our attitudes can ultimately influence governments and force them to change, and that has been changing steadily for decades. If you look at you look at like the U.S. and European populations, and you look at generational polls in European countries and in North America between boomers and the Xers, millennials and whatnot, support for Israel has been going down steadily, and support for Palestinians has been going up. Not as fast, and this is the key. Support for Israel is going down markedly because more people are aware of what Israel does to Palestinians. But the reason support for Palestinians has only nudged up a little bit is things like the age group. That's what hurts. If you wanted to see an equal drop and rise, this is where the tactics had to shift around this time. And unfortunately, they didn't. Instead, around the times of the First and Second Intifada, the scale of violence went up. And it made it a lot harder for a lot of activists on the ground to really push this situation. So it's still been happening. We've still been making gains, but it has made life harder for us to try and get people to understand what's really happening there. Because every attack plays into the long history of Jewish generational trauma and all the Western countries' complicity in causing that. So it makes it very difficult for them to change course. So it's more complicated than a lot of other similar situations in world history because, of the longer term Jewish history in the Christian world. That's not something that other resistance groups have had to contend with. But there are ways around it. Hi.
That was gold. My question would be again, let's say if we wake up tomorrow and there is a ceasefire, do you think, like, away from the West Bank, do you think what could be done in Gaza or in the Strip and in these areas?
Nothing. I mean, I wouldn't expect anything, and I mean, honestly, the situation is so awful anyway. Pretty much everything they do that isn't pew-pewing is probably beneficial right now. Them just queuing up, sitting there, getting food, all the photos being taken to them, all the destruction. They're already helping every way they possibly can. But if the militant groups were to regroup, attack from that situation, it'll make things worse. But what the Gazans are already doing is they are doing the Lord's work already for Palestine just by existing and suffering. And as much as that sucks, and again, there's a difference between like the emotional, empathetic side and the analytical, strategic side here, right? Their suffering is useful strategically, even as it breaks our heart to watch. That's it. I would expect nothing else from them. They will need years of reconstruction aid to put themselves back on their feet. But the work can happen in the diaspora, and it can happen in the West Bank right now.
So in that H group has asked for like Marwan Barghouthi and 2-3 other like high top class political leaders. Do you think that exchange and then integration the H group into a different system, different name would help into having something that is like against the PA? Like we say Wael al-Dahdouh, for example, the journalist that lost his family, lost his kid. He's a pronoun word loved journalist, so he can take a leading role into creating some form of coalition between the ground movements in Gaza, in the West Bank, and have the people support and replacing the government. Do you think there is a accepting from the international community into some form of a new coalition?
I think that the world as a whole would be accepting of a change politically if done right. And honestly, there's something on the 7th we can point to that's useful here. Remember, 5 different groups were involved. 2 of them are socialists. So they're explicitly secular groups, and they were still participating. And
EFLP.
yeah, and the Democratic Front was also there.
Yes, sir.
So they're losing faith in the PA. I say build on that, and build on that in the West Bank, build on that more broadly. Get groups to tune out from the PA and ignore it, but still builds an alternative to it. You know, a new kind of umbrella organization that brings everybody together in a new structure here. So it's not the H group. It's not the what am I supposed to call the PIJ? Does that work?
PIJ.
Okay, so not them. Yeah, I mean, that sort of transcends all of them. Build a kind of unity organization that's focused on freedom for Palestinians now. And honestly, the most successful revolutionary movements ever have always been broad-based coalitions. It's difficult to hold them together afterwards. It'll take help there. But look at what happened in the Iranian Revolution. It was not the Khomeinists. It was also tons of student liberals. It was ethnic separatists, communists. It was a shitload of people. It was not just the religious involved in that. It was a huge coalition. We need a movement like that that brings everyone together around a single goal and that says, fuck the PA and Israel. Ignore both of them. Build a broad-based, civil disobedience movement that brings ordinary people together and then deploy it on the ground.
Thank you for that. I've got to drop now. The kids are calling. Thank you so much for the space, Liam. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no,
thank you, guys. Thank you. See you around, Brother Rebel. Assalamu alaikum.
See you, Habibi. Wa alaikum salam. I will give it to Nat. It's Nat's turn. I will give it to Nat. That was gold. That was absolutely gold.
Oh, thanks. I think there's real potential.
So
I think we could talk to each other. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a fun one for anybody here who hasn't read this. Go and read the fucking prisoners document. If you've not seen the Palestinian prisoners document, that was done by like a group of people from every faction in Israeli prisons, all getting together saying we can agree on these basic principles. They have differing ideologies, but they can all agree on those basic principles. We need something like that, but something that's not based around the whole two-state solution idea and the PA, which that still was, but something that's based instead on broad-based, nonviolent civil disobedience aimed at completely ending apartheid and occupation. Let's give everyone equal civil rights. Just change the argument internationally. Show people what Palestinians really need and deserve. But hell, even if you got to keep the two-state shit in there, whatever. It's always a stepping stone. It's something along the way. But the prisoners document is really worth looking at because it shows that, yeah, communists and this can talk together. They don't have to hate each other.
Dude, 100%. No, I was like so pissed off. Like I got like camera live access the other day, and I was like, "Oh my god, I can go on Liam's live and show my cat," and now it's gone. I don't know how. But no, I had a couple questions for you. Um, and I think like on the spirit of the topic of just like unity in the movement, how to move forward. Obviously, I cannot speak any way, shape, and form as a Palestinian or like someone who's actually like in the region. But I do see like, and I feel like this is like where I'm like, I don't know how to handle this is where it's kind of the same like with like Republicans versus like Democrats, where you just see the craziest stuff come out of like a Republican's mouth and another one will be like, yep, no, she's right. Like, and so like for case in point, for example, I literally like I was on a live with like a pro-Israeli and she was talking about eugenics. She was literally supporting eugenics. Like, no, like full frontal. She was like, yes, everyone should be vetted before they have children, like everything like that. And we all called her out and we were like, are you serious? And she was Jewish. And like, we tried to explain, like, everything about that, like just like how insanely wrong you are. And all her like pro-Israeli friends, yeah, like Annie can attest, all her pro-Israeli friends were like, no, like I get where she's coming from. And it's just this like this easy denial. And I can critique the pro-Pally side that there's a lot I do have to talk about, but like I don't know. They are fully committed to each other. And I really do like feel like it's the same as like Republicans in the United States, where it's what is it, Steve was it Steve the like you know like the weirdo like Yahtzee
Bannon?
Not even him, but yeah, yes, him as well, where they're so easily able to excuse everything.
Stephen Miller?
No, he was a congressman. I think he was a senator.
Oh, King. King?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, dude was like a very public white supremacist.
Yes, exactly. And they're all able to be like, "Oh, I mean, he means well." Like, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't know, like, where our unity like lies, where you. So I guess my biggest question. Sorry, I'm rambling. It's late for me. My biggest question is, how do you balance combating shitty people and movements with also creating unity?
First off, I gotta say, just bringing up Steve King and eugenics means that holy shit, I need another beer and I probably need to get high because that's just depressing as fuck.
So sorry.
But honestly, you're right in the sense that I've seen this and I've got some good studies on it. That race science has sadly been making a comeback, which is fucking pathetic given that DNA discovery alone invalidated every single part of their ideology. It's just insane. The core of an answer, I think, to your question would be don't. Like, because the groups themselves, the people who are already falling for these kind of ideas, you're not really going to get them because their social circles are sucking them into them. So you have to start building up a broader, larger coalition of your own that is going to present an alternative to it. One of the reasons that far-right discourses have grown so powerful in the U.S. is that they built it slowly and steadily over decades. You'll go back into the 50s and 60s, and the Birchers were fucking fringe. Like, no one took them seriously. They're like crazy conspiracy theorists. Like, all the mainstream politicians didn't want anything to do with them. And then they started to mainstream in the 70s and 80s. And by the time you get to Reagan, like, holy shit, it was starting to get more and more public. But still, in Reagan's day, he could not be as blunt as they are today. Reagan dog whistled like a motherfucker, but he couldn't say it the way Trump can. It built up steadily over 70 fucking years to get them to where they are today. So organizing the way they did, like building smaller groups, like influencing your neighbors and your friends, building social groups. Our reality is fashioned socially. They have a massive ecosystem at this point that is all going to feed it. So you can talk to them till the cows fucking come home and you'll get nowhere because everyone else in their circle believes the world is flat and they're going to stick with that shit. So our facts are irrelevant. But we can build our own alternative ecostructure, spread the ideas, build intersectionality, organize, and build an alternative. The left completely fucking collapsed around the same time that the right got organized. And that's why we're in this situation today. We need to reverse that shit. And that means organizing locally.
Dude, yeah, and that's like where I feel like I'm like, like that like just like crazy dude on the street with a sign like just screaming at people. I feel like I'm doing that internally right now, if I'm being honest. Like,
right, and it's a really apt analogy because how many of you take those guys seriously? The end is nigh, and everyone's like, and we all walk by. That's how the world is going to treat us right now. If you're trying to reach out to the people who can believe the horse shit coming out of Republicans' mouths at this point, they're not going to hear it at all. It just doesn't matter because it doesn't fit their social reality. It's not what they're hearing in their circles. Their truth is completely different from yours. So I would say organize is one thing. Don't combat them. Fucking ignore them as best you can. Don't
to be honest, like does lead me to like my next point, and like I'm glad you said like flat earther because like I say that all the time. It's just like, what argument am I gonna go to? I know you guys have like I don't know if you
analogy for idiots.
Like I don't know if you've ever been to like where was JFK unalived? Dallas? Yeah. Have you ever like been to like the site and like there's all those dudes on the street who are like, I have 5,000 facts for you, and you're like, oh my god, I'm honestly impressed. Good for you, buddy. I don't want to break your heart, but yeah, like I think like that's where I think like putting your like money where your mouth is, just of like the activism and like everything like. I think like my biggest like one I can say is do you remember what was it Occupy Wall Street?
Yeah. Occupy Wall Street had potential and fizzled. Occupy Wall Street
exactly. It had potential.
It's some of my view on the Intifada. They gave up the tactics that were working way too soon.
Yes.
What they needed
immediately
to do was ramp up the civil disobedience and stay in the motherfucking streets, and they didn't.
Yes. And like that's where like I get so frustrated is like I just see like different like people coming in trying to occupy movements with like their dumb like bullshit, and like instead like then we just like get like a bunch of people just like sitting and like camping out at Wall Street not doing anything. They don't care. Like, and like I think like I think the grassroots is where like liberals and not liberals, leftists always fall short, and it's so frustrating because like the argument is there. The argument is there always. Like it's never died out. But the other side can literally stand together with eugenics and be like, "No, I got her back. No, like she's right." Like it's crazy.
So many of the people who fall for that shit could also end, they could just easily be sucked into our camp. I mean, everyone loves to forget that 20% of the vote in Oklahoma used to go to fucking Marxists. I mean, rural people aren't all hopeless in this sense. People are motivated oftentimes by populists. I hear tons of Republicans who hate corporations, who hate the corruption in Wall Street. Those people are ripe for socialist agitprop. The problem is they've had 80 years of anti-Cold War propaganda, Cold War propaganda that's like, that's poisoned them against it. All they think of is Mao and Stalin. It doesn't work in the same way. The left has been crushed systematically in the U.S. and it failed to adapt. That's the key. Movements can adapt. They can alter their rhetoric, they can alter their tactics, and they can continue to thrive. Instead, the old way of organizing was attacked by the state, and we fucking gave up because they then came up with appealing rhetoric to suck all the potential people in the working class that could have supported. How much of the working class now today is solidly conservative? I mean, most working class men in the United States are solidly far right. And that's fucking scary. Those are the people who could be at the barricades waving the red flag, because they also hate corruption, they also hate big corporations, they hate elites, and they've been told that we're the elites. You know, and it's just fucking stupid. The left got really bad at making the right kind of arguments at the same time the right got good at it.
No, it's true, and it's such a common trend, like, everywhere, and it just, like, and I like, again, like, it really does resonate with, like, you could see the parallels in this conflict, like, as well. And, like, I see it, where I just see, like, the cohesiveness on, like, the Israeli side. Like, I see how, like, and, like, yeah, there are liberals, they're, like, whatever, like, their parties are different, but their ideology is the same. And it is really harrowing to see just, like, a repeat of just time and time again. Like, it's frustrating. Like, I don't know.
Okay, I've got a good one for y'all. Okay, just thinking in terms of, like, whole organization, way things work. Okay, so why did the U.S. state come down so hard on leftist movements? It's because they were working. Go back to the 1870s, massive union organization. They were tearing up train tracks, burning down factories, you know, like really disrupting shit and fighting for a better life. You look at, like, the organization in the 1880s, 1890s was like working class white and black people marching together. Jim Crow was literally created to break that, to separate the populations and get them to fight each other over something else. That solidarity among the working class, that was the key. It was working, and the state came down hard on it. What the Wobblies were doing, you know, well, what tons of these unions were doing, it was all working, which is why they were so hard on it. So when that's happening, the key here is to stay the motherfucking course and to get better at the rhetoric. When people came in with these smooth talking bullshit and tried to convince working class whites to abandon their comrades that were black in the South and to start looking at them differently, all it took was peeling a few of them away, and it broke those coalitions. If our arguments were better, if we had been able to combat that more effectively at the time, that might not have happened. Jim Crow did not have to happen. It happened because the populist and People's Party movements at the time could not effectively counter the rhetoric that the right threw at them. We've got to get better at that now, and it's one of the reasons I talk so often about trying to improve our language, the ways that we approach things, the off-putting ways that we throw things out there, because it just hands ammunition to the right to shoot us down. And that's the left's problem for the last 150 years. They've had good ideas, they've been able to organize, and then the state completely crushes them because they can't build the large-scale movement. They can't reach enough people in a way that really matters. And the right plays on your emotions and your fears much more effectively. I think part of it has to be finding a way to appeal to people where they really are, to touch on their own, okay, so one of the ways that this often works for the right is that they play on people's primal fears. They really do know what those anxieties are, and they give them what seems like a simple solution. And then we offer them, here, read these 10 books of theory. And that doesn't work the same way. If instead you can give them the same kind, you can give them a better solution, but it still fits their language. It still puts it in a context they can understand. This is why when I was talking to, like, tons of conservatives about universal health care or Medicare for all kind of shit, I'm never like, focusing on the moral arguments. Yeah, think about all the babies that are unaliving because we don't have universal health care. No, I told them it was a tax cut. Because effectively it is. It would massively lower our spending. I mean, I would save $10,000 a year if we had universal health care because it's part of your compensation package from work and they're overpaying for it to corporations. Take profit out of it and everyone's costs go down. But it's the way you frame it. It's the way you talk about it. If you turn to someone who's already been primed to think in terms of tax is bad, okay, cool. Build on that. You see what I'm saying? Like, we need to go where people are and give them arguments that make sense, and we can pull them back from this shit.
Dude, I come from like a really, really low like poverty area. Like, I come from a place like where like I know how to talk to people, and I don't understand why like liberals, leftists, or whatever don't know how to talk to people. So, case in point, death tax. Death tax. Case in point is the death tax. That is literally all I have to say to like win any argument. They're better at creating the easiest things to comprehend in the shittiest ways that are propagandized. Like, what is the death tax? Not the death tax.
What do they call those? Oh gosh, when they were talking about Obama, the government boards that would choose that the grandma could die. There was I'm forgetting the word for it. I'm getting old. Sarah Palin used to use this a lot, and I'm blanking on it.
I don't know.
Okay, pro-life is a good one.
Yeah, no, 100% pro-life. Pro-life is another one. Like, they're good at doing this.
Pro-choice, we've already lost.
100%. 100%.
Life, choice. Okay, you're choosing the opposite of life. You're choosing unlife. Okay, we've lost. You're giving them.
They're so much better at semantics. They're so much better at semantics. It's crazy, and I do hearken it back to
emotion. That's the thing.
Yes,
they're better at the arguments that appeal to emotion and fear.
And just like you said, fear, like that goes back to Zionism. Like, and it literally it will always like Kobe. Like, I know like you were having like a really like good like in depth conversation about like just how like I think there was like a guy Zach who's like he's really trying to learn was trying to learn about like how like Netanyahu and everyone got to power and how like things like that happened. Why wouldn't it happen? It's inevitable. Like, Zionism is inevitably always going to be far right. Like, it will, like, regardless of the people involved, it will always stream that way, because what does fear create? Power and control. Like, and they both, like, they all need each other to survive. Like, but I don't want to hog the mic.
Well, the specific type of, at least. I mean, the way that it was going, like statist Zionism, nationalist Zionism was always going to trend that way, because nationalism always takes you to the far right. This is why people like Ben Gurion, who were economically leftists, are actually closer to fascists than they are to socialists, because he was also a hardcore ethno-nationalist. Ethno-nationalism always takes you that way. There were communist Zionists, though, in the 20s and 30s that didn't want to go that way. They weren't thinking in terms of a nation state, and that's the trap, is when you fall into nationalism as a problem. So it doesn't have to, but nationalism, because it plays on people's fears, the way it plays on their sense of identity, absolutely it's going to trend in that direction. Yeah. And we've fallen into tons of traps. The right is really good at playing with a certain type of psychology that leftists and to some extent liberals just can't touch. And the key there is borrow some basic insights from evolutionary anthropology. We have evolved different ways of thinking, and we're getting better at recognizing, oh yeah, so neurodiversity is a thing. So not all of us think the same way. Cool. Apply that to just our politics in general. Some people are primed to be more receptive to emotional or fear-based arguments than others. So if you hit them with a whole bunch of fucking economic statistics, their eyes are going to glaze over and they're going to turn to somebody else instead.
Dude, exactly. Like, I just like I've done education for like a while, and like one of the biggest things that pisses me off is like people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. You have to meet them at your level, and like that's how you win. Like that's how you win, not arguments. This isn't an argument. This is people's lives. It is so frustrating. But also like it's really funny. Like, I'm also cuddling my cat. So it's it's just so frustrating. Like, I don't know. But yeah,
I can't believe this here because we were bashing Steven Pinker much earlier in the evening, and justifiably so. But one thing that's problematic about a lot of the guys in that profession who work with that kind of material is that they're not engaging effectively enough with people on my side of scholarship, and we're not engaging with theirs, and that's why it's so fucked up. Because there's a lot of great things that come out of evolutionary psychology and evolutionary anthropology that really would help. The problem is if you leave them in a vacuum, they take it into really stupid areas because they don't have the broader historical sense. They don't understand the economic systems. They don't understand the sociology of this. Bring all these things together, and we get a much fuller picture of how we can really reach people, of the different of the way that nature and nurture both play off of each other. Neither of them are neither of them are the whole argument. They have to be in dialogue. And if we do that, we do better. There's a lot of great scholars who do that, who combine insights from both. And that's where I am, you know. Honestly, I think if we can draw, to give some props to assholes like Pinker where they are right, he does understand that there are different basic predispositions. And because it makes sense that they co-evolved. There are certain things that the more liberal or more conservative mentalities give a band of 100 to 100, a band of 50 to 150 people trying to survive. It makes a great deal of sense to have that variation thinking, those inclinations, right? And they do play out over and over again in history, these basic differences between us in terms of the way that we think about it. And it's so tempting for people on both sides to always think the other side is stupid because they don't understand reality the way that we do, right? The simple fact is we think differently, but we can come to the same point. We can come to the same agreements, but you have to understand how they get there. How they get there is different from the way that I get there. And it's really, take it by analogy, it's the same fucking way that I can get to the same place that a neurotypical person can get, but I'm going to take a more circuitous route. Yeah. Because I'm neurospicy. But we can still develop the same basic understandings of shit, you know? We just have to take our own route to it. If we can apply that insight more broadly to politics, and stop liberals talk down to people, you know, conservatives like, oh, you stupid fucking elitists, and they just talk past each other. It doesn't have to happen that way.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's 100% what it is. They talk past each other. They don't understand each other. And I do feel like there is some, like, as someone who's also, like, on the spectrum, like, I feel like there really is something to be said. Like, people always ask me, like, well, when did you know, like, you weren't a, like, Zionist as a Jewish person? I'm like, it didn't make sense to me. Like, it literally just didn't when I was a kid. Like, it literally flew right by me, and I was like, that makes no sense. And,
honestly,
like,
I think by nature you probably dodged a bullet. I think nationalism is a little bit harder for autistics to wrap their heads around.
Yeah, I sincerely believe that, and I'm gonna give the mic to somebody else.
More complicated for us, so this giant group identity, it's harder to lose ourselves in it. So we just need a little insulation.
It's super weird. Yeah, it's super weird. I'm gonna give the mic to somebody else, but like, yeah, I appreciate you, and like, I just, yeah, like, I think like I've been noticing the trend of just like leftists not being able to communicate their ideas, and like the right being able to just, I don't know, just band together no matter how crazy the thing their people say. But I'm gonna go on mute.
Kitty. Yeah, no, thanks. Always great contributions. I always love having you around here. There's so many of you that I love. This is great. But I forgot to get a drink, so I should probably do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. I think Jack slept, and if you wanna go and get a drink and take a bit of a break.
Yeah, I think I'm going to actually get a drink and briefly partake of something that I probably can't do on camera, and then I'll be back.
Mazel, cheers. That's so funny. What's up, Kobe?
Good morning.
What's up, Rebel? What's up, guys?
Good morning, good evening, everyone. It's 8 a.m. where I live.
It's almost 2 a.m. here. Man, I was gonna go to bed at like 12 a.m. and I like saw you guys and I was like, damn it, I'll come up.
I fell asleep last night and I woke up and Professor was still going. I thought to myself, oh my word, what?
It's been a great long evening. Like it was winding down until I brought back the leading subject of how to take the Palestinian movement forward, and then it went for like 3 hours later. We're still here talking about it. So
No, yeah, no, you're the reason I'm still up. God. I love you, but I hate you right now.
you have a lot of background noise.
Wait, me?
In headset or not? Kobe, you have a lot of background noise when you unmute.
Do I?
There is echo.
Oh no.
Hello, Kobe.
To be honest, I think sometimes when like multiple people are unmuted, it's not even about like it's just like echo, like it echoes regardless. Like I've noticed it on multiple lives, but
Try to unmute Kobe and we all mute and see how it goes.
What about now?
Bonjour.
I think it's good.
see what I mean? Like more people, more echoing. It just yeah, it's gonna happen. Unfortunately.
Yeah. No, that was a very insightful evening. That was amazing to talk about how to move forward and all of that. We'll see when we're gonna plan like the idea maybe next week we'll be having the different in the how to frame it correctly, like the difference between Zionism as an ideology in 2024 and the Zionism as a part of the Jewish identity, so we can have this conversation forward with the activists on like these social media platforms and try to
Yeah.
educate on that subject even more.
I seriously do think like that's like sometimes I feel like we have those like debates where they're like debates where it's just like a bunch of annoying like dudes coming up and screaming where I love this guy. This is my favorite professor. but I think I really do want to like have like I'm just happy to be in a space to have intellectual discussions that aren't just screaming matches. It's so much more refreshing.
Like,
Sorry, some was just mentioning, so I waved at them. Sorry.
but like we have to always understand that these platforms don't have an IQ EQ test when people sign up, Nat. So we have to take a lot of interaction with a grain of salt and stay on the route that we're taking, however much like backlash, hate, or whatever comes our way. We have to stick to it, and it will filter out with the time who is the one that you can have as a best friend in real life and hang out on these platforms with as well, and who's not. So
Oh, dude, totally. Yeah, like at the like end of the day, like I don't care. Like I like people can call me whatever they want on this app and like do like dumb stuff, but like I more so mean like towards the movement, like it's just like you're wasting everyone's time. Like it's just like this is more beneficial. Like it's happy to be in like any course of progression, if that makes sense.
Oh well. Dog, you stink so much.
Hey, can I ask a question? Did somebody come up here and talk about me and Jax went off on them?
yes,
It's the dude who usually follows you around. Don't even pay any mind. Like she
Wait,
just
which dude?
the one with the API. I can't even like remember his the one who literally follows you around to platforms.
Oh, what did he say?
He didn't say anything about you. Like Jax just called him out because he usually does.
Oh,
And
okay.
he was like, he was just being annoying in the comments. Like, yeah, it not a big deal.
I the weirdest ish happened to me because I literally have like a bunch of Zionists
EPI,
who
that's him.
like on the one side say like, oh, G-side is not happening in Palestine, and then on the other side call me a black queen.
Yeah, no, I know. I've noticed.
That's the
You got some
weirdest
simps. You've got some
That's
weird
the
simps.
weirdest ish. Literally.
You've got some weirdos, dude.
I was just like, how are you gonna literally dehumanize Palestinian people and then turn around and like try to simp for me? Like that is the weirdest ish ever.
I don't know, dude.
I literally had one Israeli man who was like in the security forces. He used to say the most dehumanizing Islamophobic ish. And then like when he saw me live, he would literally try to like he literally tried to convince me, trying to tell me like, oh, so many women are marrying Israeli men today. So many women are like converting to Judaism just to marry Israeli men.
Oh
And
wait, I was there for that. Yo, stop! I can't. Yeah, I don't know. You've
I mean,
wow.
am I allowed to simp though?
Please.
You rock. So
Kobe, can I just say that, like, and I've said this to you before, but you are genuinely one of the most kindest people, and just your intersectionality and your articulation of just every subject. Like, I swear to God, like, people just throw a subject at you, and you're like, oh, like, you're literally, you and literally the same. Like, I appreciate you beyond words. No homo, if that makes you feel better.
Please. The gag is I'm half gay, so it's okay.
I know. That's what I said.
No, it's I always tell people it was the I used to love eating milk products, and you know that like they add pesticides in like the milk products that make people gay. And so I used to eat like a lot of milk products before, but then ever since I became vegan, I reversed the side effects, which is why now I'm only half. So
That's a solid joke. That's stellar. Go gays.
I always dislike the moderator's role, but I'm gonna be annoying and I'm gonna give the mic to Cactus because it was his turn. I'm gonna take Jack's role. So Cactus, you can unmute and you can ask Doctor.
Yeah, I did actually have a question in mind. I was wondering, it's another very random question, but I was just really interested in what you thought about Napoleon and why his expedition to Moscow wound up failing, and what about him as a military leader led to that, like, just failure and like the events that ensued.
yeah, that is pretty random. What do I think about Napoleon? Um, I have to admire the chutzpah. There's that. I mean, he's a provincial kid, rose up through the ranks, but realistically, the entire Revolutionary Army was that way. The traditional like officer class came out of the aristocracy at the time, so it's why the revolutionary they didn't have a navy, they didn't have generals, they had to start over from scratch. And he was a fairly talented battlefield commander, so there's no way around that. The problem is he struggled with any kind of broader strategic vision and with a lot of the politics, so he couldn't hold a coalition together very well, and he constantly overestimated his capabilities. Um, a land war in Asia is just a stupid idea in general. And the heading into Moscow, it's not just the weather that's the problem, but I mean, God, what was it? He went in with like something like 600,000 people and came out with, 60 or something. It was just insane, like the number of people that were lost on that. But, I mean, he just threw his whole army away. A lot of it was starvation and freezing and whatnot. But the problem ultimately is that the same thing that would have happened if Hitler had ever gotten there. He got to Moscow and it was deserted. They just moved the capital. They're like, fuck, I'm not going to surrender. This country's fucking humongous. Fuck you. And they just pulled out. So what was the point? It was a titanically stupid idea, and what it did was it opened up the possibility of a major coalition forming against him that toppled him. So it's the politics and strategic sense he didn't have. Tactically, he was quite clever. He was a very good battlefield commander, but I don't think his skills extended much beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, I was under the impression that a lot of his strategy relied on the element of surprise and being really fast, and so he kind of just got caught up in chasing armies that were kind of just retreating from him by the time he got to Moscow, so his supply lines were really overextended. And would you say, I mean, would you say that was kind of just an aspect of it, that he just really relied on surprise?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, okay, so I'll give you a fun example of surprise, and I use the stories around this a lot in some classes too. The not necessarily the military aspects of it. I usually don't spend much time talking about things like that, but his invasion of Egypt is actually quite brilliant. And the key there is in military senses. Again, I usually talk about this in much more in terms of like its long-term effects, the cultural aspects, the miscommunications with the Egyptians. It is a hilarious fucking story. Napoleon in Egypt is, I mean, I could rant about that for hours. It's fun as hell. But the military aspects of it, he planned a massive expedition, ships, soldiers, an army of nerds. I mean, he went to the universities like, okay, cool, I'm going to take you on the expedition of your life, man. You're going to get to study all kinds of shit. Grab your materials, grab your graduate students. We're going to go. And they're like, bro, where are we going? I can't tell you. And they still went for it. Everything was surprise. It was all secret. And they sailed there. And good enough that he did that because the Brits still found him. Like, once they'd gotten off, they'd attacked things, the British destroyed his ships on the way back out. So he was never going to be able to resupply that mission because they controlled the oceans, period. But he managed to get all the way there and successfully launch his attack. And it took months of preparation to build that operation, to take the number of people that he did. So surprise, like that kind of planning, he's good at that. He's just not good at thinking in terms of like the longer term strategic sense. The distance from fucking Berlin to Moscow, you don't try to pull that shit. And he did.
Yeah. It would you say it's similar in some ways to just, I mean, I guess the crossing of the Alps is like a striking similarity, but would you say that Hannibal's like campaign in Italy was kind of a similar sort of situation?
That's oh, so I'm trying to tell somebody that added it, asked an interesting question in the chat to like tag them on and let them know.
Wait, Dr.
Yeah.
Liam? Wait, Dr. Liam?
Was that?
I think Jax is asleep and I'm not super mod, so I can't let people up.
Oh.
I'm a mod, but I'm not super mod.
But you're Superwoman. You should have everything. Why do you not have everything?
I prefer to be referred to as a Dahomey Amazonian.
Okay, well, so your Amazon powers have just been expanded. You can,
okay, good. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but yeah.
So Hannibal in Italia? That was the?
Yeah, and how that relates to like Napoleon's campaign in Russia.
In supply terms, it would. Other than that, I think the specifics are a bit different. The problem with Hannibal's force is, first off, again, tons of mercenaries, because that's the basis of Carthage's force. Then you take them on a long ass fucking walk. That's the similarity with Napoleon. God, it's the story of like crossing the Rhone River with fucking elephants. I mean, can you imagine building a raft, massive river, and you got to convince the elephant to get on the fucking raft to go across, and then after that, you got to take them over fucking Alps. I mean, wow. By the time they got there, the force had been severely depleted. He didn't have enough people there, and he counted on a lot of Rome's allies defecting when they saw that he would win battles, because he did, and he kept winning battles, and he thought that the allies would defect. They didn't. This is where Rome's genius in extending citizenship was helpful, because they maintained their loyalty to the overall system because they bought into it in a sense. So he simply didn't have the resources. The problem with on the Carthaginian side, and why it's really different from Napoleon, is that Carthage again was a merchant republic that did not want to invest in an army, so they did not give him any resources. He had to raise that army himself in Spain, and it was a bunch of mercenaries. He had no way of resupplying it. He had no way of getting more troops. They weren't committed to the fight. Napoleon had much of Europe in his pocket and an experienced, professional, trained revolutionary army at his disposal, and he threw it away in the fucking snow. Hannibal never had a great force to begin with, because his state simply didn't back him in the same way. So they're markedly different that way. But the distance and the attrition along the way, that's one similarity for sure.
So ultimately, how did Napoleon get the politicians to rewrite the Constitution in his favor? I feel like I've never really gotten a clear answer on that.
A lot of it is, oh gosh, the chaos of the time. I mean, the revolutionary government was constantly tearing itself apart. There was just constant upheavals, and he played the strongman card in a sense. I think he impressed a lot of people, specifically with the Egypt campaign too, because there was a lot of romantic stories. They've been reading the classical stuff on this. They've been reading like old Greek and Roman accounts, and like, holy shit, you pulled that off. What about all the Crusades? Nobody could take this out before. The Fifth Crusade landed in Egypt and were massacred in the Nile Delta. And he just like swooped in and took the whole area. And I think he built a certain mythology around himself as a person who could get shit done. And that caught people to fall in line. One of the problems you always have in chaotic periods is that some people are afraid of chaos and are willing to surrender some of their freedoms in order to stabilize the situation. This is why Napoleon's difficult for historians to judge too, because in some ways he ended the French Revolution, and in other ways he saved it, because it was tearing itself apart, and he locked in a handful of its accomplishments, but he also overturned many of them. So it's a mixed bag, But he stepped into a chaotic situation, giving everybody a little bit of what they wanted and no one all of it, and that was enough to get a big enough constituency to put himself in charge. I don't know if that makes sense enough, but that's the short of it.
Didn't they lock them in a building at one point and surround them with the army?
In terms of bullying the people who were holdouts or whatever.
Oh,
yeah. There's always some sense of force in that. He literally staged a coup. So, yeah, not everyone agreed. But you can't stage a coup without some support. So you had to win over a large number of people to begin with. But yeah, it's sort of similar to like I don't know, how did Augustus take power in the first place and create the Roman Empire? At the end of the day, it was the army, because there was that the hidden sword. He had an army loyal to him that he could use, but he co-opted the Senate, so he didn't have to use it. But the implied threat is always there. Napoleon's seizure of power is in some ways similar.
Is that? Would you say that those are both comparable to like the modern state of Egypt?
In what way?
Just in the like appeal to stability in that sense, governmentally.
Oh, okay. So think about like the election between Morsi and Shafik, because 48% of people voted for somebody who said, I will crush the demonstrators, I will restore policing order, I will put things back the way they were under Mubarak. and almost half the people voted for him. So yeah, chaotic situation will bring out people. That's where fear is important. Of course, there was also pretty low turnout in that election, but still, as an example, yeah, a lot of people's fears are excited by chaos and instability, and somebody can step in and promise an easy solution to that. That's the demagogue and tyrant's path every fucking time. Doesn't matter if you're in ancient Greece or in Trump land. It's the same fucking phenomenon. So yeah, very much so in the case of Egypt. There's a lot of Egyptians who are perfectly willing to sell out their freedom for a return to normality. And that's honestly, it's similar to the, okay, so there's one way it's similar to what we were talking about earlier about Palestine. This again, I hate like telling people they should do this, that, or the other thing, because what people do is up to them, and I'm not going to take anyone's agency, but strategically, right? It's difficult to stay the course when you know you're going to face serious repression. And the fear comes in, the anger, the desire to fight back or to flee, and that's what has to be resisted for something to really hold out. The Egyptians didn't hold out. Their revolution was working. They were taking casualties, but it was working. But they backed down, and it's understandable. A lot of people not enough was done to really prepare the ground to get people to understand what was involved in it. Really successful movements always have to absorb significant casualties, so they're going to change a deeply entrenched system. Look how hard the Vietnamese had to fight for it, you know? I mean, they had to absorb horrific casualties, but they won. They outlasted everybody. The key is being willing to stick with it. And in the cases of the uprisings there, yeah, the Egyptians simply didn't. They folded too soon in a lot of this stuff. And many people turn to, yeah, well, at least things were stable when the army was in charge, so okay, we'll go back to that.
Doc, just a small question. You want to finish in 50 minutes, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right. All right.
I should be pretty thoroughly high by that point.
Hey guys, everybody on panel. A lot of faces I already know. One face I don't. Hey guys, I missed your faces so much.
Oh, hi Savannah. Assalamu alaikum. Wait, I think Kim was next, and then we can go to Muhammad, and then we can go to Savannah.
Hey, Dr. Amar, how are you?
Howdy, how you doing?
Pretty good. I just had a question for you. I know I asked this question probably 3 weeks to a month ago when I was on here, but it has to do with current events. Regarding World War III, right? I know there's a lot of talk that comes up about this, and I'm not even suggesting that World War III is around the corner, but I heard some comments made by Vladimir Putin over the last 3 days. I think it's been now. But he said something like, "Oh, the sale of Alaska in 1864 or 67, I can't remember when." He said this was illegal and illegitimate, and I think it was 67, if I'm not remembering incorrectly.
Yeah, there was a 7 in there somewhere.
I
That was
think it was 1867. Yeah, he said it was illegal and illegitimate, and therefore it cannot stand. And he thinks that he has right to take back Alaska. And this just seems like something that would lead into a potential for conflict, obviously. So I just wondered what your thoughts were regarding these comments.
It doesn't. Those are for a domestic audience. At the height of the Cold War and the height of their power, the Soviet Union had an economy 1/10 the size of the United States. They never could have faced this off in a war. They knew it. This is the point of strategic nuclear deterrence. That's why it was the order of the day. They were really good at a handful of things that could actually save their asses and avoid a major war. The Russians can't win a major war. They know it. Everyone knows it. Fucking Germany could defend itself effectively against a Russian invasion. I mean, they're no threat at all to the U.S. Putin will beat the drum because he's a nationalist. This is why I refer to Russia today as essentially a neo-fascist state because of the ruling party in its ideology. The fact that he regularly quotes fascists in his speeches. He's playing on nationalist sentiment because that secures his internal power base. But look at how badly Russia performed in the '08 conflict with Georgia. I mean, the tank crews were drunk off their asses. I mean, they suffered significant casualties fighting a tiny country, and they've been getting their asses handed to them in Ukraine. A much larger country against a smaller or medium-sized country, generally speaking, the smaller country has no chance at all. This is why, like, World War II was a foregone conclusion. Germany invading the Soviet Union, there was no way. It was literally impossible to win that war because economics would have ruled it out. The size of the population, the size of the economy, in a long war, you can't win. Only in a short conflict, if you get people to surrender quickly. The fact that they have struggled so hard against Ukraine, which was already per capita the poorest country in Europe, literally the poorest. They had taken Moldova's place as the poorest country in Europe, and he's getting his ass kicked there. There's no way in hell a World War III scenario. Even the Chinese would have no interest in it at all because the economy is too intermingled at this point. The economy heading into World War II had separated to a large degree. It was a lull in the process of globalization that made it a little bit easier to happen. We are so interconnected now that none of the major powers would tolerate it. They'll talk a big talk. They'll beat their chests about it. They'll sharpen their swords in front of each other. They'll do some dick measuring contests, and then they'll work out a deal in their smoky back room. No one's actually going to go to a major war. But the talk is important. The talk is important because it works for a domestic audience. That's all Putin's plan.
So that's essentially all it is. It's just talking to his base, essentially, and
It's
nothing
honestly,
will come of it.
A lot of the stuff that comes out of Israel is the same too. And so caution to a lot of the pro-Pally crowd, take some of the things you hear with a grain of salt, because some of those politicians are talking specifically to a base, and that's it. There's a lot of politics in that in the world. Countries all over the world do shit like that. Their path to power is to beat the drum in a certain way. So nationalists always have to talk shit. But whether they'd actually be able to do it, that's a whole different question.
Copy. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate your input.
I get the fear. There's been decades and decades of propaganda from the Cold War that's still in the back of people's heads. The Russian bear is out to get us. I mean, it makes sense to think that way. But the Soviets were never a threat, and neither the Russians. The biggest problem there is an accidental conflict of some sort. Their deteriorating command and control networks for their nukes are definitely worrisome. But them actually choosing conflict, the chances are nil.
Well, and also like a conflict with the U.S. would mean essentially, if the U.S. won, we would probably take Russia as a strategic geographical position that would put China at risk further.
Well, I mean, putting a friendly government there in place would definitely put the Chinese into a corner for sure. But again, there's really no chance of it happening because the U.S. couldn't take Russia. We couldn't occupy Russian territory. Mm-hmm. A war between us, that's one thing. It would go badly. But if we launched forces in a land invasion of Russia, we would suffer the same fate as Napoleon. I mean, look at 20 years in Afghanistan, and the U.S. got its ass kicked. We pulled out, and immediately the same government that was in place back before it took over again. Mm-hmm. You can't hold territory that's that far from home with those kind of supply lines, in a territory that just does not want you. It doesn't work anywhere in the fucking world.
Copy. Yeah, if anyone's next, you can take over.
Oh, happy tired cat.
It was Muhammad and then Savannah.
Oh, sorry.
Savannah, if you want to call me, it's fine. not in a big rush for it. I just I wasn't sure how long he was going to be on.
لا اتفضل اتفضل محمد.
Salme. I I always enjoyed the last time we were talking about like the philosophical stuff. Real quick, is my sound okay?
It is right now, yeah.
Okay, cool. So I just always see these lives to be honest, I always see the ones with Rebel, Savannah, and Copiol in it, and I always see the same talking points back. Like you get people like Shiri and all that, and they always revert to like when we talk about the people like the guy that said he would unalive a kid, but he couldn't find one, and had to settle for a 12-year-old girl and stuff. There's been videos of that, and every time we tell people about it, and they're like, "Oh, they're just kids," and all that, and the fact that they are allowed to have guns. Pews in the army, and they just say, "Oh, they're kids." They don't give that same courtesy to the 12-year-olds that throw rocks at tanks and stuff, and they put them in military prisons, not like what's it called, juvenile detention, trying to reteach them anything like that. So it's just this weird double standard that's gone through that I just can't like understand. Like when we tell people that they've been like, not what everybody says brainwashed, what's the other word they go for, but it's like there's this stigmatism that like, how to say that their kids are precious and their families are precious, but everything that comes out of the Palestinian side is to say like demonic or blah blah, and like they can't see the double standards in it. And it's like, oh, their side teaches hate while the other side is like, oh no, it's just from experience. It's a weird double standard that's like, have you seen that kind of phenomenon in the past that's just like
over?
I've noticed it every once in a while, but it just seems very heavy on this one.
It is the only quibble I have with that entire statement is the word weird, because there's nothing weird about it. It's completely normal. This shit is so fucking common in world history. It's people are obviously going to sympathize much more so with the people that they know, the people in their community, their particular tribe, their particular kin. You've got that kind of by default. And if a state can build on that ideologically, can hitch a ride on that basic instinct and get you to identify with the state's project and with all the people, with all those people, that's how that shit works. It digs in very deep roots, and it inherently dehumanizes the other. We've always done that. Look at, oh gosh, we were bouncing around through, people were asking, like Cactus and other people were asking all kinds of questions about different wars. So I'll give you a fun one out of like World War I, right? France and Germany are neighbors, aren't they? They're right fucking next to each other. And a significant part of French culture is ultimately Germanic. The Franks were Germans. Like they have a lot in common culturally. And they're direct fucking neighbors. So why were, during the war, the discussions of Germans were depicted as like fucking guerrillas? That German culture was like a gorilla with a club, like that they're somehow savage. Or why did they refer to them as Huns? Calling them Huns, the Hun was a direct reference to the Asiatic peoples that were attacking Rome in the 4th century. And they were thought of as like savage, barbarian people. So the Germans became barbarians. They're literally the fucking neighbors. They listen to a lot of the same folk melodies. They have the same religion. They have tons of culture in common. They're fucking neighbors, and you can turn them into that. You can make them the Hun. It's the way that states and nationalism can hitch a ride on our tribal instincts and can twist them into something deeply violent. When you have a conflict that's been going on for a century, think of what you can do there in terms of the manufactured hate versus what you did in just a decade for World War I. It's night and day. With so little time, they were able to completely dehumanize the opposite side. Of course Israelis are going to do that. Of course they can't see Palestinians as human.
Can I say one thing to that? I think like how German soldiers are depicted in the media is one thing that has disturbed me my whole like life. I understand like, you know, World War I, World War II, Germany has always been on the wrong side of history to the point where at this point it's a talent, right? To be this wrong every single time. But at the same time, I feel like the way that Hollywood who muted Yak? Wait, unmute Yak, please. Whoever muted them. They are mutual. But anyways, the way that German soldiers are depicted throughout World War I and throughout World War II in Hollywood films is genuinely like dehumanizing. There are certain films where they actually depict like German soldiers like not yet like zombies, like these superhuman, terrifying beings, and that is something that has bothered me the whole time. That's why I don't bother watching anything that's Hollywood related, like German related, but that's coming from Hollywood, especially like Inglorious Bastards and stuff like that. But I think like the one film that
Come on. That movie's got the Bear Jew in it, man. Come on, that's come on.
maybe it's just me and like my personal beef with like Quentin Tarantino. I don't know. But anyways, I think like the one film I really genuinely loved was Im Westen nichts Neues, or like All Quiet on the Western Front, because to me personally that was one of the first movies that legitimately humanized German soldiers and showed that German soldiers themselves were also victims of their circumstances and victims of a regime that decided to indoctrinate them and weaponize them, right, for personal gain. But other than that, I feel like it is legitimately so easy to dehumanize a whole group of people.
There's multiple films with the name. Did you ever see the German films about Stalingrad? The German Stalingrad? There's a German film, Stalingrad.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Yeah, it put them in an impossible situation. So that also, like, there's a humanization element in that too. Which was, they were walking a finer line because still it was the Third Reich, but they really showed just how horrifying the situation was for them, you know, and how their government just didn't care about them. So yeah, it's rare for films outside to do that. I'll give you a fun personal aspect of that, right? So my father, through nearly my entire life, has still been afraid of the Germans. He's like, you know what? Just around the corner, man. They're gonna rearm again. You gotta watch out for them. They'll be on the wrong side, you know. Like I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You know, like, but it's the generation he grew up with. You know, he heard all that shit. You know, so it sticks around. You know, they were the bad guys, and once that stuff is in there, this is one of the reasons so many people are so afraid of like a World War III with the Russians. It's because of all the Cold War shit. Because of so much dehumanization of the Russians. The Russian bear is power mad. She's going to eat us alive. And like, oh, everyone's terrified, and they pass that shit on to their kids. Unless it's directly challenged in some way, those biases will stick around for a long time. So in a situation as deeply entrenched as the Israel-Palestine conflict, the degree to which both sides can dehumanize each other, and again, I have heard and seen it on both sides of this conflict, people say the most horrifying things about other people. And it's completely understandable because of the situation they're in. It's regrettable, it's toxic, but it's totally understandable because it's normal in world history.
So what do you say to the Palestinian people, like for example in the West Bank, whose only exposure to Judaism was the Star of David on a bulldozer that bulldozed their home, or the Star of David on an IDF soldier that unalived their family members or detained them and tortured them, and they legitimately think that Judaism is what's doing this to them because of the Star of David? How do you end up helping those Palestinians? Do you just let them heal that trauma? Like, is there anything that can be done while they're still in that position?
You, in the larger sense, me, because the me part of it is I sat down and had coffee with people over and over again. And I brought Israelis in with me. I took I once took this like 4'10" little Israeli woman with me into Nablus, and she was fucking terrified. And people invited us in for coffee immediately. I mean, you get a chance to actually talk to each other and see that the other side isn't as scary, and that helps you to like break down some of the government propaganda on both sides. So that's in terms of like a personal aspect. Like, so when you say you and me, that's what I do. How do we do it in broader terms? It's a lot harder because of the structural factors of the conflict. Everything about the current situation is going to make it worse.
Yeah, I was gonna add on to that. I think that like touched on the conversation we had a couple other times, where it's like when you sit down and they see you like face value, you're in front of that person, they're much more willing to hear you out than like how many screaming wars all these panelists have seen of people not being afraid because they're behind another screen so they can say whatever they want and think, yeah, there's no consequences. But at the end of the day, like again, I approach someone exactly, like I approach someone, my name is Muhammad, and they get tense, but then I talk to them. Like we talked about the whole Southern hospitality thing. I can turn on that Southern twang in a second, and they'll be like, "Oh, he's just one of us." And I was like, "Yeah, my name's Muhammad." You just get a little scared from that, but I've been your neighbor for so many years. You know me, so it's like I think technology is supposed to advance us, but it became such a hindrance where we depend on it, and it becomes info war.
If we use it as a crutch, if we use it to replace the face-to-face contact, the single best way to change tons of these things, whether you're talking about organizing your community to change things or like changing these kind of conflict identity types, it's the face-to-face meetings. There's no real substitute for that. And that's why in the Palestine situation, the situation just fucks them because there are so many structural barriers preventing the people from interacting. This is the only reason, and honestly, this is one thing that I actually agree with like Chomsky, Ilan Pape, tons of people like that who all of us want a one-state solution. A two-state would be acceptable in one regard because if there's any kind of peace, then people will start interacting and they'll start trading and they'll start hanging out with each other and they'll exchange ideas, and over time, those barriers can come down, the hate can go away, and they can reunify. It could eventually happen. It certainly won't be in any of our lifetimes, but even if that's if that's the best we can get, I think still the goal is to unify Palestine and to change the attitudes on both sides. But that will take time, and it does take the face-to-face contact. And we can't do that right now. You can't do that with a fucking apartheid wall in the way.
Sadly, it's like the people who are in charge have the power of, like, Covey brought a great point of cinematic demonization, basically. Like, people see that and it's like, yeah, the Germans are all like that. And I have talked to the Swedish German people I've known in my life, and they're like, most of them had no say. It's a government thing. So it's just like the government has so much power in like what is said on TV, what is said on person. So everybody else is like the whole point.
It's some of it's government, but some of it's also just a lot of this is actually much more organic than we tend to think. So use the American media for example, right? The U.S. media almost exclusively toes the State Department's line. It does what the government wants it to do, but it's not because the government tells it to do that. They have similar interests. There are similar things in the underlying structures that point them in particular directions, so they converge. That's the kind of thing that you're seeing in those situations there. I think in Europe, it's less that the state completely controls the situation, but that the system that we're in directs both of them in a particular direction.
It's like one influences the other. It's like
it's systemic. It's more like there's the same forces are impelling both of them in a common direction with a common ideal, and they kind of feed off of each other in the same way. They're all going to follow the basic logic of empire because that's part of the finance capitalist world that we're in.
Yeah, it's almost like the positive. Is it positive or negative? I always forget the positive correlation and stuff like that. It's just like you said, it's just influenced, and they just go that way. For the sake of time, I don't want to take like I know Savannah would like. Oh yeah, sorry. That was my Xbox in the background. The feedback. I apologize, but for the sake of time, I can let Savannah go because I know you also need to head out and finish up here
Yeah.
soon.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, hello, hello.
Hello again.
Missed you so much. I keep missing your lives. I'm gonna have to put it on like a all alert because I just realized there's a thing where you can alert and all. Because I see them when you're already done with them. And second of all, everybody needs a little bit of Liam every now and then. No, really, I've been going crazy with everything that's going on. My emotions have been going up and down these roller coasters, and I'm trying to gather it and keep it together. I've had a couple of days where I was extremely emotional, angry, mad, sad, enraged, happy. I don't know what to feel anymore. So yeah, every once in a while I need a little Liam to help me get back on track with the, thinking straight, thinking on my toes. And so I wanted to piggyback off of both Kovi and Muhammad and what they said. Okay, I'll close you out. I got you. And I wanted to talk about the deconstruction of the manufacturing of consent that's been going on for so long. I've been seeing it happening. I've seen just recently, I don't know if y'all seen the video. I posted it, by the way, but there's a video of an Israeli channel or news channel that is talking about how everything that we have been fed has been a lie. And they ask, well, why did they lie like this? And the analysts that are on there are saying, well, because they needed to create an extreme hate for H group. I mean, it was part of what they needed to do in the media. This is just part of what you do in media. And, I studied media and I had to study ethics class. And ethics class was probably the hardest one we had to get through. And it's so disappointing when you had to finish an ethics class that it was that hard. And then you go out here and you see that media really doesn't have any ethics in it anymore. As a matter of fact, if you're ethical, then you're not operating in the way that media actually operates, which is deception. Can't hear you. Oh yeah, absolutely money. Absolutely, absolutely. And so I think that we're coming to the cusp of I don't know. I want to see and pick your brain on what you think. I think we're coming to the cusp of the deconstruction of the manufacturing and engineering of consent, where we already know people didn't trust media anymore, but I think now people are going to see and value more the ethics, and maybe we can bring ethics back into media. That's a very hopeful statement, by the way. I hope to see that.
Yeah, I honestly, it's hopeful in a way that I honestly almost find shocking, and that's a pretty rare thing. So,
Uh-huh.
um, because yeah, I'm not sure that I've thought about it that way at all yet. Because media has to some degree fragmented.
Mhm.
There are more players involved there, but a significant chunk of it is actually still hyper consolidated, and it has the same basic approach as ever. And the problem with a lot of the fragmented media is it also has the same basic interests, or our worse ones. Look at so much of the far right media. Look at your fucking PragerUs and stuff out there. A lot of the people are turning away from quote unquote mainstream media because they have that instead. And I don't think Newsmax is any better than CNN. I think it's considerably worse. It's I don't know that I'm seeing a lot of ethics returning to media overall, because profit still rules for the vast majority of it. Whatever is going to get me an audience is what they'll do. So that's what they'll put on air. That's why CNN kept putting Trump on, because it got ratings, and fuck the consequences. They're still going to keep doing that stuff. And at the same time, there's a lot of well-funded, intentionally propagandistic media sources now, where a lot of the older traditional media is deeply compromised by the advertising interests. So there's a lot of implicit bias there. And then by the fact that most of the people involved they come out of a particular type of liberal elite, so they have certain attitudes that they bring into it. So you combine that kind of like privileged liberal elitism with a ton of money involved, and it's going to push them in particular directions over and over and over again. But you can, I don't know, it's like you at least the biases there are predictable. Like you know what that you can see what they're leaving out. You can read between the lines if you learn the right skills. Instead of seeing, I don't know, more principle coming into it, because I don't think that's possible as long as profit drives it. As long as media is for money, then why the fuck would it ever really come back? Regulation can be helpful, and some countries have better regulation than the US. We've dismantled it entirely. So there's no incentive there for them to bring it back. And a lot of the more extreme media that's been drawing audiences away from them is probably going to encourage them to be worse and not better, because that's what they're losing. They're losing it to those extremes,
Right.
So I don't know that we'd have to talk for quite a while to see where you see the potential for a return to principle, because I would love to. I see it in a lot of like truly indie spaces. So I don't know. How about right here? I'm not making any money off of this shit. No one's paying me to do this. I don't have advertiser breaks. So you got things like that. But this isn't actually media. This isn't going to reach millions of people. It's not the same thing at all. I think the media spaces are still really fucked up and getting worse.
I think when you threw money back in there, the realization hit me like, shit, he's right. And it almost like mirrors politics in the United States too. Because until money comes out of it, we're always going to have dishonest deception, and this is going to continue. So I do see that. Do you think at the very least, maybe the deconstruction of the hate agenda in Israel? Because this is happening in Israel right now, which is the last place I would have thought that I would see this. The last media that I thought that I was going to see it coming out of is in Israel, where they're actually talking about how they have constructed and lied about certain events so that they can create this hate agenda to push their narrative. So I don't know if you've seen the video. I was sending it to you, Doc, but it's incredible that it came out of Israel. And I'm hoping that at the very least, it may deconstruct the hate inside of some of the people, because they see now the truth.
Sort of. I hate feeling like I'm the needle going for some kid's balloon.
Do it.
The Israeli media has been doing that shit for decades.
Right.
There is a significant chunk of the Israeli population that completely understands how fucked up this is. There are liberal and left factions who disagree with the extremes of Zionism. There's a significant anti-Zionist population who are Israelis. So they consume that media. There have been articles deconstructing the state ideology regularly since the 1980s. And it's been steadily increasing for a long, long time. Israeli organizations have been calling what they do apartheid for a long time. Israeli media, newspapers have been calling it apartheid for a long time. The New York Times can't do that. Our media space, the interests are different. The advertising space, the audience and what the audience will tolerate is very different. There's a significant chunk of the Israeli population who fucking hates their government, and they consume that media, and they know how bad it is. But that media isn't going to sway the hardcore Zios that are doing this shit, because they've already been exposed to it, and they've been fighting back in the same way that like Republicans in the U.S. will be able to deny it. You can present a bazillion facts, and it's like, well, Trump said it, so it's totally fucking true. That's their reality. They're not going to be reached by Haaretz running an article about apartheid.
True. And I'm gonna send you the video because I want you to see it. But hold on, did you hear that?
I'd appreciate that, because there's a lot of things I don't see.
No, I'd love for you to see it. But did you hear that real quick? Did you hear it?
Watch this.
Listen, Liam. Pop. That was the balloon.
Oh.
It's okay.
Sorry,
I like to have those discussions because sometimes I can become overly hopeful, or sometimes I become overly negative, and I need to have that medium. And that's why I love you.
Always be hopeful. Always be hopeful. There is always reason to hope. You lock somebody in a completely white room and leave them there, and there's still always reason to hope. Because hope is what keeps us alive. Hope is important. And there's always ways that as long as we maintain that hope and we stay alive, that we can change the fucking circumstances. So the fact that circumstances don't always align with us doesn't mean we shouldn't proceed with that same energy and hope and try to change things. But yeah, there are some hopeful signs in Israel. There are some sharper critiques. The problem is, and this get back to some of the stuff that Rebel was asking earlier and a few other people, in terms of the long-term cultural, the dynamics in the conflict itself. Because the way that this plays out structurally, the way that it happens, it's going to keep making the situation worse. It terrifies Israelis. Every single attack, every time that they fight, it scares more people. And when you scare more people, they vote for more Yahtzees.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, one of my fears during this current state right now is if Netanyahu falls. And I would pew him if I got the chance. I don't like the guy at all. But honestly, he's actually restraining some of the worst fucking actors in this government and in his coalition.
Yes, you're right.
It could be much worse. Oh, I'm getting one of those little verify things. What is it? Hold on. You detected inactivity. That's so weird. Okay, so I did the verify. That's the first time I've seen the verify come up with a warning that says we will shut off the live in a minute. I guess you got to respond really fast. It's interesting because they keep telling me I shouldn't be tapping things or liking along the way, but I think if I don't do things on the screen for a while, it makes you think that I'm not doing something. I don't know. Anyway, the situation is it feeds a vicious cycle in Israeli political culture, and and a lot of the positive voices there. Tons of anarchists, solidarity groups, anti-Zionist Israelis, tons of people who really want to change the situation. Their voices cannot be amplified in a way that actually reaches people because the situation feeds the fear and trauma, and that makes people chase to the right. So right now, I mean, yeah, it's not turning in a good direction. But there are a lot of people on the ground doing the right work. And if we can find a way to elevate their voices, if we can find a way to change the circumstances such that they will matter more, that's the key.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially on the point that you made about he's holding back the worst of the worst as well. So I am very concerned about that. I am concerned about that future there and that government. I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know what it's going to look like for Gaza moving forward. I don't know what it's going to look like for the West Bank. I do know that change needs to come. I know that change needs to come swiftly. I know that people need to be allowed to have their voices heard and for governments to be selected freely, as they've been trying to do without any kind of intervention or sabotage. And it's past due time for that. I'm watching everything that's happening, and I'm freaking out some days, wondering about what the future is going to look like. I think I need to hold back from looking too far into the future into this. And sometimes I look into that same exact future, and I'm more hopeful. And that's why I said we need a little bit of Liam every once in a while, because you kind of bring it all together. You help me see that little gray area.
I'm going to play both sides of this for a second. Maybe you should look farther into the future, because that's the place where hope can really be centered. This is one of the reasons I think that science fiction is beautiful in philosophical terms, because it presents different things. They're aspirations, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah, how the fuck did you get that? But it's aspirational. It gives you a sense of hope. Think about that far future where Jews and Muslims and Christians are all living in peace and exchanging ideas and living and it's a much stronger society altogether. That can happen. This can be a Jewish homeland and still Palestine. It absolutely could work out in the future. Don't think about the short term when you don't want to be depressed, because the thing to caution people about right now is that a lot of the factors that we see in play right now. So if you're looking at the way the chessboard is currently set up, this situation could get much worse because the hardcore ethno-national Zionist movement is finally threatened. And the more that we threaten them by organizing better on the outside, the more that the outside world's view of Palestinians change, the more terrified they will get that they will lose control. And as they get fearful, they will get more violent. That's a steady truism out of history.
Very accurate.
Governments and ideologies that are terrified lash out against people. So a lot of the suffering can get much worse, but it can also get far, far better. Like, the fact that it looks like it get worse means that we're on the right track to making it better, if that makes sense. So I'm giving you something really fucking dark with a bright tunnel at the end of it that we absolutely can see. And hopefully that comes through.
Oh, I got my balloon back. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we ultimately are on the right track here. We really are. But I'm not going to sugarcoat the fact that there's a lot of bad shit that we still have to go through.
Correct. So my balloon's lopsided. So what? It still flies. But with that being said, I know, right? It's still going to fly. It's okay. But with that being said, I know you need to get to bed. I want you to take note of this because I'd like to be, I'm going to make sure that I'm on your next live. I already put the all on alert. Guys, make sure you do alert and do all so that you can see all of his lives because I've been missing them. But I wanted me and you to talk about, and maybe I'll even message you separately, but I really wanted to be on a live. But if you could take note of this, I'd like to talk about Yosef Castell and Hayim Ben Kiki. If I'm saying it right, it's Ben Kiki or I think it's Hayim Ben Kiki and Yosef Castell and the alternative Balfour Agreement. Just as a jump off point, or if you want to do it as a separate discussion, we can have a discussion separate. But I'm very interested in talking about that time. And because it's a binational, they offered a binational Palestinian state at the time. And I think that it would have changed everything. And I think that it could be a key to how to move forward.
I think that unless somebody was telling you shit, you've got some groovy psychic ability here, because we were talking about dedicating next week to a discussion of alternative Zionisms.
Ooh.
Like, here is how the ideology developed where it is. Here's where it could have gone. And I was going to go back and talk about like the 1920s and 30s communist movements and like, you know, the Zionist left that wanted a Palestinian state. So
I got some psychic shit going on. That's what it is. You got it right. You got it right. I felt it. But no, I've been wanting to talk to you about this. I think that is perfect.
Yeah.
And do you know who I'm talking about with those two names?
That into next week.
You know those two names?
Yeah. So I'll make sure to integrate that into next week somehow, and then yeah, please definitely make sure you join. I'm getting pretty predictable. You know, I'm starting sometime around 3 p.m. my time on Fridays, and I'll run, you know, and I don't know, depending on what I have for the weekend, either until this time or as late as you guys want. It just depends on what I have to do on Saturday. So some Saturdays are busier than others.
What time zone are you?
Pacific.
Oh, that's like the other way. I'm Central, so you're behind me.
I'm 2 hours behind you.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So it's approaching my midnight. It's approaching your 2 a.m.
Perfect. I'll be sure I'm on.
So you about your 5 p.m. or so next Friday, I'll be here.
Yep. I'm gonna hold Kobe and Rebel and Muhammad responsible. Make sure I'm here. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna hold you responsible. But guys, invite me if you don't see me. I'd love to be part of that live. I'm really interested in talking about that subject because I'm looking at the path moving forward and something that works for everybody. And I want this discussion to be with Liam because he kind of keeps everything on a very gray scale, not too dark, not too light. I still have a balloon. It might be lopsided kind of thing, and I'm okay with that. I'm a happy kid. Thank you so much,
Liam,
Liam,
for spam your DMs.
Yeah, I can't resist the discussion earlier about Athena simps and whatnot, and then, you know, telling her she's responsible for keeping you on there. I just just got this fun mental image of like one of those, you know, like Cat o' Nine Tails, like, yeah, get back in line, you know, like 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 Mistress Athena, like one of those dominatrix kind of costume.
I got you.
The Simps would love that. I mean that's what they. I know they all went there.
Yeah,
So
they did. They did, of course. We're gonna have to cosplay next time we come up. Kobe's already ready for it, by the way. I was just like, oh my god, you look like a
I think
beauty.
I killed her of embarrassment.
She's gorgeous. I love her so much. But she's amazing, and she has so much knowledge, and she's just even her little voice. She has this beautiful little voice, and then the knowledge that comes out of her mouth, it just shocks them. It's like, whoa, we weren't ready for that.
No, she's brilliant. I mean, that's yeah, no, absolutely love her being around. It's fantastic.
Kobe, you better come back.
Mistress Athena needs to come back.
That's right. Come on back, girl. She can't. Her face is like turning all red all over the place. And Rebel, I don't know what happened there, but goodness gracious, I didn't even recognize him. But I saw a smile for the first time. No beard, no mustache. I'm a gal that loves the beard. I don't know what you did there, but bring it back. We love the beard.
I had a mental refresh, just a fresh start. It took 5 days and now it's dark again. So it will take a few weeks and the beard will be back.
Yeah, mine too, man. I got to shave this daily. I'm just kidding.
But Doc, what should we, because I want to try to get as many panelists as possible next week, because I think it's a very important argument into separating like Zionism in 2024 as a like an Israeli ideology between the Zionism and the Jewish identity to create that sort of knowledge. So I'm gonna try to market it as what I just said and talk to people and have the audience that will learn and re-speak and re-say what we're gonna talk about. So yeah,
that sounds great. Yeah, and if we get people like Athena and Savannah and whatnot all coming in, and we can all talk about this stuff, and yeah, really, I think it would be important for people to understand the path not trod. What could have been instead, because if we're going to think about that optimistic future, if we're going to get back to that lopsided balloon, right, then that future has to be in some way integrating the populations. And that ultimately is what people were talking about originally. A whole lot of the early Zionists wanted exactly that future. And instead, we got this fascistic nightmare. So we need to help people to understand that Jews aren't the problem. And Jews wanting to live there isn't the problem. This fascist shit is the problem.
Correct. I agree. I can't wait to have this discussion. I've been waiting on this. Oh my God. And by the way, doesn't a lopsided balloon after a while, because of gravity and air, turn into a full round regular balloon? I don't know the physics behind it, but I'm going to pretend that happens. So just to point out that a lopsided balloon over time, probably, considering, well, it depends on what kind of air is in it. Anyway, we don't want it to be filled with hot air. Okay.
The balloon still rises.
Period. That's all that matters. Exactly.
Doesn't matter if we're taking a slightly zigzag course.
Yeah.
You still think about ships tacking against the wind.
Yeah.
You're still getting there.
Yeah. The kid would still be happy. Do you think the kid cares if it's lopsided or not, as long as it's flying in the air? Yep, I think that was a good analogy, and I think that'll be a good point for it to close out on, so that you can get some sleep, because we need you healthy and ready and hydrated. I hope you're drinking enough water and not some Long Island iced tea. Oh, okay, good.
Thank you very, very much to everybody who joined the live. Thank you very much for everybody who asked their questions, who participated in the beautiful conversation. And thank you as well, Dr. Liam, for just doing this emotional and educational labor of spending time with us, answering all our questions, especially my countless questions. But we appreciate you as always, but you are to be protected, and therefore we need you to take care of your health as well. So thank you for the live, and I hope everybody has a nice evening or morning, wherever you are.
Yeah, thanks. This is actually going to be a very busy weekend. I have a lot to do. It's the only reason I need to go to sleep. I two other campuses are starting the spring term, so I got to get all the classes together. So
Woo!
whole lot of putting classes together, and it's so like me to put it off all to the last minute, of course. So it's
Well, if
one
you ever
weekend.
need some backup, I offered my help. You know, you got me. I got you. I can be your little secretary. I'll help you out with that. I got your back. I told you we can even organize all your books online, put everything in there for you, do a link tree. I got you. I'm your girl.
I can help as well in that I will be the tree in the background, offering emotional support and just being
Boom.
there for meditation as well.
Ooh, meditation.
We all need trees for that shade, like giving us a little bit,
And then you can
I'm a
play
fellow
that. What was it
procrastinator.
that you played?
Which
What
one?
what's the instrument you play, Dr. Liam?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I play several instruments very, very badly.
The brass instrument you played outside that night.
I don't play that at all. I intentionally refuse to learn to play it.
You did good.
The bugle is different. The bugle is purely to offend neighbors on New Year's and remember my grandfather. I refuse to learn to play it.
That was the funniest video ever. I loved it.
But drums, some piano, ukulele, a little bit of guitar, bass. I played bass for a while in a punk band.
Ooh, I love it. Punk band.
Why not? That's what everyone was doing in high school. So
Yeah, I could see it. I could see it now that you said that.
I can see it too. You give me like
band. You get
band
together,
vibes.
play some songs, and go home.
Doesn't he, Kobe? For real.
He
I
does.
get
You
that
give me
vibe.
punk rock vibes.
Well, we all love us, Dr. Liam. We love you so much. We appreciate you for everything. And I can't wait to be back on your live next week as well. So I bid you adieu and good night, everybody. And make sure that I'm here, Rebel and Kobe.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I've been here from 1 a.m. my time, and now it's 9 a.m. And this most definitely has been the best 8 hours in a long time, Doctor. This has been amazing, like amazing. So I will definitely be here next week. Absolutely. And we'll get the gang with me as well. We'll get as many people as possible.
Yes.
Sounds good. Yep.
That sounds great.
Good night, kitty. She's sick of us. She's like, I don't want to talk to you right now. I've been trying to go to bed and this man won't go because he likes you better.
Exactly. She's ready to go to bed.
Yeah, I know. I could tell. Y'all have
Good
a
night,
good night.
y'all. Y'all
Bye,
too.
y'all.
Good night. Good morning.
Good night,
Bye.
everybody.
Peace out, guys.
All right, let's see. Have a good night, folks.